PGR 500 getting set to go here at Daytona, and after 500 miles of attrition, aggression, and determination, one driver will etch themselves into the history books as a PGR 500 champion. Well, before we welcome in our broadcast crew up here in the booth, we do want to take a moment to thank all of our amazing sponsors and all that they do in helping and help making this event possible. The 2026 PGR 500 is proudly sponsored by That Towing Company. We also want to thank our title sponsor, Chris Carter Racing with the Flying Aces TV, along with our two associate sponsors, NBG Motorsports and Dad Bod Studios. And with that, we want to once again welcome you into the booth. I'm Austin Green, and joining me is my partner, Dawson Wise. Our pit reporter, Tyler Vickery, will be providing updates all afternoon long. We've got a lot to talk about. We want to, of course, thank our amazing producer, Christian, for covering all the hard work behind the scenes. Well, Dawson, after 12 heats, a pole shootout, and elimination Saturday, here we are. We find ourselves back at the World Center of Racing, getting ready to go green in the Great American Sim Race.
Austin, excited is an understatement. Humbled and grateful is what the words I used last night. So excited to be with you here at Daytona today. So much work has gone into getting to this point, and that's not just with the drivers, that's the work behind the scenes and getting prepared for a moment like this. Today is a moment in history, and I think all the drivers have embraced that. I think we're embracing that as well, and it's finally here. I cannot wait. 500 miles await us, and I'll tell you what, if the racing this week is any indication, we are in for a good one here this afternoon.
Yeah, we had a lot of excitement, of course, again, through the heat races. We had 2 LCQs, 2 duels on Saturday, all this to help determine who made it to this 45-car field. Dawson, obviously, a lot of drama throughout the week. We saw a lot of big names go home that we were expecting to see in this race. We've also got a lot of underdogs, maybe new to the money racing scene, that have a big opportunity to get themselves a PGR 500 championship here this afternoon.
Yeah, what a change in tone from last year. 365 days ago, I feel like the field was made up of a lot of the big names that you normally see, both from the eNASCAR level and from the super speedway level, as super speedway ringers, as we'll like to call them, and guys that have won these big money races before, where this year, with more drivers entering the field, the talent was so high level in these heat races and LCQs and duels that a lot of those big names that you might expect to see on the grid went home as early as in their heat race earlier this week. I think back to names like Malik Ray and Michael Guest and Michael Cozy Jr. that will not race today. Briar LaPrade is another one that will not be in the field today. That is just how stacked this field was this week. The competition level was so high for all 6 days leading up to this moment, and it creates some really intriguing storylines. There are some big-time underdogs in the field today that I think could not only compete in this race, including a guy like Garrett Caswell, let's go with, in the 87, our Duel 1 winner last night, that could, again, not only compete, but could very well end up in PGR victory lane as a PGR 500 champion.
And one of the Coke Series drivers that was able to break the streak, Dylan Alt, we saw him advance through his heat, and he will be racing in the feature this afternoon. One of the other storylines to keep in mind, Malik Ray, another one of the Coke Series drivers. You talked about what he was able to do in the SummerSlam 499, back-to-back defending winner of that event, but he will not have an opportunity here this afternoon because he was not able to advance through. Daniel Falkingham, though, is the defending 2025 PGR 500 champion. He will start the field here tonight, Dawson, but we know he's going to have a lot of work ahead of him as he'll have to start from the back with his provisional.
Well, he'll have to start at the tail end. He does have to lean on that defending champion's provisional. And, for Daniel Falkingham, though, I don't think that's going to faze him very much. 500 miles is a grind. It's a long race. It's not a dual race like we ran last night. Those were only 60 laps. He has 500 miles to get to the front of the field and put himself back in position to win unprecedented back-to-back PGR 500s. And if there's anyone in the field I think you could fully trust to get through the field and put themselves in position, it is absolutely the driver of the 39, Daniel Falkingham. Excited to watch him. Excited to hear from him here in a little bit as well.
Yeah, and when it comes to these 500-mile events, it almost feels like 2 races. You got to, of course, survive the first 450 miles, and then when it comes down to the end, that's when the real race is on to determine who will be crowned a PGR champion. Well, we've got a lot to go through here regarding pre-race ceremonies, but before we get to any of that, we do have a couple of different names that we want to interview before we head into the big event this afternoon. And Dawson, I do want to, of course, start first with series owner and the man who has made all of this possible, Michael Triscaro. We've seen how hard he's worked through the last 3 years, and I know you had a lot to talk about with him. And once we bring him up here to the booth, Dawson, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, series owner Michael Triscaro, do you have a copy of the boys in the broadcast booth?
That I do, guys. How you doing?
Well, we are doing so well. A huge day for you, not only, as a series owner, but just as a race fan, I think, in terms of building up what this promotion has become. And as we get started, as we are 20 minutes away from grid, for those that may not be familiar with PGR Esports, take a quick minute and talk about, how this promotion came to be and how we got to where we are here today.
Yeah, well, 3 years ago, January 31st, 3 years ago, man, I just wanted to start my own promotion. I saw a few more promotions going on at the time. Big shout out to Ron Morris. He was a big factor into me starting my own. And, it's really taken flight. We pride ourselves on organization here and communication. And I think those are the two big things why everybody has kind of migrated over to PGR Esports when it comes to super speedway money racing. And that's actually what we do, race for money here on the super speedways, and it's come, really come to life here in the last 3 years. Obviously, it's been there well before us, but we kind of took it and made it you're really into what it is today, and you see that here with the 2026 PGR 500.
Well, Mike, maybe for some viewers that aren't as familiar with the product here at PGR Esports, tell them a little bit about what they can expect out of today's race. Obviously, it's 500 miles, it's 200 laps. People have watched that before. But what is going to make this race so unique for PGR today?
A number of things, really. Obviously, we believe that we have the best talent pool in iRacing. We're able to draw Coke Series drivers. We drew Roger Caruth. He's obviously a real-life driver for Junior Motorsports. Our money racing community, in my opinion, has the best super speedway racers on the service to begin with. So, every single one of those guys was pretty much in this event. And then you throw in guys like Dylan Alt, who hasn't been around here yet. And you have the best field, in my opinion. On paper, obviously, we lost a lot of the top drivers as well. But from a whole, the 336 entries, you're not going to get a better field going to past events or events going forward until maybe the next PGR 500 of this amount of good drivers involved in it. That's Daniel Falkingham as well. He was the winner 1 year ago. And then you take all that and you put in this production, this broadcast as well that you guys put on. And now it's on iRacing. It's broadcast iRacing live right now, live on the PGR Esports Network. And the producers, the broadcasters, you guys, that's what really makes this event, because that's how people are able to watch it each and every night of the week.
One more thing for you, Mike, before we let you go and get prepared for your role in today's race. A two-parter for you to end off, and just take a second and reflect on this as well. What is next for PGR, for those that may not be familiar, and for those that may want to get involved, how can they do that?
Yeah, so I'll start with the second part. So if you want to get involved with PGR Esports, the easiest thing for me to tell you is just go to pgresports.com. Go to the Discord link on there. That's the easiest way to do it. Get in our Discord. The Discord's going to have all the information you could possibly imagine. We send out stuff all week long. It could get a little annoying, but that's how we've attracted everybody into our server and into our platform here. But essentially, every Thursday night is the big race, the Intimidator Super Speedway Series. Anyone could drive in that super speedway racing each and every week on Thursday nights. The light series, that'll be back here in a few weeks on Monday nights. That one's cool. Takes all the pros, takes all the top drivers from the Intimidator Super Speedway Series out, and gives a lot of guys more chances to win. So those 2 nights of the week. We also have Sunday Fun Day as well. The other part, well, where's PGR Esports going? Obviously, we have the SummerSlam 499 and this PGR 500. We also have March Madness coming up, the Fall Brawl. So we have some marquee events, kind of like golf majors. But PGR Esports now branching off into merchandise, as you see on the XCal website. But we've signed the number 39 car, if you haven't seen it earlier, Daniel Falkingham, to a contract here to drive for PGR Esports in the Road to Pro. So you'll see that. We're also looking at signing at least one other driver going forward. And I think, growing the team aspect of it, possibly reaching the Coke Series here down the road. I think that's what we're looking to do here and keep on building this platform. So, yeah, I appreciate all these drivers, and I appreciate everyone coming out here to view this big event, the PGR 500.
Mike, we thank you for your time here before the race. We'll let you get back to your final preparations before we go 500 miles here this afternoon. Congratulations on the accomplishment today. Enjoy it, and we will talk to you soon.
Yeah, and one more thing. Couldn't have done this without Matthew Baker. Sorry I didn't mention him. He is the co-owner here at PGR Esports. I love that guy. I'll see him here in a few days at Daytona for the 500 in real life. But yeah, Matthew Baker, love that guy. So much respect for him. Hopefully we can see him in victory lane today later. That would be quite the story. But love you, buddy, and couldn't have done all this without you.
Mike, enjoy the PGR 500 today.
Thank you.
Series owner Michael Triscaro getting ready to go. He will be doing race control here tonight. Matthew Baker, as Michael mentioned, co-owner Dawson. I know we'll see him in the 500-mile event here coming up this afternoon. But that does lead me into the next guy that we want to interview. That is last year's PGR 500 champion, Daniel Falkingham. You talk about a guy who has done just about everything from winning, of course, in the Coke Series. He won PGR with the PGR 500. He's won a ton of PGR races, and he is in the field once again this afternoon. Daniel, this is Austin and Dawson up in the booth. You got a copy?
Hey guys, how we doing?
Well, we're doing good, man. First thing I noticed, check out all the trophies in the background. We just mentioned you have pretty much won just about everything, but there it is, maybe one of the biggest ones of them all, the PGR 500 championship. And I know you want nothing more to go back-to-back. What's going to be the strategy to try to defend that title here this afternoon?
Sorry, I forgot to push my push talk, but yeah, the big thing today is to just really just try to stay clean, try to survive all 500 miles because we're starting shotgun on the field, we're starting dead last, so we got a long task ahead of us. I know we can get up there pretty quickly, but I mean this is a really mixed up field because we've had a lot of people that we thought were going to make this race that are not in the field today. So this is probably one of the most mixed up fields we're going to have here. So I'm not sure how many of these guys race, but I'm going to learn real quickly. So definitely just try to keep the nose clean and try to get through the field without too many issues. But we're going to have to see how the race goes in the first part. That's probably going to dictate how I'm going to run this first part of the race. But as always, I'm still as confident as ever that we can get the job done. And I know I try to put myself in prime position to win the whole thing. So hopefully we can get another one of these bad boys when it's all said and done.
Absolutely, and obviously with the trophy, big payouts this year, Daniel. But I do want to talk about the points you just mentioned, a very mixed field. How is that going to impact your strategy going through this event? How is it going to affect all the big teams that we're used to seeing on the regular Thursday night races, knowing so many guys are going to be split up this afternoon?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really split up because, I mean, I still know a lot of people that I just race with on the norm. Like, I got a lot of guys I'm doing, like, the qualifying series with that are in this race, but I also got my normal group that I run every Thursday night with. So it's good to have the people you know because you never know if we get to those green flag pit stops and you can get a little bit of a breakaway. You can really control your own race, especially when you get down to the end of it. It could turn into a situation like last year where we went green for a long time and then whenever you nail those pit stops, you put yourself in position to try to win it at the end of the race, like we did last year. We had a really long green flag run and put myself in prime position to get through those pit stops to give me the track position I needed to go for it at the end. So hopefully we can do something similar to that. But this year, totally different package from what we had last year. So and I've only done like 30 laps of this on this setup that we're racing, and everyone else has got way more laps than I do. So I'm a little behind in that department, but it shouldn't take me too long to try to figure it out.
Absolutely. Well, Daniel, before we do let you head out, we got a few minutes left. The last question I got for you, you mentioned obviously the different package. What is it that makes these super speedway races so tough to win in a series like PGR?
Yeah, it's really just, it's the number one thing is really anyone can win. I mean, you got your big names that know how to execute the races and know what positions to put themselves in. But when that white flag drops, it's everyone man for himself, and what you may think will go right, it usually doesn't, and that's pretty much the norm in this kind of style of racing. So, I mean, like you saw at the end of last year, we weren't really in a great spot coming to the white flag, but we did all the right things, and then just every piece fell our way. So hopefully that happens again because, like I said, it's going to be hard to go back-to-back, but just to be a part of this race with the prestige that's on the line is still a big deal. And hopefully, I mean, like I said, I've already said it, if we can just do everything right, especially with this different package where it's going to be way more packed together and no one can really break away in a tandem, it's definitely going to make it even more thrilling and even more exciting. But it's definitely going to be more nerve-wracking trying not to get wrecked because everyone's going to be right on top of each other. So, like I said, at the end of the day, it's still a big super speedway race, and everyone's going to know what they're going to have to do coming to the end of this thing.
Absolutely. Well, Daniel, we appreciate you talking to us again. We know you've won multiple PGR championships before. We'll see if you can bring it to victory lane here once again today. All right, that's going to now move us on to one more driver that we want to interview. Dawson, you got a chance to call the pole shootout on Friday, and you saw this man go to victory lane. I'm talking about James Bomar, one of the drivers making his first start in the PGR 500 this year. Dawson, he has been lights out fast so far. What are we going to see tonight? I know you're standing by with him.
Yeah, the pole sitter for today's PGR 500, James Bomar, stands by. James, you got a copy of it in the broadcast booth.
Yes, sir.
Well, look, starting on pole is a big responsibility for a race like this. And obviously, not having run over in the PGR esports side of things before, this is a first for all of us, but it's especially a first for you. I just want to go through what's running through your mind here, the very raw emotions, the raw mindset working for you here as we get ready to go green.
Honestly, there's nothing really going through my mind. I'm empty-headed right now. Not expecting much, not expecting the worst. Hopefully going to win this race. That's the only thing I'm expecting to do.
Well, and how do you expect to execute that? What is the game plan? What is the strategy for you today to be the first man back to the checkered flag after 500 miles?
Don't make enemies. It's the biggest thing. Don't make enemies. Don't try not to wreck the field. That's my biggest goal. Try not to don't want to make any enemies so I can have some help at the end, if I do end up getting helped. Because I know how the end of these races can get. Sometimes I can make a move and get left out. I'm just hoping I can avoid that.
Well, obviously your first exposure to this kind of racing this week, and you've made it a point every time you talk to me to say you're just not normally on this side of the community. You know, after a few days of racing it now, you talked about not making enemies. Do you feel like you've made an impression on these guys to where you will get some help from some of the bigger names in this field when it comes down to crunch time inside of 50 laps to go?
I want to say I have. I feel like I've raced a lot with a lot of these guys before, and I've tried my hardest to race with them, respect with them. So I'm expecting respect back, but I can't speak for everybody. I know I have my friends. They'll be there with me. I'll be there for them. Just a matter of getting to the end.
Well, James, before we let you go and get ready to bring the field to green here in about 10 minutes, I do want to ask you one more thing. If you were to cross the line first here this afternoon as a PGR 500 champion, what would it mean to you to win not only the money and not only the trophy, but to have the prestige of being a champion of this crown jewel race?
I'm going to be honest. I want to feel like Dale Earnhardt. His first time racing. This is his first time racing any event like this, and if I win, if I win in my first ever start, I'm going to be on top of the world. I'm going to want to come back. I want to come back and keep winning, trying to win at these things.
Well, James, congratulations on winning the pole here this afternoon. Good luck in today's PGR 500. We'll see if we're talking to you at the end of it. Enjoy the race today, and we'll see you after 500 miles.
Yes, sir.
James Bomar, driver of the number 20 Toyota Camry, will roll off from the pole position here this afternoon. And Dawson, he mentioned how much it would mean for him to win this race. I think that's the exact same thought that every driver coming into today has. But I look at a guy like Daniel Falkingham. How much would it mean for him to obviously go back-to-back? And this is only the second annual PGR 500. So I think for every driver, you want that opportunity to say you won one of the first PGR 500s.
I was actually going to use Daniel Falkingham as a reference. Before I get to what it would mean for him to go back-to-back, I want to talk about anyone else in this field that has not yet won this race. And I go back to what Daniel Falkingham said last year post-race after he won. And in that very raw moment, he said it was the biggest win of his sim racing career. That is someone who has won at the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series level. He has the checkered flag hanging behind that trophy that he had on the interview with us right there. And he called this race a bigger win than that. So for every other driver in this field, I think you're going to get that very same vibe. And talking to some of them throughout this week and talking to some of the guys last night that advanced into the feature, even the guys that have won these big money races before, I go to a guy like Cody Nagels. He's a former ERA Omega Cup Spring Bowl champion. That's a $4,000 to win purse. And he was very excited after that race. We all remember the reaction. He even said this would be a bigger win to him than that. He said this would be his biggest win. This is a guy in Cody Nagels that has won everything on the super speedway scene. You heard Matthew Baker last night after his top 3 finish in his dual race say there might be some tears shed. It's going to be a very raw moment for him too. That's a guy who has been doing this for 6+ years at this point in time, almost 7 years as of now, and has won about everything there is to win, and has started a number of big-time races in promotions like ERA. So for guys like that have won so much, to say that this would be the biggest win of their careers, imagine for a guy like a Brock Whitehead or a Garrett Caswell or an Aaron Brown, what it would do for them to win. For Falkingham to go back-to-back, it's unprecedented. Remember back in August, the other PGR crown jewels, the PGR SummerSlam 499. It happened back in August at Talladega in the Gen 6 car, and Malik Ray went back-to-back. That was unprecedented. To go back-to-back in this event, though, even more so unprecedented. Two massive fields, the two largest entry lists in PGR eSports history. This one being 336 drivers. For Falkingham to go back-to-back would be completely unprecedented and a feat we have rarely seen in sim racing.
Definitely something he could achieve, though. We've seen how much he has won in PGR already. Well, another storyline I want to touch on is we're about 5 minutes away here from heading down to the grid and getting the PGR 500 kicked off, is Aaron Brown. And his journey started the week off great, won his heat race, goes on to finish second in the pole shootout. But Dawson, we keep talking about how much it means. His reaction to just simply winning the heat race says it all. I can't imagine what will be going through his head if he's able to cross the checkered flag first here today.
Well, Austin, it would be an all-time driver camera reaction if he's got one today, which I hope he does if he comes across the line first, because, that reaction just for winning the heat race and his interview after, again, just the raw emotion, that's what we all love about racing. That's the joy that we all can see about racing. That's what makes us keep coming back. And I think for Aaron Brown, a guy that's competed again towards the top levels of sim racing, at least on the oval side, a former driver in the college series, and has been on the super speedway scene for a number of years as well. It's raced in a number of the top promotions. For a guy like that to win this race, and again, to come from where he has come from, that would be a huge deal. But, man, the reactions on a driver camera. We remember Daniel Falkingham last year. Again, that's a guy who's won at the pro level of this stuff. For Aaron Brown to win and for the reaction we'd see after it, it'd be a really special moment.
It certainly would. And you think about Coke Series drivers, College Series drivers, we have got a mix of all of them in the field here tonight, leagues from every aspect. A lot of these guys did get the opportunity to run in some 500-mile events leading up to the 2026 PGR 500, but this is going to be the big one, and we are getting closer and closer. Dawson, I do want to start to shift the attention now down track side. We got a lot to talk about, some pre-race ceremonies to go over, but first off, we got to set the stage as we are back at the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. This place needs no name.
It needs no name and it needs no introduction. One of the most hallowed grounds in racing history is the host site for today's PGR 500. What better place, by the way, to crown a PGR 500 champion than the famed Daytona International Speedway? 2.5 miles in length, 31-degree banking in the corners, about 15 in the tri-oval, and 3 on the straightaways. Opened in 1959, it has hosted the Daytona 500 for over 60 years. And now it begins a new era in sim racing and PGR history with the running of the 2026 PGR 500.
Yeah, 30-plus degrees of the banking here in the corners at Daytona. One of the biggest differences between here and Talladega, it is not quite as wide. So that means we are going to see a lot of 3 wide, but tight quarters racing means you have to be aware at all times. And, of course, we talk about the big one, Dawson, something that all the drivers fear. With no fast repair in this race, it's something you've got to keep in mind early. I know you want to get aggressive. I know you want to get to the front. But if you get yourself caught up in a wreck early, you're not going to have a shot to go for the big money at the end of this thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think the aero package underneath this next-gen race car now kind of lends itself to a little bit more calm racing early in the race. Remember last year with the big runs and big blocks that we saw with this Gen 7 car pre-update, it really contributed to guys wanting to feel out what they could and couldn't do early, and it led to a lot of crazy moments early in that race last year for about the first 90 laps, but after that it calmed down. I think you'll see it calm down earlier than that this time around in this race as we get into some pit cycles throughout the first couple of runs. I think guys will start to calm down and really put their minds to what the goal ahead is. We've seen a lot of crazy racing this week, but I think last night we saw guys start to figure out what the limits are.
Absolutely, and you see the payouts there on your screen. Unofficially, there will be some adjustments, at least on the up end of these payouts, so actually a couple spots going to see even more money than what you see listed on your screen. One thing for certain, though, the winner going to be taking home $3,000, and of course that PGR 500 championship trophy. The other 2 podium finishers will take home PGR 500 trophies, with $1,500 going to second, and I believe a late change with it being $1,000 to third place. Also, we know it's one of the most high payouts of any unofficial iRacing event that we have seen across the sim. A lot of guys want an opportunity to win, but even if you finish, I go back to top 15, top 20, you're still making good money coming into this thing.
Absolutely, you're going to make good money, but what consolation will that be is my question. Obviously, if you finish inside the top 20 and you overcome some adversity, that would mean something for a driver. But if you're inside the top 5, top 10 on the last lap and you have an opportunity to win, that $1,500 is nice, Austin, but there's nothing that compares to being a PGR 500 champion.
Nothing that compares. Well, the wait is just about over as we're going to head down trackside for pre-race ceremonies where Tyler Stone will proudly perform our national anthem. The stage is set, the engines have been fired, and we are now just moments away from the drop of the green flag in the 2026 PGR 500. So without further ado, let's get a look at the starting grid here this afternoon. The man who will start on the pole for the second annual PGR 500 is none other than the Toyota Camry number 20 machine for James Bomar. We talk about the job that he did, of course, not only in his heat race, but being able to win the pole shootout to get himself that front starting spot. Aaron Brown, one of the College Series drivers, was able to finish second in the pole shootout. He won his heat race. He'll roll off second here tonight. Back in row number 2, dual winner Garrett Caswell. He'll start third. Into his outside, it's going to be dual 2 winner and Coke Series driver Dylan Alt. Steven Miles, he'll have a little bit of work to do, but good starting position overall. He'll roll off fifth tonight in the number 24 Chevy, and he's going to have Matthew Baker in the Coasting Thunder machine to his outside in 6th. Back in row number 4, it's going to be Austin Call, one of the underdog stories of the week. He'll roll off 7th. He'll have Josh Ball in the 33 to his outside in 8th. And the final 2 drivers inside the top 10, Trey Whitehead on the inside of row number 5 for the Grindstone Development's Truck Series. In D3, Daniel Eberhardt, we've seen him win some of these key mark events before. He'll roll off from 10th.
Just one of the great stories of the weekend so far. Alexander Kroenke will roll from the 11th position, and alongside him, it's a winner in just about everything he has done on the super speedway scene. A former ERA Omega Cup Spring Bowl champ, Cody Nagels, in car number 6. Back on row 7, Caden Diedrich will start from 13th in the 024, and alongside him, it's Kenny Reel carrying the banner for Jack Shack Racing this afternoon. Row 8. It was Beast Mode Performance's Paul Gallimore. He'll be in the 11 on the car, the 111 on the timing and scoring in 15th. It'll be Andrew Paleschi, one of the drivers out of the Last Chance qualifiers yesterday afternoon. He'll roll from 16th. On row 9, it's Hunter Hastings, one of the young upstarts of the super speedway community in car number 44. One of the veterans, Dylan Jones, in car 011. And rounding out the top 20, another upstart driver in the 25, the outside pole sitter for last summer's SummerSlam 499, Wyatt Gray. And alongside him, it's Blake Neer in the 14.
And one of the late additions to the LCQs, Jack Simpson, the Canadian driver, making the most of it. He'll roll off 23rd here tonight, 21st. He'll have Matthew Zwack, one of the former Coke Series drivers, to his outside in 22nd. Another one of the Grindstone Development's Truck Series drivers in Team Conti Sim Performance. That's Craig Janzak. He'll roll off 23rd tonight, and he will have Kevin Champagne in the 94 to his outside in 24th. Back in row number 13, the man who will start 25th is Timothy Harper in the 23. John Ellis Jr., good to see him back in the field tonight. He'll roll off from 26th. Matthew Taylor in the 044 Chevy. He'll start from 27th tonight. He'll have Ryan Chapman, another one of the underdogs coming into this event, who rolls off 28th. Brian Hennings, one of the Team PGR drivers, starts 29th, and he'll have a teammate in Mike Davenport to his outside in 30th.
The representation there on row 15 for Team PGR. Back on row 16, it's the 0-1-0 of Justin Johnson, and alongside him, Barrett Polimis had a pit strategy last night, the duel that helped him get here. He'll roll from 32nd. Row 17, Rocky Boyd in the 16 will roll from alongside another upstart driver, Asher Little, the Sundrop Chevy in the 0-1. Row 18, Cole Larson has started a number of these big money events, looking to go to victory lane today in the 20. Alongside him, another one of the super speedway ringers, it's Spencer Burns in car 06. Back on row number 19, it'll be Brock Whitehead in the 31, alongside Jaden Newson in the 78. Row 20, Tucker McClendon's been one of the Cinderella stories of this event so far. He'll go from 39th. Kyle Zittel, one of the recruitment race drivers from a few weeks ago, made it out of his duel last night. He'll go from 40th, and we'll wrap the field for you real quick as well. Row 21, Adam Garza started both last year's PGR 500 and the SummerSlam 499. He'll go from 41st. Cade McClenny will go from position number 42. And then a trio of provisional drivers. 2 title sponsor provisionals. Today going to Chris Blanchard for that towing company and John Ward for CCR and the Flying Aces. And of course, the defending champ of the PGR 500. He'll go from shotgun on the field today with the defending champions provisional. That's Daniel Falkingham.
And the field single file going to roll down here to check the pit speed. Before we look at the race breakdown, Dawson, big update here as James Bomar, some sort of issue, will not be starting from the pole position here this afternoon. We're going to head down and introduce our pit reporter Tyler Vickery for an update on the situation. Tyler, what are you hearing?
Yeah, right now from what I'm hearing for James Bomar, he's having a lot of computer issues right now. Been hearing over a lot of the voice chatter in the game in iRacing right now. Apparently don't know exactly the computer issue he is dealing with, but he at first wasn't sure whether or not he was going to be able to make it. However, he is now in the session. He is going to be sitting on pit road. They're going to do as much as they can to get him back into the field, but big development there for him being on the pole position, but having computer issues and not able to make the grid at the time.
Big update indeed, Tyler. Thank you for the report. Well, Dawson, obviously, big implication for Bomar right there. But one of the other things to keep in mind here is that if he was able to reconnect, which again, we'll get an update on that when the race goes green, it's important that he doesn't fall a lap down. It's so tough to get back. The good news is this is, of course, a 500-mile, 200-lap event, so he will have a lot of time if he can get those issues sorted out.
Yeah, what an unfortunate way to start the day for James Bomar on the pole position, though. To have technical issues before we even take a lap is so unfortunate for him. We'll see if he does make it back in and is able to get under the green flag and try to stay from going several laps down and getting behind the 8 ball. The race analysis is very simple. It's 200 laps, 500 miles to determine the PGR 500 champion. It is a 100% fuel load aboard these race cars, a fuel range of about 35 to 40 laps per tank. There are 7 extra tire sets in the pits, 8 counting the ones that they will start this race on. 3 green-white checkered attempts should we need them. No fast repair on this race car today. You only have 1 car to go with for 200 laps and 500 miles, and a fixed setup provided by Team Watson Racing Setups. Austin, it has been so racy this week. I can't wait to see what it does today.
Absolutely. Well, the moment we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. The field getting ready for 500 miles of battle here at the World Center of Racing. One driver looking to become a PGR 500 champion, and it's going to be Garrett Caswell and Aaron Brown who will lead us to green. Field now works into the Simrat Market restart zone. Green flag in the air. We are racing at Daytona.
Field will work off of turn number 4 for the first time of 200 laps, and so far it is civilized up at the front. A big honor for the dual winner, Garrett Caswell, that he did not expect. He brought this field to green. He leads lap 1, but now the challenge comes on the outside in the form of Aaron Brown. Dylan Alt rolls with them, then Matthew Baker. No one really moving out of line yet from their starting position. Some moves further back, trying to make up spots. It's the outside, though, that prevails. Off 2 with Aaron Brown.
So far, so good. Still 2x2. Aaron Brown leads the way down the super stretch. Has an option here. He's going to go to the inside. That opens up the opportunity up top. For the first time tonight, Dylan Alt now going to go to the lead, this afternoon. The 24 of Stephen Miles. We talked about him, of course, winning his heat race. Third on the inside, but it's Garrett Caswell who is the lead pusher. Nagel's already making his way to the front as well. And it is a lot of excitement early. One thing, though, everybody keeping their cool. 2x2 all the way back to the field as they cross the stripe. 2 laps complete here at Daytona.
So far, so good at the front of the field. Further back, there is a third lane trying to form, but nothing too solid yet. Out back about 15 rows deep in the field as guys try to come forward and work their way through the field here in just a moment. All on the outside, Baker pushing him with Josh Ball. If you remember his run last night in the duels, and that Red Bull Mustang third on the outside, another super speedway ringer. On the inside, Brown, Caswell, and then Miles. Again, pretty simple up here at the front. No real big moves, even from the guys up front. I'm a little surprised, but I can't say that I'm too shocked that the guys up front are just wanting to take care of each other. Third line is starting to work. Austin Whitehead, Ellis, Burns, Rocky Boy. There's one more car up there, and all of a sudden we're going to be 3 wide, 3 laps in.
Yeah, it didn't take very long for the aggression to really start to pick up here towards the front of the pack. 2x2 still for about the first 3 rows. That third lane, though, trying to get work in. It is going to take a moment to really get that momentum charged up. We talked, though, about how sporty this TWRS racing setup has been all week, and now we're going to see another move to the high side. 3 wide down the super stretch. Aaron Brown on the bottom begins to fade, and the man who will charge in front of them all, Dylan Alt into turn 3, leads the way.
No surprise to me, Dylan Alt wanting to control this race early and get the comfort level up, but he will face a challenge here up the banking of turns 3 and 4 from the co-owner of PGR Esports, the man carrying the Coasting Thunder colors today, Matthew Baker. Pokes the 5 out in clean air for the first time on the push from Aaron Brown. Meanwhile, the third lane continues to work. Cody Nagels has moved up there. No surprises there as the former Spring Bowl champ moves to the high lane in front of Trey Whitehead. No one else jumping out in front of him yet, so he's gotten only as far as about the 6th position on the racetrack. That's the battle. He and Kenny Reel and Garrett Caswell. Meanwhile, Rocky Boyd dips out from behind John Ellis. A bit of a moment there as they almost come together off the end of turn number 2. They all keep it straight. Third lane starting to go backwards. John Ward in the purple and yellow Flying Aces car was the other car I saw up in that lane. Asher Little, Jaden Newson are up there as well. It's all Baker back into turn 3 as the outside continues to be the dominant lane so far.
So far, so good. We are now 5 laps in the books here at Daytona. Starting to single file out for about the top 5. The Coasting Thunder Chevy. Matthew Baker leads the way. That third lane still trying to make something happen. Cody Nagels has got the help, but they just can't seem to generate the momentum at the moment. Further back towards the field, a little bit of a separation. Not quite 2 packs. Trouble. 1 in the wall. Can they all save it? No caution going to fly as trouble strikes early here at Daytona.
And this is what can happen when the racing is crazy early, is an early incident can give guys some damage that provides an early setback to some of the drivers. This one got started up actually way towards the front. I saw it starting to happen before it ever did. It started around the 11 of Kenny Reel as he moved up right in front of one of the other cars behind him. John Ellis was the first car to get turned out of line. The Sim Seats Mustang, the black, white, and red car that you'll see on replay here in just a moment. But again, when the racing is this crazy early, this unpredictable early, as if it's late in the race, you open yourself up to this kind of potential for an early race incident to take out a number of race cars. I don't think that this one has dealt any fatal blows to anyone, Austin, but certainly not the start that certain guys wanted.
Not the start at all. 7 and 200 laps complete. By the way, all yellow flags here throughout the PGR 500 are presented by the NASRA 360 Racing Network. They've got a big event coming up on March 7th with the NASRA 6 Hours of Le Mans. That'll be 6 hours of strategy, teamwork, and endurance only on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Well, we talked all about endurance and attrition here tonight. And as we go back and get our first look at the incident here, as they were going into turn 1, you're going to see one car here that gets out of shape early on. That was where the trouble really started here, and it looked like it may have been, trying to figure out if that was the 11 or the 23 that I saw first slide out of line, but then the 21 of John Ellis Jr. gets collected. Man, big hit for Paleshi there. Asher Little had a little bit of contact. And then even towards the back end of it here, Dawson, you see the 14 sliding in with nowhere to go. A lot of drivers that were deciding to take it easy early on, and this was the exact reason. They were worried about this sort of chaos breaking out at the front of the field.
Yeah, and I can't say I blame them now. Certainly that strategy looks to be the correct one on this first caution. I can tell you there is severe damage on the Timothy Harper machine. That's that green and white Shamrock Toyota that you see right there in the middle of your frame. As he has damage that must be repaired on pit road here. He'll have to come to the service of his pit crew. It really got started up front, and if possible, I'd love to go back and take a look at what initiated this, and it was a block from Kenny Reel up front about the 5th position in the 11 car. As he got across the nose of the car behind him. Unfortunately, the block was a little bit late, and what it did is it knocked Kenny Reel's car out of line. He tried everything he could to save it, but in the process of doing so, got out of shape, got into the outside wall. You saw the outside lane stack up, and then John Ellis Jr. was the car that got out of shape behind him, got turned out of line in the stack up. You see the right front on Timothy Harper there. Obviously, that is severe damage. It could very well be a day ender for the Shamrock Toyota.
That would be a tough break early on, too. We are seeing reports that for Timothy Harper, of course, in the 23 that you just mentioned, Dawson, the meatball flag. So, yes, likely going to end his night. If nothing else, he will at least have to go in for some required repairs. Here's another view. This is going to be looking out back here. And as we slow it down, you see Hunter Hastings in the 44. There's Kenny Reel going up just a little bit late. He wiggles, not quite able to save it. Once he gets up into the outside wall, here comes the rest of the field. Dawson, everybody trying to dodge it, but just nowhere to go. And that stack up eventually leads to our first incident here of the night. And this is going to reset us now, give everybody a chance to breathe. Obviously, a lot of jitters coming into this event, but with an early run out of the way, you got to think a lot of drivers have kind of gotten those butterflies out of their stomach, Dawson. And we'll see if we can get back to some green flag racing here once we get back to green flag.
Yeah, and I think, again, this harkens back to last year. Last year, an early caution in this race, but inside the 5-lap mark, and myself and Evan Pasoko at the time got to talking about maybe the butterflies were not gone yet, and that we hadn't run enough laps for guys to get the butterflies out of their system. I harken back to the SummerSlam 499 back in August as well. An early caution earlier than this one. At least today, guys had a few laps to feel things out and work through the issues that they may have had, or work through the butterflies that they may have had coming off the grid. So I think for a lot of guys now, as they pace under this first caution, they can all take a deep breath and have the moment of, all right, I know what the goal is at hand. I know what there is to race for at the end of this thing. You're in race mode now, about 8 laps into this race. You are fully focused on what you have to do. There aren't going to be any nerves, at least until the final 50 laps, when those nerves will certainly come back into the back of your mind.
Absolutely, and you see Kenny Reel going to make it out of the pits here. Didn't look like the damage was too bad on the number 11 Toyota Camry, so one of the Jack Shack drivers in the field here this afternoon will be able to continue on. 8 of 200 laps in the books, and it's going to be Aaron Brown here who will lead us back to green with the lights going off on the pace car, indicating just one more lap here before we will get back to racing. You go back through the field here, some of the guys who have already been making their way up towards the front. Hunter Hastings, who you saw just on the front end of that last incident, was able to actually make it through, though, without any damage, so he did not have to go in for any damage repairs. He'll restart from the 5th spot. He's up 12 positions from where he started this race at Dawson, but I go back to a guy like Cody Nagels, Spencer Burns, even Rocky Boyd. Those two have picked up 20-plus positions from where they started this race at. And then going back to some of the underdog picks, I look at a guy like Austin Hall, even further back towards Kyle Zittel, still outside of the top 15, but they have also been working their way towards the front.
Yeah, and I think big movers early is going to determine, the mindset of some of these drivers. And it's another thing I noticed in last year's race, is that the guys that were on the move early were more in the camp of wanting to be aggressive, and that's where they feel the most comfortable. Cody Nagels, I think, is example A of that, but, the guys that have moved up plus 20, I think Rocky Boyd is definitely in that camp. Spencer Burns as well. John Ward in the 92, we saw him up front early last year. So I think for those guys, they've run enough of these big-time races where they feel most comfortable up front in the front part of the field, throwing some of the big blocks and big moves. That is their comfort zone, their wheelhouse, if you will. It's exciting to me, though, to see a new driver like Hunter Hastings, a newer driver, rather, an upstart driver on the super speedway scene wanting to come forward early. That shows me the confidence that he has in his abilities this weekend, in his race car this week. He's had a really good week in that 44, and, it's so exciting to see a guy like that come to the front and want to test the waters early and see maybe what'll work for him later on in the race, try to put himself on the radar to be a winner.
Absolutely. Well, field back into 2x2 formation. The iRacing.com pace car going to make the left turn for the first time here tonight for our first restart attempt. Aaron Brown and Garrett Caswell will lead him back into the Simrat Market restart zone. Green flag is back in the air at Daytona, and it's a good restart for the inside line. Aaron Brown's going to get the big jump out of the gate. but watch for the organization up top. Matthew Baker in the number 5 coasting Chevy, one of the veterans of money racing. He knows how to get it together, and he knows how to get this line moving forward. Stephen Miles is going to join the fray. Multiple others have lined up on this high side as they're going to now make the charge off of turn 2. Baker thinking about a jump to the inside, but he'll cut Caswell a break. 2x2, but it's the top lane with the momentum down the super stretch.
The top lane with all of the momentum right now with the dual winner Garrett Caswell on the bumper of Matthew Baker. Stephen Miles, Dylan Alt are the help behind them along with Spencer Burns. Inside continues to be Aaron Brown, Josh Ball, then the Hastings car we just talked about, then Cody Nagels, and then Trey Whitehead in car number 23. So at the front of the field, simplification still continues to be too wide on this second run of the race. 191, make it 190 laps to go here at Daytona. Again, a long race here this afternoon. The guys are not treating it like such here at the front of the field so far. Aaron Brown goes to the lead on the push from Josh Ball on the outside. Hunter Hastings and Matthew Baker up there now. Hastings making the move to the outside as well in car 44 with Baker along with him. Stephen Miles comes forward. Dylan Alt comes forward. Spencer Burns comes forward. And the bottom lane works backwards all of a sudden. The first car out of line that I saw was John Ward for a moment and Jack Simpson. They both are going to relegate here to the top side of the racetrack. And back into turn 3. The outside continues to roll single file. No moves. Now back to John Ward. Ward on the bumper of Caswell now. No surprise to me. If those two would be working together, they have some history together in the past. They lead the bottom lane. Hunter Hastings takes a peek. Matthew Baker takes a peek. Nobody wanted to go anywhere. Now Alt to the bottom. Baker to the bottom. Ball to the bottom. All three with Spencer Burns and another car, Simpson, out back that crossed up Rocky Boyd. They'll all go to the lead all of a sudden here in turn 1, a coordinated move. Josh Ball in the Red Bull Mustang goes to the point with Matthew Baker as his push. Notice how much more strung out rather, the field is on this second run with 189 laps to go than it was just a moment ago under our first caution flag. Ball up the racetrack. He'll take the lead from Brown. Baker on the bottom with Alt. They've got Simpson that has joined the party with them, and then the Caswell line is really trying to get things going out back, but it is just not working for them right now as they work. Baker and Ball continue to be your leaders. It will be lap 13 this time by. With the guys pitting on lap 7, it's likely they can go past the lap 40 mark on this fuel tank, so still a long way to go till we think about that first pit stop. Rocky Boyd took a look out of line. He'll get shuffled backwards, nobody wanting to go with him right now. In car 16, John Ward will let him in line. 7th in line on the outside, up in that middle groove behind Cade McClenny, as all of them continue to run 2x2. Look at the gaps being given right now, and I talked about this last year. As well as in the SummerSlam 499, some of the gaps given early in terms of space in front of you. The stack-ups, you see one right there with Rocky Boyd and Cade McClenny, have been so massive this week that these guys are wanting to give a car length to a car length and a half of room for a long race like this. And again, not a surprise to me as they roll off turn 4 and back to the start-finish line that these guys are wanting to be more conservative. These guys at the front, some of the most pedigreed drivers in these kinds of races. I talked about Nagels and Boyd and Baker. Of course, Dylan Alt races on the professional level. Spencer Burns has done this for a long time. Aaron Brown has done this for a long time. These are guys that know what they're doing. They've been in these positions before. All of them have raced 500 miles at some point in their careers. Aaron Brown, though, wants to retake the lead. He'll do it on the nose of Spencer Burns. First time we've seen Burns at the front in the Lightning McQueen color paint scheme as the bottom pulls 2, almost 3 cars clear. It still continues to be too wide. On the outside, Kenny Reel will go a lap down. We should note there was a cause of caution penalty called on Kenny Reel in car number 11 for the Jack Shack. He was called as the cause of caution. He had to do a drive-through penalty after that cause of caution penalty. You'll notice that about 20 cars are along the inside line. 3 wide out back with Reel as he continues to go 1 lap down. But everybody goes ahead and lets him in line. Again, about the first half of the field is double file. The back half is single file. Working at the banking one, it's Burns against Brown for the lead.
And for Spencer Burns, a guy who, again, we've seen in plenty of big events before, he leads the charge as they're going to be coming up on one of the lap cars here. Early trouble. Well, I shouldn't say early trouble. James Bomar going to be another one of the cars that is going to have to deal with some of the trouble he's had early on in this race, but that was actually Andrew Pileshi in the 81 machine that the field will work by as they went down the super stretch. Off into turn 3 and 4, though. The man who still leads the way, Spencer Burns. Josh Ball on the outside. The 33 car trying to make his way out to the front of the field. And 2x2 all the way back through about the middle portions of this lead pack. Then they single file out. Some of the guys being conservative, but also Dawson. We talk so much about pit strategy when it comes to a 500-mile event. A lot of these guys are thinking about early what sort of fuel mileage they can get in these race cars, what they want to take for tires, among a few other things. But right now, it is all about the 2x2 action at the front. Ball and Burns continue to lead down the super stretch. Aaron Brown, the lead pusher on the inside. and it is still Hunter Hastings doing the work on the ice outside.
Yeah, Hunter Hastings has been very comfortable in this race early. Again, we talked about, wanting to come up here and compete and see what you've got for later. And for a guy that's not as experienced in this position, it is such a good learning experience right now with 185 laps to go to figure out what you can do later when it comes down to it. The chips are on the table. Brown gets the lead back on the outside from Burns. He's got Ball with him. Inside continues to be Burns, then Baker, then Alt. Stephen Miles runs in behind them on the outside. As you're on board now with the aforementioned Hastings machine, this is what he's seeing out the front of his windshield right now. Not much in terms of the cars in front of him, just Josh Ball and Aaron Brown up in the outside lane of the racetrack. But again, I'd point to, and this is a great angle to see it, Austin, the gap he's leaving between himself and Josh Ball. Throughout this week, we have seen so much pushing that has been 4, 5, 6, and 7 cars deep in line. And so far in this race, since that first caution flag, these guys have backed off the pushes to a degree and have started to be a little more conservative. And it starts there with Hastings. You see the gap left by Miles as well in the 24. What that's done is it's given the third lane an opportunity to race. They're going to do just that. It's Ellis, Nagels, and others that are now up there. 4 cars total. Reel and Gallimore join them against the safer barrier.
And looking in the rearview mirror here for Hunter Hastings, he sees that third lane with a big run. Stephen Miles thought about it, but he's going to stay down to the middle. Now Hunter Hastings will have the decision, and it looks like he is going to find himself trapped in the middle, at least for the moment, the 44. Content to push right now. Aaron Brown, though, back to the lead in the middle, as he's got all the momentum down the super stretch in that number 18 car. We talk about Cade McClenney and his journey and making it to this week. Right now, he's doing the pushing to the back bumper of the 33 of Josh Ball as they work into turn number 4. We're going to be coming to the line. It'll be 19 of 200 laps complete. A lot of pushing and shoving, but Dawson, as mentioned, guys being a little bit more conservative right now. There's the move from McClenney. He's going to jump to the middle. He'll lead lap number 19 here at Daytona.
Gabe McClenney, a guy that has started a couple of different PGR Crown Jewel races over his career. New colors aboard his car from what we saw the rest of the week. Back to the familiar 05 aboard that Toyota Camry as he'll go to the point for the first time. Josh Ball will run alongside him in car 33. Ball, another guy in a similar spot to Hastings. Josh Ball is a more league racing centric super speedway racer. Not as familiar maybe with the 500 milers and these big money events, but continues to run up front here as he will roll to the inside in car number 33. McClenney, Brown, and Hastings pull clear. And again, I note the gaps these guys are leaving. About 140 laps from now, those gaps will be a lot smaller. But for now, guys are more than willing to run double file. Again, give plenty of room. A bit of a change in pattern from last year. If you'll remember last year, the first 90 laps were insanity from start to finish. These guys got worn out by about the halfway mark and got into a lull in this race. Today, it seems like that lull is starting a little bit earlier. You may think, well, they're still double file. How is this a lull? Again, I point to the gaps. I point to the less aggressive pushing. This is riding, essentially, for these guys right now. Nothing too crazy being done. Nagels, Reel, Gallimore, and Ellis, by the way, jumped in line about 6 cars deep in the outside lane. So they are not going to try to jump out to the safer barrier right now, to the high rent district, if you will. They're content to run just outside the top 10. In about the 11th position is where that group begins. Back around Nagels, the white car with teal and red markings there on the outside right behind Spencer Burns. Lap 21, 180 laps to go at Daytona. As McClenney continues to lead, again, the push is not quite as aggressive, I think, as maybe we expected, but all of a sudden, Brown and Hastings start to push a little harder. So does Josh Ball and Rocky Boyd on the inside. We're going to go back to racing here off 2.
Yeah, and for Cade McClenney right now on the outside, not a lot of push behind. Hunter Hastings, though, will pick up a little bit of help now from Stephen Miles, but it's still Aaron Brown who leads the way, and he'll jump back to the high side down the backstretch. Interesting note here, you notice what Aaron Brown's doing, trying to keep control of the field. We talk so much about cycling lanes and trying to keep everybody cool engine temp-wise. And with that track temp currently sitting in the low 80s, not going to be a huge issue. It'll get even better as we start to transition into the nighttime hours here for this race. But Dawson, this is good practice for Aaron Brown early, a dress rehearsal, if you will, to what he would like to do in that 18 machine towards the end of the race. But Cade McClenney now getting tanded up as they work up the banking into turn number 1. The outside continues to roll the 33 of Ball, just not able to get together with the 2 pushers behind him as Rocky Boyd and Matthew Baker continue to stay filed on that inside line.
Yeah, Josh Ball and Matthew Baker, they jumped down there with Rocky Boyd and tried to make something happen down there on the bottom lane of the racetrack, but the bottom continues to work backwards, and this goes back to what I was talking about yesterday in the dual races when the track got a little bit cooler. Today's track temp is a little bit lower than we've been used to throughout the week. Remember, the heat races were up around the 100-degree mark in terms of track temp, and it gave the opportunity for lines to get runs a lot quicker than they were last night in the dual race. It took a few laps for you to get a line moving last night, but when it did, it got going in a hurry. Spencer Burns jumps down in front of Josh Ball. That will help. Josh Ball with fresh engine temperatures can push all he wants on the bottom, and now poking his nose in clean air. I wondered when the first move would be for this driver, the Exalta Chevy on the inside. One of the most dominant runs in speed weeks that we've seen yet. Steven Miles jumps to the inside. He wants a trip to the lead. They've only gotten about as far as third. That's as far as they'll go here into 3. But Miles wants a trip to the lead. The Exalta Chevy on the push from Burns. He will try to go to the inside, but Brown will throw the block. Tell you what, comfortable, calm, cool, collected blocking so far from Brown, the outside pole sitter.
And here we go. Steven Miles going to go back to the high side. Brown thought about the cover, but he's going to think better of it, at least for now. Side by side as they cross the line. Spencer Burns also bringing himself right back into the mix as he'll give a big shot to the 18 down into turn number 1. Well, 24 laps in the books. And Dawson, you look towards pretty much the back of this lead pack. As we stand at the moment, still over 25 cars deep, but as they start to get back towards the 30th, I would say actually 25th through 35th positions, that's where everybody single files out. And I still continue to wonder, are they trying to save fuel? You can make it anywhere between about 35 to 40 laps on a full tank of gas here at Daytona, but for the guys in the draft that are maybe saving and not have to go full throttle, maybe they stretch it a little bit further. It'll be interesting to see if that plays out later. That was a big move right there from Steven Miles in the 24. Went to the inside. It looked like Josh Ball wanted to take that run, but Miles was able to beat him down to the double yellow line. Remember, here at Daytona, there is out of bounds. You are not allowed to go down below that yellow line to advance position. You can be penalized. That's something to keep in mind as we get to the end of the race. Cody Nagel's now back to the high side. They're going to be 3 wide off of turn 2.
Yeah, 3 wide back around the Cody Nagel's machine in the 6. Again, John Ellis has gone with him. Those two working well together so far, trying to come forward up against the outside wall. They have Dylan Alt and Matthew Baker with them. Now they'll be joined by one more. Cade McClenny to the outside in the car 005. He'll jump to the outside of Josh Ball in the 33. So now 4 rows of 3 wide. Make it 4. It was 5 with Baker up front. Rocky Boyd, that was dangerous down across the nose of Aaron Brown, but he makes it work in car 16. Does not cut off the nose of Brown, just barely got down in front of him. Spencer Burns, by the way, had a big one a moment ago that you may have saw as well as he jumped across the nose of Ball in the outside lane. Almost cost a stack up. Ball takes the run this time. He finally got that inside run on the Red Bull Mustang. Miles down to block, but Ball has no help. Rocky Boyd's got the assistance up in the outside lane. That is from Spencer Burns. Brown trying to come to the aid of Ball. Still drop back to car number 18 on the inside. And the outside continues to roll with Miles, Boyd, Burns, and now Hastings. And Jack Simpson, plus 15 for him. Plus 31 for Rocky Boyd, plus 33 for Burns, plus 33 for McClenny. Up tonight, plus 34 for one of the provisional drivers, John Ward, as he breaks the top 10 for the first time off 4.
3 Chevys, a Ford, and a Toyota make up the top 5 right now, but it's Steven Miles who leads the way here at Daytona. Inside line, trying to regroup and make a charge back towards the front. You mentioned Jack Simpson, one of the Canadian drivers making a start in the field tonight. He's picked up 14 spots from where he started this race at. He's got Dylan Alt, the 42 machine, currently sitting in line just behind him. A little bit further back, right around 15th, 16th position. Matthew Baker, Garrett Caswell, 2 of the drivers who were able to start closer towards the front of the field, minding their P's and Q's right now. And Dawson, it seems like as each lap goes by, we start to see more and more drivers that are single filing out. It makes you wonder if we're getting to that point in the race where guys want to start to click off laps. Maybe the aggression calms down for a little bit.
Well, also the pit number is coming up, Austin, about 15 laps away from what we anticipate to be the first pit stop cycle of the race. And if you'll remember, last night you talked about guys saving fuel. And while I anticipate that guys will try, what we noticed last night is that the groups that actually pitted earlier came out on top in terms of timing, save for a few cars in a pack with cars like Charlie Morgan and others that pit a little bit later and made it work just by running good lap times. But what we've seen this week is that the early pit stop tends to be the faster group on exit. They tend to get more delta on their exit laps once they all get grouped back together. So what we notice is the early pit works. Now, you will be trying to save fuel here because later in the race, if you build up 4 to 5 pit stop cycles where you can get an extra 4 laps apiece, that's a whole lot less gas you'll be able to take later in the race. It'll make your pit stop short of trouble. Josh Ball's around right at the front of the field. Kenny Reel comes back up. Aaron Brown collected. We're going to have a big one here in the Tri-Oval on lap 28.
And it's going to collect about 3 cars. Aaron Brown looked like the other one was indeed Kenny Reel. Brings out our 3rd caution here of the night. And I'll tell you what, second caution so far here of the night. And this is going to be another interesting restart here because these guys just started to get into what felt like a pretty good rhythm here. And all of a sudden, that's going to change things back up once again. It was chaos that started basically right at the front of the pack for this one, and it was an interesting setup for timing. Josh Ball was getting ready to go to the lead. Everybody had actually ditched Stephen Miles as they were coming off of turn 4. And then all of a sudden, next thing you knew, the 33 was spinning. The big question was, what caused that to be the issue? You see right there? Oh, man, looks like just a swipe from the 11 of Kenny Reel. A little bit of contact to the back bumper, hooks him. And that's going to lead to the issue. We'll go get a replay on that here in just a moment. But with this caution, Dawson, obviously everybody going to get an opportunity to go into the pits, get some gas, maybe tires if you want to take them, and reset here for another restart at Daytona.
Yeah, just as guys were starting to think about green flag pit stops too, and again, unfortunately, it's going to involve the Jack Shack entry of Kenny Reels. He tried to get his lap back the hard way. He had gone a lap down a moment ago. You saw him get bypassed by the field. And as we go back to look at the replay, watch this first push moves the ball up the track, or down the track rather. The second one is what we call a swipe, as he swipes across the back bumper and hooks the 33 of Ball. Hastings is in it. There's another car back there in it as well. Can't tell particularly which car that is, but obviously we talked about Aaron Brown getting turned as well. You're on board with Real. I'll show you what I mean. This first push right about here was going to move him down, and then it's the second one. That's the swipe that turns him to his right. Of course, Kenny Reel gets in it. Aaron Brown. It's a tough break for him in the 18. Looked like he had it missed. And then one other car, black and yellow car, got involved further back. Again, I could not tell. It might have been the Kroenke machine, the 57, I believe it was.
All things considered, still could have obviously been a lot worse with where that incident took place right at the front of the pack. For Aaron Brown, it's going to be a significant setback if he has to go to the back. The good news is he didn't get a lot of damage, so he may not actually have to go in to worry about that. Mainly just a big slide through the grass for the number 18 Chevy. And you see a couple of cars here in the pits. This is a mix here. A lot of guys without damage, of course, going in to top off on fuel. Few drivers may be taking tires if they didn't like the handling of these race cars, but you cannot make any adjustments to the setups. And you look for some of the guys that tried to advance positions here through the pits. One of them that is now starting to slowly but surely make their way to the front, Dawson, is Paul Gallimore. We saw him win LCQ number 1. The driver of the Bumblebee number 11 is continuing to charge towards the front, but as things start to cycle back out here, it'll be interesting to see who is going to lead us back to green, as it looks like it may be the 92 Purple machine, the Degapro's captain of John Ward.
Yeah, Gallimore, such a cool story. I like to call, Gallimore calculated in his actions. I've gotten to see Paul race a number of these super speedway races now, and not ever over the line of being too aggressive, not ever, to the point where his moves are too crazy for him to control. It's always very controlled. It's always a few steps ahead, and he always seems to know where the run is coming from. So for Gallimore, no surprise to me that he is on the move in car number 11, the Bumblebee Chevrolet, towards the tail end. John Ward goes to the lead for the first time, one of the provisional cars, the biggest mover as well, plus 42 for the driver out of the Degapro's stable, carrying the Flying Aces on board his 92, the bright purple. A new look for him, by the way, considering what we're used to. I want to talk about some other movers. McClenny, we've mentioned, plus 36 for him in the 05. We talked about a couple of others towards the tail end of the top 10, top 15. About plus 29 for Kyle Zittel. Ran in the pole shootout on Friday, ran in the duel last night, and is up from 40th to 11th. Brock Whitehead is plus 25 in car number 31, one of the last drivers into this field. Now make it plus 26 as he will come by the start-finish line. Plus 22 for Cole Larson, plus 26 for Adam Garza, plus 27 for the guy I want to highlight here, Austin, plus 26 positions to the defending winner, Daniel Falkingham.
Daniel Falkingham said it was going to be a grind to get to the front of the field, and so far so good for the number 39 machine. Quick update, Dawson, on that last incident. Did see reports that the drive-through penalty for cause of caution actually went to the 06 of Spencer Burns. And I know we already went back and looked at a replay, but upon further, look, if you will, by race control, it was the 06 who actually pushed the 11 into an offset push that turned the 33. So just a quick update on that, as Spencer Burns now will have to make up some ground before this thing is all said and done. 31 laps in the books, still a long ways from halfway, but for John Ward, potentially the first opportunity so far this afternoon for him to try to get up here and lead some laps under green. It's so important. We talk about you got to know what your car is going to do and where you need to put yourself at the end of this race. The only way you can do that is to get up in the draft and see what you have got to work with. Now for Ward here, he is going to have a pretty good setup behind him. I look at a guy like Trey Whitehead and the job that he's been doing so far here tonight. He's been in these races before, trying to represent Whitehead Racing See if he can find victory lane here in the 2026 PGR 500. Stephen Miles, Cade McClenny, still up inside the top 5. For Cody Nagels, we talked about him in the pre-race. Former ERA Omega Cup Spring Bowl race champion here at Daytona. So now he's trying to capture the PGR 500. We'll see if he can make that happen here this afternoon. So for Hunter Hastings on the outside here, it'll be interesting to see who gets the better jump. The inside we saw really all week, they would get the better restart and jump up to the high side the second we crossed the start-finish line and ride that momentum until the inside was able to make a charge back. But with this new car, it's all about which lane can get more help together at the right time. So we're going to get lined back up and ready to go once again. The field now going to roll back into the Simrat Market restart zone. And it will be 32 laps complete when they cross the stripe this time. Green flag back in the air at Daytona for John Ward. He'll get the better jump across the line.
John Ward's first time up front in this PGR 500 here on lap 32. He'll bring Hunter Hastings with him in car number 44. He's been up front the whole time so far. Ward from shotgun nearly on the field, starting 44th to the lead here on lap 32. A big jump for the driver out of the Dega Pro stable, but on the inside he'll face a challenge quickly here off turn 2. Trey Whitehead in the black and blue, number 23, will come to the inside lane. Cade McClenny and Aaron Brown are with him. Caswell, Whitehead, Matthew Taylor starting to come forward. Some new players at the front. Larson, Gallimore, Zittel, Taylor, and Brian Hennings carrying the Team PGR banner further back on the inside.
Still 2x2 as they exit turn number 4. Trey Whitehead to the lead, and you can tell maybe a little bit uncomfortable here for his first couple of laps being led at Daytona. The back end of that car was really wiggling around as 4. It looks like he's got it back together for now. Field still side by side as they work into turn 1, but you notice that outside line now with big momentum. Trey Whitehead was able to make that move to the high side. John Ward trying to push both of those two clear. Aaron Brown's got the tandem on the bottom. The 87 of Garrett Caswell, Stephen Miles, and even Hunter Hastings maybe going to be the deciding factor as now it is the high side. They'll get 3 deep pushing, and that's going to get all 3 of them clear into turn 3.
With a job for Trey Whitehead so far, up 8 spots from where he started. He was been up here the whole time, but it's his first time now out front of this race in car number 23. Another one of, I would say, the super speedway dark horses in this field. We know that the Whitehead Racing Group are good on super speedways in their own right. On the league side of things, they have never quite seen the exposure like they have this week in PGR, but Trey Whitehead is giving the field a notice here this afternoon so far. I can compete with the best of the best. I can go up here and lead laps and control the race and be willing to make the moves necessary to win. He'll be tested right here, though, as the field will lap by Spencer Burns. He just served his drive-through penalty for cause of caution. And Whitehead continues to lead, but he'll face a challenge here momentarily. The bottom lane starts to go. Cade McClenny, Aaron Brown, Garrett Caswell trying to get the lane going, but as soon as they do, the outside push is 4 deep. That was all controlled pushes. Notice it was still a push 4 deep in line, but it was very much controlled back to Stephen Miles in the 24. And again, I use the word calculated. It wasn't over-aggressive. It was enough to keep the line moving, but it was not too much where you cause a crash of one of the guys in front of you, get offset, and cause some calamity. From there, Miles, Hastings, Ward doing a good job of, again, pushing but not crossing the line, still on lap 35.
I want to give a quick update further back in the field. You just saw Spencer Burns go a lap down. He will join Kenny Reel. For the only 2 cars that are a lap down at the moment, they will be battling for that lucky dog if a caution were to come out. Andrew Pileshi currently being scored 4 laps down, and then Timothy Harper, who got that early meatball, is being scored out of the race. James Bomar, who was supposed to start on the pole, had the issues early. He did rejoin the race, and he is currently on the lead lap, but finds himself running in a second pack off of the leaders at the moment. At the front of the field, though, they still remain 2x2. Trey Whitehead leads the outside. John Ward, though, the driver out of Valdosta, Georgia, with the 92 machine trying to go to the front. We've seen John, of course, find success in PGR before, but still missing one of these trademark wins. He would love to get it done here this afternoon at Daytona, but a long way still to go. The 44 of Hunter Hastings trying to line the 23 back up. Dawson almost starting to see maybe engine temps become an issue as the 44 just looks like he couldn't push any longer. Maybe starting to get a little too hot under the hood, and that allows the inside to get clear.
Oh, man, but Cade McClenny, the odd man out in the 0-5 on the bottom as Brown and Ward both beat him to the punch and get to the middle lane. Ward continues to lead. Now they'll be challenged again by McClenny on the bottom, but this time Brown had an opportunity to cool the engine off just a little bit in that 0.05 on the bottom, or rather in the 18 on the outside pole sitter for this race. He's run very well so far, but now he has to back off. Did not cool off as much as I anticipated. The inside's got a little bit more run under the hood with Garrett Caswell, our dual one winner from last night. He tried to get McClenny clear to one. He was unable, as Ward will go back to the lead in the 92 and the push from Brown. Whitehead and Gallimore follow up third in line. Then it is Brock Whitehead who's made his way to the front, and Hunter Hastings as well. Now Caswell has to release on the exit of turn 2. His engine runs hot. Aaron Brown turns left. He wants to lead. Will Whitehead go with him? No. Whitehead stays with Ward. Hastings stays with those two. And Brown back to the help of McClenny on the bottom. It still continues to be the Dega Pros captain John Ward that leads the PGR 500 on lap 37.
And for John Ward in the 92, he has picked up 43 positions from where he started this race at. Had to use a mix of strategy and obviously gaining track position under the green flag runs to get himself to the lead. 38 of 200 laps complete. Still a ways out from when we would see our next pit stop, and obviously much further out from being at the halfway point. Another car is going to jump to the bottom up front. It's the 24, Stephen Miles. Of course, he won multiple recruitment races in speed weeks leading up here to the PGR 500, and he is using all that experience to his advantage here this afternoon. Of course, he won a heat race as well. Aaron Brown lines him up for a push. Trey Whitehead sees that coming. He'll go to the inside, but the outside does keep the momentum into turn 3. Flying Aces TV machine. John Ward continues to lead the 44 of Hunter Hastings in second. Cody Nagel's trying to roll into the third spot on that high side.
Yeah, but here comes the bottom lane. It's Trey Whitehead again that will nose out front in the 23. He's got Stephen Miles as his pusher, and they will rocket past the John Ward machine. Miles beats Whitehead to the punch. He goes to the outside, but nobody goes with him. McClenny and Brown both stay down. So does Asher Little. Now McClenny will jump outside to the bumper of the Miles machine up front on the front row. Whitehead continues to lead, but it is not for long. For the first time this afternoon, Stephen Miles goes to the point of the PGR 500 and will lead the field. Down the Daytona Super Stretch, pushed by McClenny and now Ward. You talked about Nagels, Cole Larson, Zittel still in the picture, so is Simpson. As further out back, more cars start to come back forward. Spencer Burns has caught this pack a lap down. McClenny turns left, he wants to lead up front, but no help for him yet. Back to Whitehead. You talk about Burns, one lap down. The other car I see back there, That Towing Company Chevrolet of Chris Blanchard makes his first appearance in the lead pack today. The red, white, and black number 9 right in front of Spencer Burns.
And for Chris Blanchard, remember, was not able to advance through the Elimination Saturday portion of it, so he did have to use his provisional to make it into the feature here today. For Spencer Burns, the 06 just behind him, again, currently running a lap down, but he is in a lucky dog position, assuming he does not find himself involved in a caution. You notice two teammates there on the PGR side of things, Brian Hennings and Mike Davenport. Those two currently run nose to tail. Hennings is in 17th, Davenport is in 18th. We'll see if they're able to get together and go to the front here anytime soon, but it is all Cade McClenny who currently leads the way. He's got the 23 of Trey Whitehead pushing. Whitehead back to the high side. The 23 has not been content to be anywhere but the lead so far.
And Trey Whitehead running a really, really solid race right now. Again, I go back to talking about Paul Gallimore being calculated so far. To me, that's what we've seen out of Trey Whitehead as well. A guy that is calculating every move, what will work and what won't. See Andrew Pileshi, he is now 5 laps down to the leader, still lap by him on the outside of the blue 81 up against the safer barrier. He is quickly going to need a miracle here to get back in to this PGR 500 as he has multiple laps down. But for Whitehead, you know, the comfort level to be able to make these moves, but again, not step over the line, is a big sign for me for later that he will be in contention to win this race when it comes down to it, if he's willing to go out there and lead laps right now. He is writing things down in his mental notebook. What moves work? What cars around me can I trust to work with me at the end to get me in a position where maybe he's the one leading when we come back off turn 4 for the final time. And for Trey Whitehead, he would love nothing more than to be that man that leads the field right back here to the start-finish line. Inside, starting to get up and running again. Cade McClenny, Aaron Brown, now Asher Little has poked his nose into the fray as well, right in front of Garrett Caswell. They're up to the Hastings car in 4th, but that's as far as they have been able to get to this point. Again, we are basically riding right now the gaps between this 2-wide group here at the front. By the way, a number of cars have gone backwards. I feel like we should note that as well. The pole sitter, James Bomar, after his issues, he is off the pack, but he is on the lead lap as of right now. Barrett Polimas is with him off the draft. We talk about the lap down cars. Those are Spencer Burns and Kenny Reel, and Andrew Pileshi is 5 laps down. Timothy Harper unfortunately called it a day after his incident on lap 8. But cars going to the back: Kevin Champagne, Dylan Jones, Daniel Eberhardt, Matthew Zwack, Hayden Diedrich, Daniel Falkingham, Adam Garza. A number of big names are riding right now all the way at the tail end. And that just proves they're just not ready to come up here and race for 500 miles. They want to save it for when the time comes due at the end of the race. Miles back to the lead in front of Whitehead, in front of McClenny. The inside got rolling, but not for long. Miles and Whitehead crashed the party again.
for the guys that are taking it easy in the back, that speaks a lot to the experience level for some of these drivers that have been in these big trademark events before. They know what it takes to survive 500 miles and be there when it matters most at the end. They figure it's not worth the risk right now. Still 2x2. We haven't seen much of a third lane anymore since earlier on in this race. These guys content to kind of battle it out among the first couple of rows, and then everybody else just kind of minding their spot in line. John Ward doing the pushing on the outside now. Trey Whitehead continues to lead, continues to rack up these laps led. He may be the man who leads the most laps so far here tonight if this trend continues. The 24 miles, though, on the inside. And a couple of notes for a few of these guys in the lead pack. Asher Little, who is about 5th back on the inside lane. He's got a little bit of damage to the front nose of his Chevy, but it doesn't seem like a big issue. Dawson, one of the complaints that we heard about all week long was drivers saying that these Chevys a little bit more susceptible to getting damage on the front end, even if it's just from something as simple as bump drafting too hard.
Absolutely, Austin. And, after the update this week to these Gen 7 race cars here on the iRacing platform, we've seen that nose cone damage become a lot more severe than we're used to. And what does that do? Well, it changes the mentality of how these drivers drive these race cars. Because since the update, slam drafting, as we like to call it, that's those big bumps that you're going to see throughout the afternoon and really as we get under the lights later on in the race. And as these guys pull up and just don't lift, they just hammer the back bumper of the car in front of them. That's what we like to call slam drafting. And what that has done is that now, when you decide to slam draft the car in front of you, it can create damage on your front nose and in often cases on the rear end of the car in front of you. And note to the Toyota Camry as being the one that we've seen the most rear end damage on throughout the course of this week with that slam drafting package. Big stack up back around Zittel and Simpson as the top three all worked to the outside of the inside lane. Of course, Sean Ward, Kate McClaney, Trey Whitehead all jumping back up as Miles jumps back to the lead. He'll jump back to the outside. It's still pretty crazy up front, but it's really confined to about the front 12 cars. They're not doing a whole lot of slam drafting right now, Austin, but that's where we'll see that nose cone damage come from.
Absolutely, especially once we get towards the end of the race where pushing comes to shove. And these guys are not going to be lifting the way they are right now. All at almost 200 miles an hour. The field continues to work 2x2 off of turn number 2 down the super stretch. Stephen Miles leads them all on the outside. He's got a big push from the Dega Pros captain, John Ward. And as you go further back, we talked about some of the line that has single filed out. This does benefit some of the guys that are maybe going to need a few more cautions throughout this race, but want to stay with the lead pack. Big check up into turn 3 further back. Baker has to catch it. He goes onto the apron. Janzak was able to split the middle. And that was almost another caution as we had a big-time checkup going into turn number 3. Everybody does save it, but this is going to break off a second pack just momentarily. They're still close enough that everybody's going to group back up. No change, though, at the front of the field. Kate McClenny on the inside. Stephen Miles up top, 2x2. Now Asher Little's going to jump to the high side back in the 4th spot.
A good run so far for Asher Little. I know we like to talk a lot about Miles and McClenny and Ward and Brown at the front. And Asher Little, I mentioned him earlier, one of the young upstarts of the super speedway community in that Sundrop Chevy 3rd, the all-green car on the outside behind Ward. Really good stuff from him early again. One of his first exposures to a position like this, to being in a 500-mile race. And as he rolls off into turn 3 in the 5th position, now it's his first opportunity to race up front and see what it's going to be like later when the checkered flag starts to get a little bit closer. For guys like Miles and Ward and even McClenny, they've been in this position before, but as Asher Little gets up here, his first exposure, that's a big deal for him to be getting this experience early in this race, and that can go for a number of guys. I talked about Whitehead earlier. There's some more guys back further from them. Zittel, Jack Simpson, Brock Whitehead, even Dylan Alt. You heard Dylan Alt talk all this week about he's not the biggest fan of plate racing, but he's learned a lot this week by running up front and getting to run with some of the best in the business. Little drops down. He wanted the lead. Miles jumps back up. And I'll tell you what, Austin, not only is he going to contend, one of the youngest drivers in the field, Asher Little, is going to go to the point here in turn 3.
And we saw Asher take advantage of this throughout the week, getting some laps led. Wasn't able to find a win in the heat race, but of course, here he is now leading the way at Daytona. He's got the 24 Stephen Miles to his outside, and even with a little bit of aero damage to the front nose of that 01 car, they still seem to be able to generate plenty of momentum. Aaron Brown now falls back to 3rd. For Trey Whitehead in the 23, content to ride in that 6th spot, 3rd on the outside. But again, nobody else has dared to jump to that third lane just yet. How about the 53 of Kyle Zittel? Got a free entry into the week of the PGR 500, was able to advance himself all the way through to the feature this afternoon, and is making the most of it, up 28 positions from where he started this race at. I go back a little bit further. We talked about the job Jack Simpson and Chris Blanchard have done so far. How about Matthew Taylor? He has now picked up 11 spots from where he started this race at, as the 44 machine continues to charge his way to the front of the field. The 2x2 now gets a little bit further back, Dawson. I'm not sure if these guys that were single file felt like they saved enough fuel, if that's what it was, or if they just decided they wanted to try to start making up a little bit of ground. Whatever the case is, we are back to 2x2 just about through most of the lead pack.
Yeah, 2x2 most of the way through this lead pack, as again guys continue to just ride, I think, and again much earlier than it was this time last year in this race. It took until about the halfway mark until guys were content to ride. This year, about the last 20 laps or so since we went back under the green flag just after lap 30, guys have been content to ride. And also as we come up on the quarter mark, already 50 laps up and down in this PGR 500, only 2 cautions so far. As the field works 2x2, it is all Steve and Miles up front. The Exalta Chevy looking very strong early in this one.
And while we are still in the calm before the storm, what better way to get the action going here at Daytona than a little bit of crank it up? Here we go. Going around, and the tribal caution's going to fly as one slides through the grass. It's Stephen Miles. Now John Ward also almost goes around, but it looks like overall everybody is going to save it after what was just getting ready to be some of the most aggressive racing we have seen so far this afternoon. They were 3 wide. It all started with Matthew Baker jumping out of line. He was able to get a couple guys together. They brought Cody Nagels to the front, but then all of a sudden there looked like the 53 of Kyle Zittel with an issue that almost led to potentially the big one here in the tribal. And obviously we'll go back and get a replay in just a moment. But Dawson, I know we were in the Crank It Up segment, but we were here in the booth holding our breath. That was some of the craziest racing we've seen in the last half an hour or so.
It was actually the best and worst timing for us to head to that Crank It Up segment, Austin, because, right as we did, it felt like that 3-wide charge started back around Matthew Baker and John Ellis. They were the first 2 to jump out. Cody Nagels jumped out there. Kyle Zittel jumped out there. And that's about where this one's going to start, is the Zittel machine. He's getting a push from Stephen Miles in the 24, and that's kind of where this sparked up, and we saw it live on the Crank It Up feed just a moment ago as Miles gets into the back of Zittel in the 53 and turns him sideways. Again, we note the ability of the field to save it. When Zittel gets turned across the field, as we'll see here in just a moment, I have no idea how this did not collect double-digit race cars. Let's go back and take a look at what happened here off of turn 4. You saw it live on the Crank It Up. It's another push like we saw earlier with Real into the back of the car earlier, what you call a swipe. It was almost another one of those from Miles, but Zittel gets up the racetrack. And again, other than John Ellis getting into the wall, Matthew Baker getting a piece, and Stephen Miles and Kyle Zittel, we may have very well gotten away with one here. Only 4 cars involved, and I don't see major damage on any of the race cars that got into that one.
Yeah, we definitely got away with one here. And for Kyle Zittel, it just looked like a little bit of tunnel vision. You're going to see it from the onboard view. He's trying to follow Aaron Brown right up to the middle. He doesn't realize that the 24 miles is there, so as he goes to go up, comes right across the nose of the 24. That turns him into John Ellis Jr. on the outside. The 21 actually straightens out the 53. That's the big break in all of this. And then John Ward and a couple of others do go for a slide through the grass. But again, no major damage. So this caution, more than anything, going to give us a reset, Dawson, and it's going to bring some of the big names back into contention. I look to see who's going to get the lucky dog here, whether it's, of course, Spencer Burns or potentially Kenny Reel. And then for James Bomar, who, again, was supposed to be your pole sitter for this race, huge break for him as he was with the second pack. They will now be back with the leaders.
Yeah, we saw that break with the second pack with that moment back around the mid-pack area. And, of course, a bunch of guys just wanting to back out of what they're seeing up front. And, again, you know, with still 147 laps to go, I cannot say that I blame those guys for wanting to go towards the tail end of the field and just ride and, you know, keep their wits about them here towards the middle portions of this race as we get into what we call the final stop, the money stop later. Is about when I anticipated those guys would come back up front. But again, after an incident like that, that strategy looks awfully smart for those guys from about 20th on back. Up front, it was starting to get aggressive again, right as we had talked about the fact that they wanted to ride. You know, right as we went to that crank it up segment, we were talking about them running 2x2. They get back to 3 wide. And I think it just, you know, highlights the contrast that some of these guys have in the racing styles that they want to have here this afternoon. You know, for guys like Dylan Jones, we're not too unfamiliar with this strategy from him. He likes to run towards the tail end of these longer races and wait out the end of the race. And I'm not surprised to see, you know, guys like Craig Jancic running back there. Cade McClenny had his fill at the front. He went backwards towards the end of that run as well. James Bomar, the pole sitter, was running towards that tail end. Kevin Champagne. But for others, you know, for guys like Eberhardt, Zwack, you know, Baker at the time. Baker will jump back there again. John Ellis at the time. It was a little bit unfamiliar for them to be running back there. It'll bring them back into the race. You know, but for guys like Stephen Miles, Dylan Alt, Cody Nagels, we talked about Zittel and Simpson and Paul Gallimore and Josh Ball, they want to get comfortable. They either already are comfortable with racing up front or they want to be comfortable racing up front when it comes down to business time later.
Absolutely. And for Nagels here, as he will line himself back up, we're going to be going back green this time. Lights are off on the pace car. He will lead us back to green as it's going to be the 42 of Dylan Alt to his outside in second. Interesting note on Alt, we talk so much about teammates and what it means to be able to have guys you can work with here at these plate tracks. For Dylan Alt coming into the week, he didn't have anybody to work with. But being a Coke Series driver, you know he knows how to get it done. He found a couple of guys that he basically told us in the interview, Dawson, would you guys mind if I work with you? They said, yeah, sure, why not? Was able to win his heat, and here he is running up front in the feature this afternoon. By the way, 55 laps in the books, so we are over the quarter mark here in the 2026 PGR 500. And if you're just joining us, we thank you for being here. You are watching all the action live on either PGR Esports or the iRacing YouTube page. And we, again, want to give a big thank you to iRacing for sharing the 2026 PGR 500 throughout their different, not necessarily social pages, but certainly social platforms, streaming this race on, of course, YouTube, Twitch, Dawson, I believe, one other site as well. So big thank you to them. But again, a lot of action to still go here tonight, and we're getting ready to get back to it. For Cody Nagels, he has already won an ERA Omega Cup Spring Bowl, but he wants so badly to capture a PGR 500 championship. Now, it's going to be interesting to see with a restart here how the aggression level changes. You'll also notice that we are starting to get closer to sunset here in the sim. We're about 30-ish minutes away from sunset, and once we get to nighttime, it'll be interesting to see how some of these guys begin to change their strategy. iRacing.com pace car makes the left turn once again. Cody Nagels will lead the field back into the Simrat Market restart zone. Green flag back in the air at Daytona.
Nagels gets the inside run along that double yellow line as he will bring Aaron Brown to the front with him. But as soon as they cross the line, Nagels turns right and jumps up the hill in front of the bumper of Dylan Alt. New colors aboard that Alt machine. We're used to seeing the orange Sunny D car. Certainteed aboard that white and blue newly renumbered 42 for Alt in the outside lane right now. Nagels jumps onto his bumper as Aaron Brown, Stephen Miles, and now Jaden Newson emerge on the bottom, trying to get the bottom lane running. But the rail run is on the outside with Nagels. Zittel going to jump out of line. He was assessed the penalty for cause of caution there. Miles will take his spot in the middle in front of Gallimore. So Zittel will go to the back so he can safely jump to pit road this first time around. He'll likely lose a lap, but again with 145 to go, Kyle Zittle's day far from over in the Harris Chevrolet in the 53. See him about 10 rows deep in the field. Nagels leads off turn 4 in front of Alt and now Jack Simpson, then Miles, and then Paul Gallimore. We talked about him earlier. Gallimore enters the top 5 in the Bumblebee.
And we do have a break here between the lead pack and a second pack. It's Kevin Champagne currently leading that second pack. Matthew Zwack kind of at the tail end of the leaders. Now, I don't think they're out of drafting distance just yet. In fact, they're only about a second behind, so they should be okay at the moment. But you got to be careful here, Dawson. We talk about throughout the heat races, it's all about desperation. You got to go to the front every single lap. But with the 200-lap, 500-mile event, it's really not go time again until you get to about the last 50 laps. So for the guys that are sitting towards the back, I like the idea of being conservative, but you want to make sure that you do still stay in touch with the leaders. Back up front, they're trying to get racy once again. Nagels leads up top, but you saw Gallimore make the move to the inside. He was able to actually pick up a little bit of help on that inside line as well, but not enough to get himself all the way to the lead just yet. Tucker McClendon, though, now at 33 spots from where he started this race at. That's the 67 machine, pushing on the inside line as he tries to get Gallimore to the lead, but it's still all Nagels and the 42 of Alt up top.
Yeah, Nagels and Alt working really well together. So far, so good for those two cars in the outside lane. Nagels will now have to be released. Alt has to cool his engine off. Nagels will drop down and actually tow that bottom line along. This is smart here from Cody Nagels. He's giving just enough of a draft to Gallimore to where he can now manage lanes and keep both cars cool and allow Dylan Alt to cool his motor off just a little bit here on the entry to turn number 3. Nagels continues to lead the way, playing Pied Piper as he has so been used to over his extended super speedway racing career. A familiar position for car number 6, the entry for NBG Motorsports. Here going into turn number 1. He'll have Alt coming back to his back bumper. Plenty of opportunity there for Alt to cool the motor. Gallimore leading the bottom with McClendon, but they have just not been able to get further than the door number of Dylan Alt in the 42. And now McClendon will have to release. He'll have to cool off. Outside lane gets the better of them for now. Alt will come clear. So too will Simpson as the field works back down to 3.
And quick note, track temp has been dropping as we continue to get later on into the day and closer to the night. Now into the 70s, so these cars are going to continue to pick up speed. You'll also be able to push a little bit longer with these TWSR custom setups as we start to get into the nighttime. Still single file for about the first 3 cars on the high side, then it's back to 2x2. Tucker McClendon still being conservative. He's kind of going with the bump draft strategy more than the tandem pushing at the moment. The 74 Brian Hennings and the 55 of Davenport both lined up behind him. And for Nagels right now, he sees that inside line, knowing they don't have enough momentum, so he's going to try to make sure he lets the outside line breathe. Notice how he goes down. He'll let Alt get a little bit of clean air, and then he jumps right back to the high side to cover the run down the super stretch. 60 laps complete here at Daytona. Long way to go, but Nagels continues to lead the field.
Still 140 laps to go in the field, laps back around to the start-finish line. It continues to be Cody Nagels again. Very efficient right now, allowing Dylan Alt to cool the engine temperatures and allowing him to stay in a comfortable position, not have to stress about the engine, just has to focus on the back bumper of the red line Chevrolet. In the outside, that's Nagels. White, red, and teal, the trim colors aboard his number 6 Chevrolet. The outside is anywhere between 9 and 10 rows. Depending on where Nagels is on the racetrack, it's 9. Without the 6, it is 10 with the 6 car. And that's all 10 that are in the outside line. Everyone else has funneled down to the bottom of the double yellow line and is content to run single file right now. You see that long train of single file, a couple of rows of double file in the 30s. But other than that, everyone trailing out single file, and then a few rogue moves out back. Now we are starting to get in the lull in the race in this middle portion as guys realize we have done all the racing that we want to do. We have done all of the feeling out that we want to do. Now it's time to be in for the long haul. Let's get to a pit stop, and then we can reassess from there. Up front, the first 10 rows, though, they want to continue to race. They're not doing anything too crazy again right now, but as we've seen, it can spark up in a hurry. Nagels leads back to 1. No crazy moves yet.
And it's 2 Chevys leading the way here at Daytona. For the driver out of Rolla, Missouri, though, Cody Nagels picked up 11 spots from where he started this race at. Was a little worried coming into this week, Dawson. He had a lot of confidence from the ERA event, but he talked about obviously knowing he didn't have a provisional to fall back on, and you never know what can happen throughout the heats, the LCQs, and duels, but everything has went smooth so far for Nagels. He'll try to cap the deal off here tonight. Stephen Miles going to go back to the inside in the number 24 Exalta Chevy. He's trying to pick up a push from Gallimore. Nagels sees that. He'll go down to the inside. How about Cole Larson now into the mix as well? You talk about some of the younger drivers in the field here tonight. And for Cole Larson, he has been inside the top 5 a few times, but staying very conservative. We'll see him get more aggressive as we get down towards the end of it. Brock Whitehead, watch for him to get with his teammate two of the Whitehead Racing drivers that made the field here tonight. That is, of course, Brock, and then also Trey Whitehead in the 23. We've seen that car at the front of the field multiple times here tonight, but we're starting to see some of the turns now turn to shadows here, Dawson, as the sun begins to set at Daytona. Maybe going to be a little bit on the tougher side for a few laps here for drivers as they work down the front stretch. That sun could be in the face, and it's going to be interesting to see if that causes any issues here over the next 20 laps or so.
Well, that glare on the entrance to turn 3, you and I can both attest as drivers that have driven here in the sunset time. You see it right there off of 4. It is almost down behind the grandstands as you go on board with Cole Larson, but it is not quite there. And as you come to the banking of turns 3 and 4, it is quite brutal in the eyes, depending on how you have your setup, have your setup working here. To be looking out the front of your race car. And for Cole Larson, I mean, you'll see it again here down off the exit of turn 4. Would love to stay on board just to show you how brutal this sun can be when we get back around to turns 3 and 4. Again, the racing continues about 10, make it 11, actually now more like 15 rows deep in the field, almost trouble out back, but the contact cars come together, everybody saves it, guys start to funnel back down to the double yellow line. We continue to be on board with Larson. Watch this glare of the sun behind the grandstands over here on the front straightaway, and you'll see exactly what I mean. It's not quite behind it. Look at the sun as these guys work out the banking of 4. Not only is it in your eyes, but it glares off the surface of the racetrack as well and can create some serious visual issues for these guys until it sinks behind those big grandstands on the front straightaway.
Well, the inside line's starting to close up a little bit more. Gallimore is really trying to push Stephen Miles to the front. They were getting a little bit of help there from Tucker McClendon as well down the front stretch. But we have heard the key to success in these cars, the more cars deep you push, the quicker that line is going to make progress. Cody Nagel's now going to jump to the inside. You got to think maybe some communication right there between him and Coke Series driver Dylan Alt, that maybe the 42 needed some cool air to try to get the engine temps back to that race car. He'll now get a chance to poke the nose out in front as they go into turn 3, but still 2 by 2, just about all the way back through the field. Everybody playing it safe at the moment. We're going to be coming to 66 of 200 laps complete, and the question is, will we see our first green flag pit stop this afternoon if they can keep it green? I look towards the back of the field, some of the guys that are playing it safe. Dawson, once we get close to a green flag pit stop, that's usually when we'll see another wave of drivers try to make their way to the front.
Well, and it's as soon as the guys start to single out on the bottom on the double yellow line, and that's the guys running up front right now. As they start to find holes on that bottom lane, it opens up the run on the outside lane. If you can get a good number of cars up there, you can make up a ton of time delta up there and actually put yourself up at the front without having to run there all run long. We saw it last night in the dual races. A number of cars gained double-digit positions in the dual race before the green flag pit stop simply by waiting for the outside to open up and then taking the run all the way to the front, taking the energy that is left in that outside lane and working to the front of the field. So far, though, with double-digit cars still running the outside lane, obviously not much opportunity for that to happen. It's been pretty even between the two lines so far in this run. Almost a moment there between Miles and the Jack Simpson car, the pair of 24s in that outside lane. They keep it together. This is going to be a big run to the back of Dylan Alt. Luckily, everybody able to square up. I'll tell you, one of the most impressive things I've seen from these guys up front so far is the level of patience they're having with the pushes. Oftentimes throughout the week, we've seen so many offset bumps, and what I mean by that is off-center on either corner of the rear end of these next-gen race cars. So far today, I've really noticed it with Stephen Miles. Dylan Alt has been pretty good at this as well. Now Simpson shows restraint right there. Is the restraint to make sure you are 100% squared up to the car in front of you before you make a push. That has been something I've noticed in both lanes. Now make it all 3 lanes. John Ward carrying the Flying Aces today up the outside the 92, although he will jump in line behind McClenny, I believe, about 6th in line on that top side. Burns continues to try to run the rail with a couple cars behind him. Man, Stephen Miles, that was close up front on the nose of Gallimore. Miles with another huge move. 3rd lane is coming, though. Austin Burns, Newson, and the outside pole sitter Aaron Brown worked the rail up against the safer barrier trying to get back to the front.
Yeah, I've been watching this for the last couple of laps. 3rd lane really starting to charge now, and it's led by the 06's Spencer Burns. He fell a lap down after getting a cause of caution drive-through penalty just a little bit ago, but he was able to get his lap back during the last caution, and here he is now getting ready to contest for the lead. The 06 getting pushed, though, right now by the 78 of Jaden Newsom. And behind them, they're picking up more help now. The 18 of Aaron Brown wants to go back to the front. The 92 of Ward tries to follow, but how about Alton Nagels? Tandem move to block to the high side. They're going to cover the 3rd lane, and Nagels will continue to lead. He's going to go back down to the middle. That lets the 42 of Alt cool off, but here comes another run on the bottom for Stephen Miles.
This is more reminiscent of the racing we saw both Friday night in the pole shootout and last night in the dual races. It is hot and heavy again up front as we are 3 lanes deep. But now we're going to have several cars get clear. Burns makes the first turn out of line. He beats Dylan Alt to the punch on the bottom. Newson will go with him in the 78 bottom side. Brown gets clear of Simpson. He'll come third in the middle. The odd man out is John Ward, but not for long. Here comes Matthew Baker to his aid, but nobody going with him. 2 cars going to go backwards. Almost a mistimed block there for Cody Nagels on Spencer Burns. Burns all the way to the inside with Newson. Big push there from the newcomer to the front of the field. Jaden Newson for the first time as the lead pusher on that bottom side of the racetrack, the red, white, and black, number 78. And as Alt has to cool on the entry to turn 1, it will be Spencer Burns in the Lightning McQueen colors out front of the field in the 06. Now Newson, though, will have to cool, and it's again hard pushing at the front. The aggression level rises again. This is where we saw the last 2 incidents happen. So far, so good, though, at the front of the field as Nagels goes back to the point.
Still 2x2 further back. Oh man, Alt had to check up. I think he cut Nagels a pretty big break right there. Something he likely would not do if we were coming to 2 laps to go here later on this afternoon in the feature. Spencer Burns on the bottom, but look at the gap here between first and second. I mean, these are some of the biggest pushes to be getting Cody Nagels this far out in front. Obviously, you can't run away from anybody here at Daytona. And Nagels had to make a business decision right there. He chose to go up high, and this is going to push the 06 of Spencer Burns right back out in front. The 78 of Jaden Newsom up 36 spots from where he started this race at, as he'll try to go back towards the front of the field. And tell you what, Dawson, we're starting to get a little bit closer here towards that lap 75 marker. But for the 06 of Burns, he's going to get split. Nagels takes him to the high side.
Oh, Dylan Alt, that was scary for the 42 as Brown splits him to the middle and almost turned the Certainty Chevrolet into the safer barrier. Nagels and Alt for the first time today may have made the wrong move. They're going to be the odd men out here off turn 4. They'll go to the safer barrier, but they'll have help on the way. Cade McClenny will assist Alt first. He'll get there and give Alt a shot here at the exit of the tri-oval. Baker, Ward, and Ellis come with them. Brown blocks the rail run. Aaron Brown under the nose of Cody Nagels. It will stack the outside line momentarily. Burns on the inside with no help. That opens up the middle. Here comes Cole Larson. He wants to lead laps for the first time. Brock Whitehead through the center. Josh Ball through the center. Hunter Hastings through the center. A number of cars that have either not been up for the longest time in this race, or cars that are brand new to the front. That is the Larson machine. Nagels tried to turn left on Aaron Brown. It doesn't work. He blocks the advance. Alt tried to go with Nagels, and Nagels will not be denied. He will turn left. He'll go to the nose of Cole Larson. Cody Nagels has been on point so far for 72 laps. Now he'll face a challenge, though, from Brown on the outside with Alt. It is no match for the Red Line Chevrolet and Cole Larson on the bottom. That combo works, and Nagels right back to the point. Cody Nagels is on his game so far at Daytona. He'll block Larson back to 1.
These guys are starting to slowly get braver and braver with the moves that they're making up front. Aaron Brown, that last lap, tried to cover a block on Nagels. Nagels went 1 lane lower. Brown decided to call it there, but for Cole Larson, he's kind of just minding his P's and Q's right now. Not really having to do anything. These guys keep swapping trouble. The 06 of Burns goes for a slide down the super stretch. Not going to draw the caution, but the 06 is going to fall out of the lead pack. He's able to save it without hitting anything, but that car is going to come to a halt over near turn number 3. He'll get back going. We stay green. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Nagel still leads, but you can tell the 18 of Brown wants to make a move. Where does he go? 74 laps complete here at Daytona.
I think now that Nagels has thrown the block, Aaron Brown is showing a lot of restraint to not throw an even bigger move to try to get around Nagels. This is the sign of a guy that has run a lot of super speedway races in that 18 machine, second on the outside. He made a couple of moves, tried a couple of things, but doesn't, again, want to go too far. And I think that has become a story of the middle portions of this race. Guys have figured out where the line is over the course of the week. All right, as I say that, there's a pretty controlled one by Brown. He'll hang Nagels out into the wind. Aaron Brown back to the point of the push from Larson. Almost a moment there with some contact between the 6 and the 18. Everybody gets away from it. Okay, Aaron Brown back to the point in the 18. Some different colors aboard that car today. Cole Larson is second with Jack Simpson in behind them. Brown back to the help of Nagels on the outside. Larson with the nose in the wind now on the inside lane. It continues to be 2x2, but it is aggressive 2x2 now. Compared to the riding we saw earlier, it is now very aggressive pushing both ways. Guys are out of shape. Guys are pushing a lot harder on the back end of the car in front of them. Look at the 3-deep push with Alt as we get ready to watch a replay. You're actually seeing it now on the bottom right of your screen, what happened to Spencer Burns as he got turned out of line in the 06. Luckily for the field, he is able to keep it down below the double yellow, but for Burns, a tough break as he will drop all the way to the tail end of the lead pack and have to have a caution to get back into it.
Yeah, very tough break indeed for Spencer Burns, but he has already come back from one issue so far this afternoon, so we'll see if he's able to do it once again. Aaron Brown tried to jump to the high side, but kind of got spit out at an awkward time right there, so he's going to fade back Nagels continues to be the Pied Piper here at Daytona, and it seems like him and Dylan Alt continue to work very well together. The 05 of Cade McClenny currently stacked up on the outside as well. We'll see what he's able to do. The 18 of Aaron Brown now to the back bumper, the 05. Here comes the bottom once again. This time it's going to be the 31 of Brock Whitehead. We talked about his teammate Trey leading multiple laps so far here this afternoon. Brock's going to try to grab a couple for himself. Starting a single file out once again, further towards the back of this lead pack, Dawson. And it is once again a lot of the big names that I think we'll see at the end of this race. Garrett Caswell, Wyatt Gray. You go back to Caden Dieterich, Adam Garza. I mean, these are guys that we know like to run up front, but I think they're still too nervous with some of the chaos we have seen so far throughout this race.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about Wyatt Gray, and I'll tell you, why. Last August in the SummerSlam 499, remember Wyatt Gray started outside pole in that race in the 18 and ran up front quite a bit. He led a number of laps in that race back in August in the Gen 6 car, which is an infinitely more chaotic package than we have here in the Gen 7, at least on this newer version of it. So I'm a little surprised about Wyatt Gray, why he's not willing to go up to the front and race, but now that we see them start to go 3 wide, I can't say I blame him. Aaron Brown jumps out. Ward and Baker got the rail run. Tucker McClendon tried to go with them in the 67. He's going to back out, and again, I don't really blame him for that either. He will go all the way to the tail end of this lead pack. Nagels and Alt blocked that run from Brown, Ward, and Baker. And Ward and Baker, the odd men out again. This is the second time they've tried to get that run up in the high rent district against the safer bear. And again, they get hung out to dry as the only 2 cars up there. A split up front, Josh Ball out of line. Miles not going with him. He'll stay up with McClenny, and now Ball is the odd man out. I would not be surprised to see Ward and Baker go with them. Ward and Baker actually that time a net profit for those 2 on the outside. The 92 and the 5 now 6th and 7th in line. The top 4 clear on the outside lane. It'll be 5 with Miles when they come off of turn number 2. The field continues to run 2 by 2 all the way back, and 3 wide simplifies down to 2 wide, and it's all the way basically through half of this lead pack. Miles jumps to the inside of McClenny. Brown jumps to the left side of Alt. Right back to 2 wide most of the field. Deep here in turn 3, Nagels was out ahead. Alt was trying to cool. Nagels actually going to choose the safe route, not wanting to take potentially a dangerous push there from Brown. He'll jump out of the lead and go to the help of Dylan Alt instead. Miles will jump on his nose. A moment of patience and a moment of looking ahead, I think, right there for Cody Nagels. He's looking at the big picture for the end of this race.
Onboard view right now, you see it says Hunter Hastings, but this is actually with the 24 of Stephen Miles, over 195 miles an hour down the straightaway here at Daytona. Still 2 by 2, and we talk about the aggression really starting to pick up. 3 wide, they're going around the 06 of Spencer Burns, as he will fall a lap down once again. The 78 going to look to the high side, close call. Down the super stretch, Cole Larson tried to defend. The 78 cuts him a break. Now Stephen Miles is the odd man out. Cody Nagels follows him down. Everybody's going to ditch the 18 of Brown. Josh Ball pushes the 42, and all of a sudden it's the inside forming back up here at Daytona.
A pair of former teammates go to the point, but as soon as they got there, Nagels says, I want the lead back. He pushed his former Nightmare eSports teammate Stephen Miles to the point in the Exalted Chevy and jumps right back to the outside. If that does not tell you what Nagels wants to do today, I don't know what does. As you look back from Miles' machine on the inside, they'll go by another car on the inside. That's one of the title sponsors, Chris Blanchard, and the Matt Towing Company Chevrolet, as he will go 1 lap down as well in car number 9. Actually, that is his 2nd lap down, is Blanchard. So a tough start to this race for the 9 as he continues to try to get back in it. But for Nagels, so far, I'm not exactly surprised with his strategy in that 6 machine. He wants to lead as many laps as possible. It's where he's most comfortable. Austin, the racing starts to heat up as the lights have come on at Daytona. Off 4, Newson almost gets turned by Baker 5 rows deep in the field as he cuts across the nose of the Coasting Thunder Chevy. And Baker cut him a huge break there through the center. Rocky Boyd coming back forward. We talked about Wyatt Gray. There he is as well. The blue front end on his 18 pokes into the camera feed for the first time.
Hunter Hastings and John Ward try to take advantage of that checkup. Is now, watch out, the 78 a little undecisive here. Hastings going to cut him a break. Jaden jumps to the high side, and Newsom will pick up a push from the 44 of Hastings. John Ward is there. The 024 now making his way back into the picture. That's Jack Simpson, who is trying to get back towards the front of the field. And with this 3rd lane, Dawson, the other thing we're starting to see, side drafting, starting to get more and more aggressive each lap. The 78 of Newsom, content with where he runs right now, but as this race continues to go on, you're going to start to see the middle pinch the inside more, and that 3rd lane is going to start to choke down on the middle lane as well. Meanwhile, up front, the 18 of Aaron Brown, another move to the high side. McClenny says no, he'll dip down to the middle. How about the 24, though, of Stephen Miles on the inside, trying to get a run back to the front. It's still all Nagels, though, leading the way here at Daytona.
The temperature gauge is going up. They're starting to turn up the wick here at the front of the field. It's getting crazy as we approach the halfway mark. Still 119 laps to go. You'd think it was lap 182. Nagels, a big block on McClenny. That's back down to turn 3. The 6 back to the rail on the bumper of Alt. He'll allow McClenny into the middle lane. Wyatt Gray and Rocky Boyd go to the bottom side. They'll have Miles. Spencer Burns, the lap car, has come up. Big block. Cade McClenny, are you kidding me? In car 05 as he cuts across the nose of Wyatt Gray on the inside. Big block from Nagels as he blocks Alt in the center. Now to the top, Nagels miscalculates. He'll go down to pick up Baker in the center. Alt will run the outside. Up in the penthouse against the safer barrier on the inside is where the leaders are. McClenny, Gray, Boyd, Miles, and now Ball come forward on the inside lane. There's the run to the outside. We talked about wanting to be conservative. Oh man, almost a really late block by Cade McClenny, but he thought better of it in the 05. Ball will pick him up on the bottom side. Baker will check up and give them a break as well. Wyatt Gray, for the first time today, goes to the point, literally right as we talked about him. It's like we cued him to drive to the front. He goes all the way from the tail end of the field to the front of the field. Oh, big stack up push here off turn 4. They're running out of space around Miles and McClenny and Ball. That was almost chaos at the front as Gray leads with 117 to go.
You can feel the tension really starting to build. It's almost like a time bomb that's getting ready to explode up here at the front of the field. Still 3 abreast as they work down into turn number 1. Josh Ball going to make the move back to the inside. Rocky Boyd will cover that. The 16 machine trying to go to the front as the 18 of Wyatt Gray talked about his charge towards the front of the field. He was being conservative just about 5 laps ago, but he now leads the way at Daytona. Steven Miles up top with a former teammate in Cody Nagels. Those two working good together, but Dawson, these pushes getting more aggressive. These guys are trying to push deeper in the lanes. At some point, something's got to give.
Guys are starting to back out, Austin. Guys are going to the tail end. We saw Tucker McClendon earlier. He's actually rejoined the fray, but Larson, Gallimore, Taylor, Hennings, Jancic, Davenport, Caswell, Call, Diedrich, Garza. I mean, guys have bailed completely from this lead pack because they see what's going on up here. John Ward has started to bail as well in the 92. All of them going out of this lead pack. They don't want anything to do with it. Through the middle, John Ellis. My goodness, that was close with he and Whitehead and Newson. Cody Nagels is starting to go backwards as well. I'll tell you what, I think Nagels and Alter are about to bail out of this too as he tries to get down, does the 6 of Cody Nagels. I think they're going to bail out. I think these guys have realized their error here at the front of the field. They're racing a little too hard. They're trying to get it sorted out all behind Boyd, Gray, McClenny, Miles, and Hastings. Now your top 5, and it starts to single out as guys on the top side are drifting backwards again. I feel like now guys have realized they're too close to the edge of some chaos here at the front of the field. They're starting to tune it down, but right as I say that, Miles and Ball will make the run to the inside. Baker will make the run to the outside, and all of a sudden we get crazy again here at the front.
Yeah, it almost seems like for some of these guys, they start getting aggressive, and then all of a sudden you realize you're like, hey, I'm in the middle of 3 wide with still over 100 laps to go here in the PGR 500. So you got to take a breath, make sure you keep your car clean. Also notice that Nagels got a little bit of damage from all the bump drafting they have been doing up towards the front of the field, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the pace of that car. He'll join Matthew Baker on the high side. These two going to try to go to the front, but it is single file for the front 5. Rocky Boyd leads the way. He's picked up 32 spots from where he started this race at. He's got Wyatt Gray, Cade McClenny just behind him in the final podium spots. The 18 of Aaron Brown with a big charge to the outside. Where does the 18 go with the run?
Nowhere yet. He's content to work with Rocky Boyd. Safe to say those two are working together, at least are on the same page in the middle stages of this 500-mile feature event. Gray continues to run 2 deep. McClenny will make it 3, and Aaron Brown will make it 4, and those guys have calmed down. Baker and Nagels are up there as well. You know Nagels wasn't going to stay very calm behind his NBG teammate Matthew Baker. He'll pick up the push of Hastings. Man, again, Stephen Miles and Hunter Hastings have a moment there on the bottom side of the racetrack. Aaron Brown will jump down in front of Nagels, but the outside is where the run is. Big stack, 5 cars deep push. Nagels to the inside of Brown. We're going to go 3 wide. Cody Nagels with Stephen Miles. Gray loses his push. Rocky Boyd almost gets pushed into the outside wall. Gray with the biggest block of the day so far. Nagels works up the racetrack. They all somehow save it. The 18 and the 6 with the big moment. Now we are starting to approach that line where it is just too aggressive, too early in this race. You got to think there's some communication going on. Wyatt Gray, that was the biggest block of the evening so far.
A lot of risk for not a lot of reward at this time, but a lot of these guys may be starting to set themselves up with good track position in time for a green flag pit stop if we do indeed make it to that point. All of a sudden, as we work off the turn 2, back to 2x2, so everybody's going to get a chance to catch their breath, at least momentarily. But boy, what an aggressive couple of laps we have had so far. The 31 of Whitehead and Tucker McClendon trying to get back up here on the inside line. You see the 06 of Spencer Burns in this lead pack as well, but he is not on the lead lap, so he is still hoping for a caution and that he can get that lucky dog. Sun continuing to set here at Daytona. Dawson, you mentioned not too long ago the lights are on. I don't know if that has to do with why the aggression picked up, but boy, for Rocky Boyd, one of the names coming into the week that was favorited to make it to this event, and here he is. He finds himself at the front of the field, but he may not have it for long. Here comes the 24, Stephen Miles, back to the outside. The 16 is going to make the move to the high side. That'll check up the outside line briefly, but down the super stretch, everybody reorganizes, and as you look further back, how about 3 wide? Is that Kevin Champagne trying to make his way to the front of the field?
And right as they start to calm down, again, cars start to try the rail run to get to the front of the field, although only 2 cars up there right now. Champagne, and he had 1 car with him. I'll look back there and get you confirmation on who that was. It was Diedrich in the 24, but they all settle it back out to 2 wide. The third lane does not work right now. That is really what I'm starting to see as guys starting to make moves for pit stops. Kevin Champagne is running the 30s all day long to this point. 90 laps worth. He's now burst inside the top 20 for the first time in this race. He's up to 18th. Same can be said for Garza, right behind him in the 20th position. Really, Diedrich as well. We have not seen a ton of those 3 drivers at the front, but now that pit stops are approaching, we're starting to see it. Aaron Brown jumps down the 18, and guys are starting to, well, they were starting to single file out. Now here comes Wyatt Gray back to the outside. He'll get the lead. Little will go with him. Baker with a push for Boyd on the bottom as Miles tries to triple tandem up the outside. They'll all 3 get clear. Miles to the punch first around Asher Little. Wyatt Gray to the inside. Those 2 are teammates this afternoon. Gray will lead on the push from his teammate Miles. Asher Little, that was another moment up front where we got a little too close, I think, to the line of what is acceptable and what is too aggressive. Outside going backwards. Hastings trying to find a gap in line, I think, in the 44. You see how far back he's drifted in that 44 car? They're trying to get down, and we're right on cue as guys start to single out for pit stops. We will try for a brief moment right here. Let's go downstairs. We're hearing reports of pit strategy on the radio. Nagels gets down. Our pit reporter, Tyler Vickery, the radios are lighting up. What are you hearing about the strategy calls?
Yeah, hearing a lot of different radio chatter, especially from Asher Little, Tucker McClendon, that little group right there. They're talking about having about 10 laps of fuel roughly still. A few other drivers are talking about possibly trying to pit 2 laps earlier than everyone else. A lot of strategies going all throughout the radio. Everyone's trying to decide whether to even pit for tires. So strategies all up in the air right now for a lot of teams.
Tyler, we appreciate that report. Well, Dawson, something that's obviously interesting is whenever we see green flag pit stops here at Daytona, we always start to thin the lead pack out. Guys make mistakes. We see penalties issue with pit road speeding penalties. A lot of things that can go wrong. Everybody thinks it's easy, but when you're going almost 200 miles an hour in a 30 to 40 car lead pack, usually not everybody is able to get it down to pit road safely. So it's something we'll have to keep an eye on. And as mentioned, at some point, everybody on that top lane is going to have to single file out down to the bottom for this first round of pit stops. And if they can make it about 10 more laps from when Tyler Vickery just reported, Dawson, that would be right at about halfway. We'll see what they can do as Aaron Brown jumps down to the bottom, about 7 cars back. But the man that leads them all, Josh Ball in the 33. Just behind him, Wyatt Gray. Stephen Miles still on the podium. Single file for the front 6, and then 2x2 all the way back to the lead pack at Daytona.
Yeah, the guys are starting to single out here at the front of the field. That tells me pit stops are becoming imminent. This is about the number I had written down, was between 90 and 100 for what will be likely the first of several green flag pit stops in this 200 lap race. As Josh Ball continues to lead the field, Wyatt Gray content now to push. And again, that's a sign to me, he and Miles teammates, they're both riding the double yellow line. That tells me they're both willing to ride, but out back, as soon as I thought they were going to single out, they are going to go right back to 2 wide racing. Aaron Brown, Rocky Boyd jump out. Big push from McClenny and McClendon. Again, we are really getting close to the line of being too dangerous, but that actually is going to vault that outside line into a monster run off turn 4. Brown goes from 6th to 2nd. He'll try to nose ahead for the leap. Their help got kind of lost in translation there on that push. McClenny's going to deliver another big shot here to turn 1 to Aaron Brown, and that line is rolling. Brown to the lead as soon as he got it. He turns down the hill. Rocky Boyd fits it in the gap somehow on the bottom side of the racetrack in the 16 right in front of Josh Ball. They start to push hard on the inside. They don't want to give up track position. Do Ball, Gray, and Miles on the inside. They worked so hard to get back to the front. McClenny, McClendon, Champagne, Garza, Diedrich, Eberhardt, and a couple of more cars towards the back. I'll tell you what, the brand new PGR 500 branded 39 for Daniel Falkingham. This is the first time I've seen him this far up today, and it's coming to the first pit stop. He'll bring the pole sitter, James Bomar, with him.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you needed any further indication that pit stops are on the horizon, look for some of the guys who are being conservative now, trying to move to the front because they know you want to have track position going into pit road. You don't want to get trapped where you lose the lead pack coming out of the pits. That is exactly why guys like Daniel Eberhardt, Falkingham, Bomar, Dieterich, the 79 of Paul Humas, all these guys that are trying to make their way to the front on the outside, but maybe starting to run out of time. Right around 5 to 7 laps at most before we are going to see this first round of green flag pit stops. But the man that leads the way at the moment is Aaron Brown. We've seen him stay aggressive so far pretty much throughout the afternoon, and it has paid off. The 18 has been able to get to the front on cue. First round of pit stops is underway. Rocky Boyd and Aaron Brown are going to lead him in. Looks like so far so good. Everybody gets it clean. One way overshoots it. Hunter Hastings came flying through the commitment cone. He's not going to make it. Lucky that he didn't take anybody out in the process.
There are multiple errors here on pit road, by the way. There are a couple of different errors on this pit lane run, Austin. You saw Hastings. I'm not sure what happened there. Some kind of either a missed brake mark or a technical issue aboard that 44, an error for him. Unfortunately, that forced errors for a couple of more. Tucker McClendon missed the overshoot to pit road as well. I think he was trying to avoid the Hastings machine and not get into a crash. Unfortunately, it threw him into the infield grass. He'll likely get a penalty here as well in car number 67. Rocky Boyd missed his pit box in the 16. He slid through and had to back in. 3 cars with an error on that round of pit stops. Here comes another, but McClenny is all by his lonesome in car 05. A tough break for him.
And we'll have to see what happens here. Hunter Hastings did get a black flag. No surprise there with how quick he came flying in, and we'll get a replay on that later. But Dawson, it looked like he was trying to make a late commit from the high side, just couldn't get woed up in time. So the first big round of pit stops already complete. Here's the second group in for service, and there is still a few cars out on the racetrack that are yet to pit. I would assume most of these guys likely come in this time. Kevin Champagne, though, going to make his way back around some of the cars that are either just leaving the pits. And for Champagne, big run. This is going to be very interesting, Dawson, to see how everything cycles out. For some of the guys that already pit, though, they need to see these leaders pit, and they need to do it soon.
Yeah, and actually the leaders are being helped here. That Nagels group, they have caught them with Nagels, Simpson, Hennings, and Taylor. So the Champagne lead group is actually going to tow on the back of this group and run a little bit better lap times. And this is something that we saw last night in the duels as well, and that is going to allow this lead group to not to push quite as hard, and they'll still be able to tow along and run really good lap times as Simpson and Hennings try to push the pace in front of them to stay on the lead lap. We'll see more cars likely come in this time. You see Hastings coming down pit road. He had to serve a black flag for speeding on his pit stop in the 44. Of course, we saw him way overshoot his entrance. Couple blending off pit road here on the back straightaway. Bit of a moment here as Zittel and Austin Call and Andrew Paleshi will get lapped over by the field. This is going to create some chaos if these guys want to pit right here, as those guys will still be trapped on the bottom lane when the field works off of turn number 4. But more pit stops will happen right here. Champagne, Garza, Eberhardt, Dietrich, Zwack, Trey Whitehead, Polimas. Whitehead's going to spin. Trey Whitehead into the grass. He misses pit road. Brock Whitehead is in. Cronky is in, and Asher Little is in. But for Trey Whitehead, an error on pit road. They continue to stack. Another black flag, by the way. Another few of them. Cade McClenny speeding. Blake Neer speeding. Mike Davenport all speeding on pit road on this first green flag pit stop of the race.
We have a lot of black flags popping up here in the data feed. A lot of drivers with just mental errors here coming in for the first green flag pit stops of the night. You just mentioned Trey Whitehead. He will likely get a penalty as he missed pit road there as well. It's going to be lap 100, the halfway mark here in the 2026 PGR 500 when the leader crosses the line this time. But for Daniel Falkingham and others, they're going to pit this time. Falkingham is going to come in with just James Bomar. These two have got to be absolutely perfect. Falkingham locks up into the commitment cone line, but I think he's going to make it okay. James Bomar with a good pit entrance as well. And these guys are going to have to line up quick, Dawson. They decided to stay out that extra lap to get a little bit more draft. It could pay off if they get a clean exit here, but the rest of the pack is going to be quick to mow them down. We talked about some of the groups that did already pit that are going to be making their way back up to full pace. You look at some of the leaders. Again, Bomar and Falkingham being scored as the leaders right now, but the lead pack is going to be Kevin Champagne as his group makes their way off of turn number 4.
A great stop there from Champagne and company, and this is a very small first group, by the way, down to just 7 cars. Here are the cars in that group: Champagne, Diedrich, Zwack, Eberhardt, Garza, and White Gray's actually in the second group, so it may be less than that. They're actually on the lead lap here in this first group. Yeah, it's only 5 cars. Champagne, Diedrich, Zwack, Eberhardt, Garza are the lead lap cars in this group that came off of pit road first. Bomar and Falkingham are going to get blown past on the exit of pit road. At least Bomar will. Daniel Falkingham a little further up. He'll get blown past as well, and it's Kevin Champagne in the lead after the first cycle of pit stops.
And we had some trouble right there on the backstretch, Dawson. Somebody got turned, but I couldn't tell who it was. It doesn't look like it's going to bring out a caution or any further issue there. I'll have to go back in a moment and see if we can figure out what exactly just went wrong right there. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, though, the man who continues to lead the way here at Daytona, Kevin Champagne. They were able to overtake Falkingham and James Bomar, that group that did pit last. So the strategy doesn't play out in the short term, but it may play out in the long term. You see Mike Davenport on the high side. That is not for track position, even though he is still running with the lead pack. For James Bomar, though, man, what a recovery for this guy. We talked about he was supposed to sit on the pole. He has computer issues, doesn't even make the start of the race properly, but he kept fighting, got a couple of cautions, and here he is now back up inside the top 10, running 7th with just under 100 laps to go here at Daytona. Wyatt Gray behind him, Josh Ball. Stephen Miles in that second group has been able to catch up, rather the third group. And so when everybody groups back together here, Dawson, it is going to be about a 17-car lead pack here at Daytona. Everybody else in separate packs trying to chase down the leaders.
And really curious to see what this is going to do to that second group when Wyatt Gray and company get on the scene of the leaders. You saw Wyatt Gray out back. He wants to race. He wants to go all the way to the front. When they get too wide here towards the front of this pack and they start to fracture, it's going to bring that second group back into it. And you see them start racing here off turn 2. Eberhardt, Garza, Gray, and company, they're all going to start racing. Big block there from D3. Daniel Eberhardt on the outside, the former podium 500 winner. Almost trouble out back with Bomar and Davenport. As this group starts to race, it's going to allow that second group that likely is singled out to try to get back into it. I'll tell you right now, they're just not doing a good job of getting back up. You would think they'd be gaining delta. They are losing delta in that second pack. They're 4+ seconds off the tail end of Brock Whitehead, the final car in this lead group. They have got to get it together in the second pack if they're going to gain some delta. They've started to now as the pack up front gets 2 by 2.
Yeah, the pack racing is definitely going to help the momentum for that second group trying to catch the leaders. Well, at the front of the field, Kevin Champagne leads. Daniel Eberhardt looks like he wants to get aggressive, and now Dieterich is going to jump to the high side. The field going to get back to 2 by 2 racing. But with the first round of green flag pit stops complete, we are going to take our first break of the afternoon. We're going to head side by side so you don't miss a thing. Stick with us as the PGR 500 rolls on at Daytona.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point. Make you feel like you're really driving, it feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
When you're looking for a setup and a community that stands behind it. Team Watson Racing Setups. Serious setups. For drivers who are done guessing.
asphalt is silent, but the air is electric. We stand at the edge of history, where the digital world collides with the roar of the engine. They say legends are born on the track, but tonight, immortality is written in code and gasoline! The wait is over. The engines are screaming. And the lights are about to fade. There is no room for fear in the draft. There is no mercy in the turn. Only the fast survive. Only the brave take the checkered Are you ready for the PGR eSports Daytona 500?
89 laps left to go in the 2026 PGR 500 as we welcome you back into Daytona International Speedway. Want to give another big thank you to That Towing Company for powering the 2026 PGR 500. Owned and operated by Chris Blanchard, a true racer at heart and a blue-collar grinder who knows what it means to show up when it matters most. We also want to give a big thank you to Whiplash Sim Cams for all the amazing camera work that they provide, not only here at Daytona, but across all platforms regarding iRacing tracks. And we also want to give a shout out to xcalracing.com. If you're looking for any PGR merch, make sure you go visit them today. You can find all your needs there. Well, Dawson, we were watching it during break here. Lead pack continues to battle it out. This second group still trying to play catch up. Brock Whitehead kind of at the tail end of the leaders, but they've still got a lot of work to do. Is that delta still at about 3 seconds?
Yeah, they have tried a couple of different times, Austin, to get back to the front of the field. The furthest they got was being about 2.7 seconds back of the leader, or rather 2.7 seconds back of the tail end of this lead pack. Again, that trails all the way back to the Brock Whitehead machine in 17th. It actually goes one further car behind that. It's the lap car of Hunter Hastings, who we saw have that speeding penalty a little while ago. So it's about a 2.5 second delta or so is about as far as they got. They have not yet gotten to draft range. We take it the draft range in this car is about 1.5 seconds off the back end of the field. If they can get within that, talking about the Polimus, Hennings, Taylor, Simpson, Call, and Nagel's group, it is that second group. If they can get to within 1.5 seconds, they will catch up. This will be a 23-car lead pack, but we continue to watch that delta. What is helping them, or what will continue to help them, is that the bottom lane can get rolling here with Josh Ball, and they can get to where they are 2 by 2 all the way through the lead pack. That is going to desperately help the hopes of that second group as they try to get back into this race without needing a caution flag.
And for the guys up front, still 2 by 2. Stephen Miles does lead the way. You've got Dylan Alt second, Asher Little third. But Josh Ball still trying to make some headway on the bottom. He's got a big push here from Matthew Baker. And by the way, a couple notes here. Matthew Baker, Daniel Falkingham, 2 of the teammates working together tonight. They run nose to tail at the moment. Now, one thing you'll notice, the pushing has calmed down just a little bit. Right as I say that, Asher Little goes back to the bottom. He'll pick up the push from Josh Ball. But I think a lot of these guys in the lead pack, Dawson, are starting to realize that if we get to another green flag stop, we may very well be left with less than 20 cars racing for the win at the end of this thing. That is, of course, assuming it went green all the way through the rest of the race. But the point is, we're getting slowly and surely closer to crunch time, and any mistakes you make from here on out are going to get a lot more costly as we take now 115 of 200 laps completed Daytona.
86 laps to go. We are about 35 laps from what I like to call crunch time as we start to think about the money stop late in this race, as well as the moves to get yourself to the front and put yourself in position to win the Great American Sim Race here this afternoon. I'll tell you, almost one of those mistakes for Stephen Miles last time by in turn 4. It was an indecisive moment. He made a half block on Asher Little and got a little bit out of shape in the Exalta Chevy car number 24. He was able to keep the car underneath him. It was not too big a push from Little. He was able to handle it, but again, one of those mistakes that we talk about as the race drags on that could prove costly later on. If he makes that same move again, there's no guarantees it works just as well. Field will lap by Alex Kroenke. That will be another lap down for him. Unfortunately, had the spin on the backstretch that we saw earlier off the pit stop cycle. He was the car that got turned out of line. He is now multiple laps down. deep in the field running order as of right now. In fact, there are all but 31 that are a lap down. There are a lot of cars that are now a lap down, 14 of them after the pit stop cycle. Cade McClenny, Mike Davenport, Spencer Burns, Trey Whitehead, Blake Neer, Kyle Zittel, Tucker McClendon, Kenny Reel, Hunter Hasting, Andrew Paleshi, Kroenke, and then 3 cars that we appear to have called it a race here this afternoon. Chris Blanchard continues to sit on pit road multiple laps down, over 10 at this point. And of course, Chapman and Harper we touched on as being out earlier on in the race. That's the 17 of Ryan Chapman, the 23 of Timothy Harper, both involved in incidents. Both are out of today's race, 44th and 45th positions respectively. First pack continues to be led by Stephen Miles. Dylan Alt is his push. Cade McClenny is up here as well. The Davenport car I talked about being a lap down, he is actually in this lead draft. So for Davenport, the first car 1 lap down, he actually is going to try to get it back the hard way here. He'll jump out in front of Asher Little and try to lead it and get that lap back the hard way. For now, though, worst case scenario, he, I believe, would be your lucky dog. In fact, that is the case. And now he's actually racing Cade McClenny, who is in this lead pack as well. Car 05 third on the outside. So a race for the lead and a race within the race for the lucky dog, all here in the lead pack.
A lot of stuff going on throughout multiple different packs here at Daytona. 117 laps complete. You look back here towards Barrett Palamas, and right now, the way it stands, he is trying to track down the lead pack, and this gap continues to fluctuate. But as it stands at the moment, they're just under 3 seconds behind the tail end of this lead pack. Remember, you've got to be within about a second and a half to get back within drafting range. So still a lot of work to do there for that group to catch up. But if the front of the field continues racing the way they are now, it is certainly still within the realm of possibility. On the outside, Stephen Miles leads the way. Mike Davenport not racing for position, but is trying to get a lap back. So you see him now on the inside. Stephen Miles thought about a cover, but I think he realized that it's not necessarily that desperate at the moment for him to cover the 55. Cade McClenny, John Ward, all up here as well. The battle for first, though, continues to be the more heated one. The 78, you see in that second pack, currently sitting back at 18th. That line, Dawson, if they stay organized long enough, they may have a chance to reel these guys in, maybe even before we get to the next pit stop.
They've gotten back to within about 2.8 seconds of the last car in the line in this lead draft. Actually, it's more like 2.4. Again, Hunter Hasting not listed in this lead pack, so we can't get a very good idea of how far the Polamis machine is behind Hasting. It's closer to 2.3. They are dangerously close here to draft range. In fact, they pulled it within 2.6 of now the final car in line that's on the lead lap. That's Brock Whitehead in the 31. Hasting another few car lengths out back of that. It's more like 2.3 or 2.4. They are within 1 second of making this potentially a 23-car lead pack. Why is that important? Well, that group has Palamas, Hennings, who's been up front. Matt Taylor has experience in these races. Jack Simpson is in that pack. Austin Call finished third in last night's second duel. And Cody Nagels must have had a mistake on pit road earlier in the 6th. Did not catch word of any penalties, but he had a slower pit stop. Something went wrong on board that NVG entry. He is logged in that second pack as well. They are desperately trying to get back to the lead draft, and they are pulling closer than they have before. They're ticking away at it. They're doing good work, and this will help. Ward to the inside. He'll bring the lap car of Burns with him. That's now 3 lap down machines in this lead pack, helping that pack along. But as they get too wide into 3, this is the best thing that second pack could ask for.
Certainly is, and for that second pack, they want to catch so bad. It's just such a desperate feeling as a driver, because the biggest worry is that if this race goes green, you're not going to have another shot to race for the win. Obviously, still going to be 80 laps to go as we cross the line this time, so still plenty of time for things to happen, but you don't want to let it get too far out of your control. Almost trouble at the front of the pack. Cade McClenny had a massive wiggle right there as it looked like it was almost a push gone wrong. That was the 42 of Dylan Alt, but they're going to get things sorted out here pretty quickly as the 92 of John Ward still on the bottom. Josh Ball up top towards the back end of this group, and then you see the 57 there in the picture getting ready to lose potentially another lap. That was Alexander Kroenke we talked about at the start of this race. And quick note, 31 cars. That's how many we have currently got on the lead lap. So even if we do get a caution, 15 cars from what started this race that will not be able to join in the battle for the race win, at least not with just one caution. They would need a little bit more help than that, but 121 in the books, Dawson, and we are still seeing 2x2 action up front.
And I can't say I'm surprised. These guys, this is not uncomfortable for most of them that are in this front pack. Again, some seasoned super speedway drivers are in this lead pack, so I can't say I'm surprised that they are very much comfortable running 2 wide. The problem is by not singling out, they're actually giving those next 6 cars an opportunity to stay in the race. I'll tell you what, Austin, this is as close as they've been. 1.8 seconds the delta between the first and second packs. They can almost taste draft range at this point. We may add 6 more to the party, including a couple of contending cars that fell behind the 8 ball. They may very well be back in this race before long.
Getting very close here for Barrett Palamas currently now. Just 1.5 seconds, so he will start to sniff a draft in that number 79 Ford Mustang, thanks to the push from Brian Hennings, and this group will have second life. They'll catch up here in about a half a lap. The other thing here you got to keep in mind, they are going to have a big run. The question is going to be, where do they go with it once they get to the leaders? At the front of the field, the outside line, still with a little bit more momentum. John Ward on the bottom. He's working with one of the lap cars here in the 06 of Spencer Burns. But as you mentioned, Dawson, a lot more give and take right now. Again, these leaders know there's still another pit stop left to go, and they don't want to get too aggressive. I say one pit stop. I think we're actually going to have 2 left to go, but the next one sometime right around lap 135 to lap 140 is when these guys will come in, and we could see another break in the pack with all the chaos we saw through the first round of green flag pit stops. John Ward now going to get tanded up on the front bumper of the 06 Spencer Burns. That's going to push the 92 close to the lead into the trial, but Stephen Miles, he's been so good so far tonight, and he still leads the way here at Daytona.
Tell you, Stephen Miles, I talked about him numerous times, not only this week, but throughout Speed Weeks, as being one of the most consistently dominant drivers over the period leading up to this PGR 500. I am not surprised in the slightest that Miles has led a ton of laps here this afternoon, but he's got to complete the job. He still has 75 to go and probably 2 pit stop cycles left to get through, to get that car to victory lane. So he still has to stay locked in, but I am not surprised at all. So far, the execution is on point for the driver of that machine, Stephen Miles. The Palamas group has arrived on scene. That second pack, a Herculean effort from Palamas, Hennings, Taylor and company. Almost a crash with Cronky in the 57, Brown, Whitehead and others. That was a big moment right there. Not sure exactly how that one got started, Austin, but we saw it right in the middle of the screen. It happened all of a sudden. That's a couple lap machines involved in that one as the field got to them.
Yeah, that was a scary call right there. I'm not sure for Cronky what happened here, if he was trying to go to the outside to fall back or go towards the front. Looked like he went 3 wide, and then all of a sudden things started to stack up as they got towards the trial. Well, that certainly could have been a whole lot worse than it was, Dawson, but everybody keeps it together. At the front of the pack, though, we still remain 2 by 2, and everything looking good at the moment for the 24 of Stephen Miles. We are going to be coming to 75 laps to go. When we cross the line this time, a good time to start talking about the payouts, Dawson, as a lot of drivers are starting to think about what it would mean to have a shot at winning $3,000 here tonight. That will be the guaranteed prize to the race winner. And thanks to, of course, all the sponsorship and everything else that went into this week, full payouts will be guaranteed for this event. So everything that you saw at the start of the race will hold true. Second place going to be taking home $1,500, and then the final finisher on the podium going to be taking home $1,000 as well. Payouts go all the way back through the rest of the feature. Not quite down to crunch time just yet, Dawson, but you can certainly tell that the intensity has mild it out a lot more than what it was earlier, and we're still expecting that next green flag pit stop in about 15 laps time.
Yeah, we're hearing from downstairs. Tyler Vickery, our pit reporter, telling us anywhere from 12 to 19 laps is going to be the range on all of these race cars as we get ready for another cycle of green flag pit stops. And that goes into what we talked about earlier. It harkens back to your conversation earlier about saving fuel early in the race. The drivers had opted not to, which is likely this group here at the front, including Miles and Alton Ward and Josh Ball and others. They're likely on the front end of that range, about 12 laps to go in their fuel tanks. The guys that opted to save, I even look at guys like Gray and Eberhardt who ran towards the tail end, Daniel Falkingham as well, especially Falkingham that ran long on the first run. I look at them as guys that could potentially run towards the back end of that 19-lap run. So even within this front pack that came out together, we're going to have a fracture in that as well, just based on the strategy that you had earlier in the race. So you may have made a decision earlier that you wanted to race. It may not pay off for you if you have to pit earlier and take more gas on the last pit stop inside of 40 to go. For the guys that ran long, that may pan out to work. Out back, Austin, the moves are starting, and it's back around, guess who? Cody Nagels. He's starting to cross some drivers up. That was Zittel that he just deked out about 8 rows deep in the field as Nagels tries to work his way back into the picture. He's back up to 14th in that number 6. Not far behind who we're looking at right now, Gray, Little, and others. You see the 6 come into frame. Further back in the field, back behind Jack Simpson, as the field again works off turn number 2. It continues to be Ward and Miles up front, again with the lap machines of Davenport and Burns and McClenny. They are not on the lead lap. The 55, the 06, the 05, they are all at least one lap down in this race. The rest of the cars in this pack back to Hunter Hastings are on the lead lap and in this lead draft. So those lap cars are going to play a factor later. For now, guys are using them to tow and save a little bit of gas potentially as they run towards the front of this pack. But later in the race, again, they could prove to be costly to somebody if they are in the racing groove when it comes down to crunch time.
Yeah, and for Cody Nagels there, I think he was just getting annoyed with some of the lap cars, so he tried to spit one of them out of the pack. He was successful in sending Kyle Zittel just a couple of rows back here in this lead group. Of course, the 53 not on the lead lap, and we're starting to see a little bit more shuffling. Wyatt Gray jumped down to the inside. The 6 and Nagels moved down as well off of turn 2. But at the front right now, John Ward still well out in front, as his Chevy Camaro is looking stout. The 24 miles doing all the pushing. Spencer Burns on the bottom in position right now to try to get that lap back the hard way if he was in front of these guys and the caution were to come out. It'll be 130 laps in the books when we cross the line this time. No more 3 wide just yet. Again, about 10 laps now away from the next pit stop. I think a lot of these guys are still just trying to play it patient. And Dawson, knowing that this isn't the last pit stop, I don't know if we're at that point in the race where the aggression really ramps up, but I do want to mention what you talked about for guys like Daniel Falkingham, James Bomar, the drivers that were able to run the longest before pitting on that last round of green flag pit stops. They are going to be able to take the least amount of fuel when it comes down to the final pit stop here the afternoon. And for these guys, that could be crucial. Man, that was a close call right there up top. Kate McClenny looked like he maybe got into the back bumper of the 42. Everybody keeps it together. John Ward still out in front off of turn 4.
Yeah, John Ward with a good run here in the middle stages of this race. He's gotten his way back to the front. He led laps early in this race, kind of faded towards the tail end of the field and had some setbacks, but he's back at the front now in front of Stephen Miles. Miles more than content to push on the outside lane. That's the red, white, and black Exalta Chevrolet on the outside right in front. The eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver Dylan Alt in third in the 42. Cannot say enough so far about the run for Alt. He talked about what he had learned this week from some of the guys that have won these races before. He's taken in as much information as he can, and we've literally watched it in real time as he has pretty much learned how those other guys drive their race cars, how they operate the blocks, how they manage lanes. We've seen him learn it all in real time, and now is in very good position to potentially be up front when this thing comes down to it to get himself a big name win on his sim racing resume. Ward continues to lead top 5, make it 6 or clear back to Aaron Brown. The bottom is led by the lap cars of Burns and Davenport. Ball, Gray, Baker in behind them. Then it's Eberhard and Nagels. Up top it's Ward, Miles, Alt. McClenny is the lap car, the 05, fourth in line, that yellow and blue Chevrolet. Then it's Little in the 4th spot behind him on the lead lap, and then Hennings, and then Simpson. Bottom side, though, starting to get a little bit of run. That's because Aaron Brown turned out of line. Here comes the 18 on the bumper now of Burns, and the inside starts to go again as we approach this next pit stop package.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what some of the lap cars that are in this group do if they decide to pit with the leaders to try to at least stay in the lead pack, or if they go off on their own strategy and hope for a caution. Big push, though, here from the 06. Spencer Burns is going to push the 18 of Aaron Brown back out in front here at Daytona. John Ward on the outside, as it looks like Stephen Miles will now get back connected with him. And, talking about some of these guys, Dawson, and what pit strategies we're expecting, well, our pit reporter Tyler Vickery has another update. Tyler, what are you hearing?
Yeah, a lot of talks on pits. I think a few of these teams are getting ready to pit. Many teams are right now working together. Ward, Miles, Boyd, Gray, and Wyatt Gray are all one team working together, especially where you have Ward and Miles leading up in the front. You also have another bigger group with Garza, Bomar, Caden Diedrich, Justin Champagne working together. The big team as well you're going to have to really focus on as well as Daniel Falkingham, Matt Baker, Cody Nagels. You're going to have a lot of that group as well together. A lot of those guys are going to be eNASCAR drivers as well. So be ready for a lot of teams to pit within a range between another 5 laps to another 10 laps, I would say, give or take.
And Tyler, thank you for that report. Well, Dawson, we're closing in on pit stops, and it's starting to feel like maybe a couple of these guys want to make their way back to the front of this lead group. And we talk about trying to make it down safely. We saw a couple of drivers try to pit from the outside line during that last run. It did not work out, and boy, that was a slick move right there from the 92 of John Ward, as he was able to slam the door on Stephen Miles and will get himself in position now on the inside lane. Asher Little in the 01 machine, currently sitting in 7th. He is one of your top movers right now. He's picked up 28 positions from where he started this race. There's the onboard view. Tell you what, Dawson, he is looking laser focused. We've talked about Asher Little and the job he has done since he arrived in the money racing community. Still a lot of work to do, though, as he wants to find himself in victory lane for one of these crown jewel events. Still 2x2 up front leading the way. It's the 18 of Aaron Brown, the 06 on the outside. That's Spencer Burns, not for position, but he is trying to get his lap back the hard way. 2x2 all the way back. Look for some of these guys like Dieterich, even back towards Kevin Champagne, Adam Garza, to try to start making their way to the front as we inch closer to the next round of green flag pit stops.
I think, going back to that move from Ward a moment ago that you talked about as he fades down to the bottom. Now Alt goes down to the bottom. That tells me the urgency to make a pit stop is coming up. These guys are getting ready to come down pit road as you continue to roll on board with Asher Little on the outside of the racetrack in the 0-1. It tells me guys are getting ready to make that second round of green flag pit stops. The guys up top now, like Little, like Whitehead, like a couple guys further back. Caden Diedrich, by the way, has just broken into the top 10 for the first time today. They are doing what we talked about earlier, gaining time delta on the outside lane. Now the guys are vacating their spots. Now the drivers are leaving spots open. Of course, why not take the free real estate up top of the racetrack, try to get some spots, although now more drivers trying to find holes. Asher Little is down in the 0-1. You saw him make that move live on your screen as he drops down behind John Warren in front of Stephen Miles. Next, the onus will be on Trey Whitehead. He will try to make a move. He's actually a lap car as well in the 23. So now a trio, make it 4 lap cars in a row up top. They're all racing for the Lucky Dog. Davenport, McClenny, Whitehead, and Zittel all are racing for the Lucky Dog. All are in this lead pack. Blake Neer is actually also in this lead pack. Only 1 lap down as well. Pit stops for the first time. It's out of the second group now that was 17 seconds back. Dylan Jones, Justin Johnson, Cole Larson, and Jaden Newson start the pit stop cycle as they're the first ones out of the second group to come down pit road. The lead pack now, the question will be rather, when will they hit pit road? 64 laps to go.
It's going to be interesting to see if they try to wait a couple more laps, and obviously when things start to cycle through, we saw guys like Daniel Falkingham take advantage of catching a draft off of some of the groups that were maybe out on the racetrack already spread out, but that first round of pit stops was the most chaotic. I don't know if we'll see anybody coming this time. Spencer Burns not on the lead lap, but he does lead this group off at turn 4, and it looks like we are going to see some pit stops. Burns pulls down. A lot of guys going to follow. Aaron Brown, the 42 of Dylan Alt, and multiple others here. Spencer Burns comes in a little hot, but this time, Dawson, looks like everybody makes it in a lot more clean.
We learned something from that first pit stop group, or that first pit stop cycle, rather. You learned a lot from that entry. Maybe the guys that overshot just a little bit have now learned and now figured out, okay, I need to back my entry up just a little bit more than I did on that first one to come in and not risk getting a black flag on this second round of green flag pit stops. Maybe the guy that undershot their entry early, maybe they can give it a little bit more juice getting onto pit road and gain a little bit of time delta on the pit lane. Burns off and away. The rest of the front group will come behind him. That is really good work by this first lead lap group of cars to come down pit road. They'll all blend together on the apron. They'll have to play a little bit of give and take here on the entrance to turn 1, but overall really effective work by that first group. That was clean in and out for that first group of lead lap cars. Now the onus will be on the rest of the cars on the racetrack. They're led by Diedrich.
And Austin Call just had a spin coming into the pits. It looked like Paleshi that followed him in. Those two got stopped right at the entrance of pit road, so that is going to cost Austin Call a shot at this race without getting a caution. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Dieterich now going to look back to the outside. They're coming up on a lap car. It's the 24 machine of Simpson, but everybody's going to get around without any sort of issue, and that was a big move for Dieterich. That's going to put him to the front. Zwack, Eberhardt, and Falkingham all going to follow in suit, and the question now, will these guys pit this time? We're going to be coming to lap 140. A couple drivers going to pull down below the double yellow line. It's Cade McClenny, multiple others. Whoa, big move there from the 87 to Caswell. He got into the front nose of Champagne. That could have been big, as we almost had another caution.
Yeah, almost another caution for those guys as the field again continues to work under the green flag. Guys coming off pit road on the apron as we get ready to make another pit stop here for that lead group. You talked about McClenny. He is a lap car, the 05s. He comes down pit road to make another pit stop for him. He's off cycle. Being a lap car, he's a little bit off cycle from the leaders. He'll come down and make his scheduled stop on lap 140. Can tell you there was one error on the pits. Actually, Cade McClenny is going to make 2. McClenny, black flag on pit road for the 05. He'll have to hold in his box. Another miscalculation there for McClenny, and a bad day goes worse. The driver of the 05 can tell you the other error on pit road. There's another set of pit stops happening here live. A few more cars coming down pit road. Barrett Polomus, I think, is the only one that is currently on the lead lap coming down. Yes, it will be Davenport and I believe Hastings. They're the other two in that group coming to pit road this time. Can tell you one other error on pit road, at least from what I'm seeing so far. I think that it was Cody Nagels that was a little bit slow on another pit stop in car number 6. And that is going to prove a little bit costly again, as he'll have to make up some ground in car number 6 once more.
And for Cody Nagels, I don't want to say it's a bad day so far, but definitely going to need a little bit of help with the way things have been going. Now, we're still waiting for this lead group to make their pit stop here. This isn't going to let anybody make it to the end on fuel. Still going to have one more pit cycle, but you've got to get through this one clean if you want a shot at the money stop coming up here, probably right around lap 180. Dieterich, though, is going to work around the outside of Tucker McClendon. Eberhard, Falkingham, multiple others going to follow him around as this lead group continues to remain single file. You mentioned, obviously, Cody Nagels here, Dawson, and talking about what he's going to need in terms of a break. Currently sits back in 21st. Now, when these guys do pit, it will keep him on the lead lap, but not going to be in the best position overall. He will definitely need a caution. For Dieterich, though, this is really helping the leaders. They have got a couple of cars in front. If they can stay out one more lap, they will catch a huge draft, which is going to make up a lot of time before they'd have to make a pit stop.
Yeah, and we'll see. This is, again, what helped the second group last night in the dual races to catch up, but they will not wait the extra lap. Here comes this big group of lead lap cars to pit road. Everybody getting in a little bit hot in this group. I think everybody made in trouble. Trey Whitehead is spun backwards on pit road in the 23. The lap car of Whitehead, though, somehow keeps that car directly 180 degrees backwards on the pit lane and keeps it going. He'll get turned back around on the pit lane. Everybody seems to be clean on this one. I thought Dietrich was a little bit hot on his entry. I think he may have gotten it down to speed in car number 24. We'll wait for the report from pit road. No black flags. Everybody clean and good. Really good work by that group. I think they actually got in a little bit faster than the opening group did. That's the group with Brown, Alt, Ward, Ball, Miles, and company. I think this group did a little bit better job on entry. We'll see how it pales out on exit.
This is going to be a very interesting cycle. By the way, quick update there on the 23. Whitehead just looked like he put a little bit too much wheel while under braking coming into the pits, and so that will now drop him out of contention without a caution. It'll be interesting to see. We had just about 20 cars or so in the lead pack after the last pit cycle completely got sorted out, and it's going to be Daniel Falkingham who leads Daniel Eberhard, James Bomar, Matthew Zwack, and multiple others here out of the pits. But look in the background, rocketing down the super stretch. That's the group that is already pit, currently being led by the 18 of Aaron Brown. He's getting pushed by Dylan Alton. They have got about a 20-mile-an-hour speed difference here as everybody else still trying to get up to pace. And Dawson, you hit the nail on the head. That last group to come in got a pretty good pit stop, and it is going to be Falkingham, Eberhard, Bomar, and Zwack who retain the lead now that they're all back up to speed.
Yeah, but that pack behind them has the numbers advantage, and so many times we've seen that tends to matter more than the timing off pit road. We'll let you know what their delta is that they have to make up as we get there. It appears to be about a second. I think everyone's going to have some form of draft pull here off of this lead draft. I'm looking back from Zwack to Caswell is where that first delta is, and it is closing quickly, so we will have a bigger group. But credit to Falkingham, Eberhard, Bomar, and Zwack, the last group of lead lap cars to pit. They were really, really good on their entry and exit, and they beat the rest of the cars on pit road by a lot. It's going to gain them a huge track position advantage. Coming down to it, you're going to see them pull up and actually block the middle when that group gets there. Unfortunately, Bomar is the odd man out in the 20. He'll jump backwards. The packs are back together now. The amount of cars in this pack has been reduced down to 20. Back to Barrett Polomus in the 79. He is the last car in this lead lap pack as of right now. So 20 cars out of the 45 that started still in contention as we get ready for the money stop next time around when we get to a pit cycle. Again, that's going to be very late in this race, inside the 30 laps to go mark, assuming we don't get a caution as we get ready to go into the later stages of this race. And I'll tell you what, it is crunch time. We're into that 50 laps to go mark. We're 6 laps away from the 50 laps to go mark. And Austin, I'll tell you, we talked about this at the beginning of the night, or the afternoon rather, that this would be about the point when the moves would start. I'll tell you, it is getting fast and furious quickly, too wide at the front of the field.
Yeah, when you see a guy like Adam Garza now starting to make his way towards the front, in fact, it looks like he is going to lead this lap here at Daytona. You know that some of the big names are finally ready to get aggressive. Garza leads him across the line, 146 of 200 laps now in the books. But for Daniel Falkingham, one of the guys that he worked so well with last year, coming to the end of the PGR 500, was the 18 of Matthew Zwack. Those two currently separated by just one car, and that is Daniel Eberhard. So as it stands at the moment, again, we still have one more pit stop that's going to come into play, so I don't want to say we're in the final stretch just yet, but you got to start to find who you want your buddy to be at the end of this race. Matthew Baker, Asher Little still in contention. Brock Whitehead saw some trouble for his teammate Trey Whitehead in the pits, but he continues to keep that car clean. He's been able to stick with the leaders through the pit cycles. And as we go all the way back through this lead pack, Dawson, similar to what we had in the last pit stop, we have still got just over 20 cars left in the running here in this lead group.
20 cars for now. And why do you say for now? Well, once we get to the money stop and these moves start to get bigger, we're going to get into the period where guys will start to make more aggressive moves to win the PGR 500. They will start to move into 3-wide battles. The pushes will start to get better, and guys will start to make the moves to win. Interesting here, Adam Garza has gone to the safer barrier. He's going to drop to 3rd in line on the outside. And a question for me comes to mind, did Garza cut the fuel stop short a little bit, trying to play a strategy call to make that last pit stop shorter as well? We've seen this before in NASCAR, and really at the super speedways in particular, where guys will fuel save during the green flag run so that they only have to take a certain amount when they do come to pit road each time in the stages. Of course, no stages today in this race with 53 to go. We'll run it all the way out. But for Garza, the same concept could apply here. I almost wonder if Garza took a little bit less fuel on that last stop and is now going to try to use the draft to tow off Matthew Zwack and others and save a little bit of fuel. His pit box time 15.6 is the report from Tyler Vickery. I would love to know how much different that was than maybe a car like Everhart or Falkingham or Baker or Dylan Alt that was on pit road. I would love to know if Adam Garza's time was cut a little bit short. Maybe he took a little bit less fuel to gain track position. I am so curious about that. If so, it is a gutsy call from the driver of the 8 for Adam Garza, as he may have taken a shorter green flag pit stop. We will try to get an idea, but as we go back up to the front, they're going to run 3 wide, so we'll hold off on that report for now. Gray, Miles, and others to the outside as here come the big moves. Austin, it is crunch time in the Great American Sim Race.
Yeah, the intensity really starting to ramp up. Wyatt Gray leads that 3rd lane, trying to make a charge to the front. He's got a push from Stephen Miles, Spencer Burns, Brian Hennings, Aaron Brown, and a few others all up top now, trying to make it work. And now it's the middle line that finds himself the odd man out. The 57 jumps down. That was a really close call for James Bomar. And oh, watch out, the 57's going to spin. He's got to hold on to it. Back up into the field. This is going to bring the caution out. Maybe did he save it? Couldn't quite tell. That was Alexander Kroenke. I think he manages to hold on, Dawson, but that was the closest call we have had in over 100 laps.
And almost another close call as Siddle, McClendon, Simpson, and the Nagels group arrived on the scene, and that is only going to harm that second group that was trying to gain delta as they had to avoid the 57, and they lose some time. Now they're all kind of discombobulated with Simpson, Nagels, and the group that they were running with, although I must say they have done a ton of work, by the way, to get back with this lead draft. Austin, under our noses, basically, that group gained over a 1.5 seconds of delta. The problem for them is now that the cars have become discombobulated, Polymus loses the draft, and all that work is for naught as that group gets caught in the Kroenke incident further back. They were doing such good work, they'll have to go back to it again. We're about to watch a replay of what happened to Alexander Kroenke as he got turned. This was a very close call as the stack-up got him collected off the nose of Bomar.
Yeah, and for Kroenke here, we'll show you in just a moment, but it's a tough battle because for some of these lead cars, they're trying so desperately to obviously get around all of the lap cars, but sometimes in the process of doing that, you can get yourself in these really close incidents. We talk about how tough 3 wide is here at Daytona. That was the exact position that they found themselves in. Now, John Ward does continue to lead at the front of the field, and you see on the replay right there, after that incident occurred, there's the second pack catching the 57, and they've all got to go by. That's what cost them some time. But the good news here, Dawson, is that the front pack is getting very aggressive once again. John Ward leads, but they're 3 wide, discombobulated. Trouble. One's going to go hard into the outside wall. 2 cars spin. Caution is out with 151 laps in the books. And all of a sudden, after over 100 laps of green flag racing, the strategy is going to change completely.
But a wrench in everything that you knew about this race because the caution flag has been thrown on lap number 152, and it's the aforementioned Adam Garza machine that is involved in this one. You see damage to the front end of his blue and white number 8 Ford Mustang Dark Horse. We'll start to take a look back. You saw it happen basically live here on about lap 150. I see another car come together. The close call was Kroenke. Unfortunately, more than a close call this time around, as it is Garza that gets turned up the banking of turn 3. He had just gotten to the back of this lead draft again, I think to save some fuel. And wondering where this one's going to come from for Garza. Oh, it's a stack up, it looks like to me, as I'm getting my first look at it. It looks like a stack up in one of the 2 lanes is going to force some guys to meet in the middle. in some real estate in the middle lane of the racetrack. Garza is the unfortunate bystander in this, as I believe it's going to be Matt Taylor that is the car that gets turned, the black, gray, and yellow 44. You see him, the black 44 with white wheels and yellow numbers, top lane of the racetrack. Watch the stack up in front of him as Wyatt Gray gets the wall. Matthew Zwack jumps in the brakes. Asher Little gets into Matthew Taylor in the according stack up, and they both turn down the hill into Adam Garza. Garza noses the outside wall and comes to rest on the apron of turn 4. So a trio of cars involved has completely thrown a wrench in this race. Man, look at the cars in the second pack come into this. A couple of them very lucky that cars had gotten off the racing surface there. That one could have been bigger than it was.
Could have been a lot bigger than it was. And, you know, a tough situation there, too, is I just think for the 044 of Matt Taylor, maybe a little bit of was too focused out in front, didn't realize that Asher Little had such a big run coming from behind. And when you see those stack-ups, Dawson, the natural reaction is to either jam on the brakes or try to obviously go to a different lane to avoid it. And it looked like the man who got the worst damage out of that whole incident was indeed the 8 of Adam Garza. The 044, though, I think had some suspension damage. And with no fast repairs, it's going to be interesting to see how this affects the rest of their race. You see right there, Asher Little tries to split the middle. The 044 comes down, and there's the big hit to the outside safer barrier for Adam Garza. Asher Little escapes unscathed. And from the replays we saw, I don't think the race control is going to have any issue with the 01's move right there. I think that will likely go on Taylor. So as we start to turn now back live towards the front of the field, where John Ward finds himself in the lead, over 150 laps complete. So we are over 75% of the way there in the 2026 PGR 500. By the way, all yellow flags tonight, once again, powered by the NASRA 360 Racing Network. We appreciate them for all that they do, as they have got the 6 hours of Le Mans coming up on March 7th. Now, as we start to reset, Dawson, a couple things to keep in mind. There were quite a few cars that had lost touch with the lead lap, so it's not going to be a full 45 cars here on the lead lap once we get back to green flag racing. But what it does is it pulls all the packs back together for the guys that were on the lead lap.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Austin, something I'm noticing here that's going to be very interesting. You'll notice as we look at the leader, or we look towards the front end of the pack, you're going to notice that many cars have stayed out on this fourth caution of the night in front of the leader, John Ward. You might be asking, why would they do that? Well, we had just talked about them making a pit stop that put this race into a one-stop scenario. On this caution with 48 to go, the leaders, including Ward and Miles and Eberhardt and others, are not going to have enough fuel to make it to the end of this race, at least not with the help of a couple more cautions. And even then, you would be pushing the fuel tank to its absolute limit. 48 laps seems to be a bit much to ask of the fuel tanks on board these Gen 7 race cars. So what those guys have done is they've decided to stay out and take the wave around here and get their laps back. We're going to have a number of cars that were one lap down or at the tail end of the lead lap here that will trail back to the end of the field and be right back in contention in this race. And I think that is fascinating because they are so aware of the race situation. Again, still likely one pit stop to go, and those guys are deciding to stay out and risk it, and they'll have to pit earlier, sure. They'll have to take more fuel, also correct, but they'll give themselves a chance. This is going to be likely their best opportunity to get their lap back without having to race to the lucky dog. So a number of cars going to get the wave around. Several were on the tail of the lead lap. They're back in contention. They'll be off cycle, but they'll certainly have new life in this PGR 500.
And what do we know, Dawson? Cautions breed cautions. Now that we're starting to get down to the end of this race, we could very well see the chaos start to break out, especially for these guys up front. The other thing that's going to get very interesting right here is the fuel window. Likely cannot make it. We're going to go back green with 46 laps left to go here in the PGR 500, and most cars we think can make it somewhere between right around 35 to 41 laps. If you're really saving the draft, maybe 42 to 43. I still think that would be a stretch, but obviously, Dawson, if there's anybody that thinks they can make it, I would look towards Daniel Eberhardt, Daniel Falkingham. These are guys that like to be conservative until they know it's go time, and that usually makes them some of the best when it comes to saving fuel. At the front of the field, John Ward, Stephen Miles getting ready to lead us back to green. And if you are just tuning in, you picked a great time to do it, starting to begin the close-in on crowning a 2026 PGR 500 champion. We've had a lot of green flag racing so far here this afternoon, but now that the lights have come on here at Daytona, it is getting ready to get busy. iRacing.com pace car going to make the left turn as John Ward will lead the field back into the Sim Wrap Market restart zone. Here we go. Green flag is back in the air. 46 laps to go at Daytona.
Green flag back in the air, 46 laps to go in the PGR 500, and John Ward crosses the line, jumps right up to the outside lane. He'll go to the push of Stephen Miles. By the way, this caution has allowed a number of drivers to get back on the lead lap. 35 of the 45 that started this race are back on the lead lap and at least have some opportunity to go to victory lane in 46 laps time. Ward, Miles, Gray, Brown lined up in the outside lane. Inside is only 3 cars as of right now. Daniel Eberhardt, Brian Hennings, Brock Whitehead, but they have help on the way. Here comes the cavalry. Josh Ball arrives on scene. So does Garrett Caswell. So does Jack Simpson. Austin Call is back in this race as well in car 118 on the bottom. He's got Dylan Jones with him. We haven't talked about Jones a lot today in the 0-1-1. A number of new players that have waited are coming to the front. They picked the perfect time to do it. John Ward rockets off turn 4. 3 wide out back. Here comes Rocky Boyd, Dylan Alt, Daniel Falkingham, Cody Nichols, now Zwack and Bomar. It's on at Daytona. Game time. Here comes Zwack. Brown to the outside. He'll jump on the nose of his fellow 18, Matthew Zwack. The outside with a monster run up the banking of turn 1. Aaron Brown vaults all the way to the point off turn 2. The biggest run out of the third lane we've seen all day.
That may have been the biggest push we've seen all night as well. Matthew Zwack proving the tandem works, but now he's going to drop the 18 of Brown down the super stretch. The 18 goes to the lead, and he is pulling a freight train behind him. James Bomar, Rocky Boyd, the 42 of Alt, and the 39 of Falkingham. All going to pull clear, and here comes the 6 of Cody Nagels. He had damage earlier, got it fixed, got the caution, and he is right back in contention. The 42 now going to go to the high side. They'll spit out another car. That's Rocky Boyd, who now has to fade down to the inside. And just like that, we are back to 2x2, single file the front 5, and then it gets 3 wide as you get further back. This third lane continuing to try to work Dawson. One thing you got to keep in mind is almost trouble. Man, Matthew Baker with a big time save into turn 1.
Yeah, Matthew Baker on a big push from Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown is doing all he can to get that center lane to roll as Miles tries to get the top going to Newson. They're the odd men out. Newson, Miles, and Call on the outside. Up front, Dylan Alt goes all the way to the point in car 42, and he's got the defending winner of the Great American Sim Race on his back bumper. Guess who picked a perfect time? Falkingham in that second place car for the PGR Esports group on the inside. Here comes Bomar, the pole sitter. Technical issues earlier. He'll return back to the front row of the PGR 500 with 43 laps to go. He'll go alongside Alt. He brings Rocky Boyd and John Ward to the party. Outside is Alt, then Falkingham, then Nagels, then Zwack, then John Ellis Jr. He's been involved in 3 crashes today. He comes back to the front at the perfect time. He's inside the top 10. Baker, Little, Gray also inside the top 10 as the field works off turn 2. It is 2 wide for now. I can't imagine that will last long. It will be 3 wide before long. Dylan Alt back to the lead, back to 3, but he's got the defending winner on his bumper, a tough ask. Here, this is the move to the inside. Daniel Falkingham, for the first time really all race long, the defending winner will go to the point at the perfect time.
For Daniel Falkingham, that's a very similar move to what he was able to win this race with last year. Goes to the inside, clears back up, and now it's Dylan Alt, Cody Nagels, and Matthew Zwack who line up behind him on the outside. James Bomar on the bottom, awaiting a push from Rocky Boyd, and you're starting to notice these groups are finding it more effective to tandem up than just simply bump draft. Back to 2x2 throughout the lead pack for the moment, but you notice there was a couple of guys further back that continue to try to gear up these runs. They want to go 3 wide, and we're not quite fully in crunch time just yet, but the intensity is certainly continuing to pick up. Wyatt Gray going to make the move to the high side, about 6th or 7th back in line. Bottom lane, though, trails all the way back throughout this lead pack. Dawson, the way it stands at the moment, we have got 33 cars still in contention. And how about Kenny Reel? Was a lap down earlier, still a little bit of damage to that race car, but for him to even be back with the lead pack after the way his day started, heck of a comeback for the 11 car.
Absolutely. After being involved in the first 2 incidents of this race, he has made a long comeback trail to get here. But for him to be back in this race, an incredible comeback story for the driver for Jack Shack Racing, one of the only entries for their team in the race here this afternoon. Falkingham continues to lead the run down the Daytona super stretch. You'll see Adam Garza up ahead. He had some damage on board the 8. Had to come back down pit road. He'll get lapped by the field here, working back into turn number 3. He's going very slow, going to let the field go by. A courteous move there from Adam Garza as the field continues to race hard up front. Falkingham leads. Alt is clear, so is Zwack. None of them taking the left-hand turn yet out of line. Bottom side is where you'll find the Red Line Racing Network Chevrolet of Cody Nagels. Here's the run to the rail. Wyatt Gray, Stephen Miles, the teammates to the outside. Call trying to go. Ward trying to go. Outside moves up. Here comes Dylan Alt with the block. Falkingham does as well. They'll stack up for a moment. Middle lane will roll. Call jumps top to middle. 4 rows deep back behind them. Swag trying to get the middle running, but it's the outside that's got all the momentum. Nagels and Bomar stuck on the bottom side of the racetrack. Man, these pushes are getting very, very unstable at the front. We're getting close to when the time bomb will go off. Falkingham going to get unfortunately dropped to the middle here for him. He'll go to the push of Matthew Zwack in the center lane. Alt goes to the lead as Gray tries to look for the right rear of Alt. Alt a little bit too far down, has to come up and block. It was in time to block Wyatt Gray's run without getting turned out of line. He'll continue to lead here off turn 4. 39 laps to go at the line. The bottom lane fades 8 rows deep in the field as Alt leads at the line, but he's got teammates on his back bumper in the form of Gray and Stephen Miles.
And we have seen high-speed action just about all day, but so far, now that we're into the nighttime here at Daytona, this is pretty much some of the biggest runs we have seen so far. Wyatt Gray really trying to set up the 42 Alt for a move. He's finally going to do it. The 24, Stephen Miles, follows him as they get tandemed up down the super stretch. And it's going to be the 39 of Daniel Falkingham. He goes back to the high side. Seems like the top lane has been able to get better momentum, but that is not the case right now. Bottom roll's clear. John Ward's going to follow Miles and Gray up to the high side. Now it's Matthew Zwack who leads the bottom, but Stephen Miles jumps back down in front of him. By the way, do want to give a quick update. You notice the 5 coasting Thunder Machine of Matthew Baker faded out of the lead pack a couple of laps ago. He has dropped connection, and his attempt at the 2026 PGR 500 has come to an end.
Oh man, it's a heartbreaker for Matthew Baker, who wanted so badly to win this race, and dejected, I think, is the word you would use for him. He has gotten back in the session in the 5 car, but will need a small miracle to get back in, as he'll go likely multiple laps down in that 5 machine. We had a near moment for Cody Nagels as well. Did not catch exactly what happened to car number 6, but he has had a problem as well. I'm not sure if he is still with the lead pack. I do believe he is, but he's back towards the tail end, back in the 19th position right now for that MBG Motorsports labeled entry. Up front, it continues to be Gray, pushed by his teammate Stephen Miles. John Ward and Matthew Zwack lead the other 2 lanes. Call trying to push the bottom in the Aflac Toyota. I'll tell you, what a story it would be if Austin Call could win this race. One of the other drivers that entered via the recruitment process a few weeks ago is the lead pusher on the bottom lane with just 37 laps to go. He's looking to go to victory lane, what will be the biggest win of his career. Gray and Miles trying to deny him, though. John Ward is there in car 92, the purple Flying Aces. Ford Mustang on the outside, rather Chevrolet Camaro. Dylan Alt is 4th. Now Falkingham pulls back forward to 5th. No moves from the outside yet. I'm a little surprised. Big push here up front. They'll stack 5 cars deep. The inside just has not gotten anything going. Back to Aaron Brown. They're trying, but without any more cars taking the run to the inside, turning left, they're not able to get a ton. Right here they will, though, as Miles has to release Gray. The inside comes even with Alt. Out back, Austin. Here comes the 3rd lane. It's led by Cody Nagels. No, it was led by Dylan Alt. He'll try the rail run around Miles.
And the guys in the middle continue to channel either to the bottom or the top, but Stephen Miles and Daniel Eberhardt are going to catch themselves out. John Ward trying to make the move. It doesn't work out as now he'll fade back in the middle. The 18 of Wyatt Gray up top, but it's the 18 of Matthew Zwack that charges to the lead off of turn 2. And there is the big push on board right now with Austin Call, and he's got to be very careful. You line a guy up and you get tandem together, but if you get even just a little bit offset, it can lead to disaster. How about Kyle Zittel here as well? The story for the 53, falling a lap down earlier. He's back on the lead lap, back in contention, similar to Austin Call, one of the drivers who got a free entry into this week. He's up 31 positions from where he started this race at, battling in the pack here at Daytona. 166 laps in the books now. Matthew Zwack, though, still in charge as the 18 of Gray leads the middle. Call now out in front on the bottom.
Oh man, Stephen Miles and Daniel Falkingham had a big moment last time out of turn number 4 as they came together and Falkingham actually got out of shape. They keep it together and keep it straight somehow, some way. Ward shoots to the bottom on the nose now. Call. It's not going to work for him as the middle lane gains traction here down the back straightaway. Gray leads that with Miles, then Eberhardt, then John Ellis. Top 3 are clear back to Daniel Falkingham. Then it is 5 rows of 3 wide. Now Falkingham will get to the 3 wide action. Now make it 6 rows of 3 wide racing. How about 7? 3 wide for the lead with 34 laps to go. Ward shoots to the inside as Alt jumped around Zwack. John Ward and Dylan Alt will go side by side for the lead. It's a drag race back to turn 1, and the entire lead pack is now 3 wide. Big block by Dylan Alt. All the way to the safer barrier with the certainty Chevy as he blocked off the run from Matthew Zwack. He regains the lead. That's a big move from a guy who we heard earlier in the week is just not very comfortable at this style of racing. I'll tell you, he looks awfully comfortable right now. Alt leads down the back straightaway with Zwack. It's Falkingham that goes behind them. It's circled out to 2 wide. Oh man, Josh Ball gets loose out in the middle of the lead pack. He's going to back all the way out in the Red Bull Mustang as he had a moment about the 15th position in line. He'll back out and everybody will keep it straight. It settles back down to 2 wide for the first 6 rows, then 3 wide with Ward, Call, and the returning Kyle Zittel, who is back on the lead lap in the Harris Chevy. 3 wide on the bottom, further back about 8 rows deep. It continues to be Alt, Zwack, Falkingham, Brown, Gray, your top 5. 33 laps to go. Oh man, Cade McClenny almost tried to fit his car in a gap around Cody Nagels. McClenny, by the way, still not on the lead lap, still has to get one of them back, but he is, I believe, back to only 1 lap down in the 0-5 trying to race for the lucky dog with Dylan Jones. Alt leads off turn 2. Zwack has to release, cool the engine off a little bit. That'll allow the center lane to get a little bit of momentum. That's where you'll find Wyatt Gray, Stephen Miles, and Daniel Eberhardt. A couple more cars coming forward. Ellis, we talked about the lap car. McClenny, Jaden Newson is in this group. He's a lap car as well. Holdemus, and the returning Spencer Burns in the 0-6. He's back on the lead lap just outside of the top 10.
For Dylan Alt, currently leading the way. The 3 wide has calmed down at least momentarily, and it's actually the inside that fell apart. 2 lanes, but they're currently sitting in the middle and high side of the racetrack. And watch for maybe a Daniel Eberhardt, a John Ellis Jr., or even a Spencer Burns. Again, he got himself back on the lead lap to maybe drop down and try to get this inside working. Dawson, I got to imagine the reason these guys don't want to go down to the bottom is because they're afraid of being side drafted. We see these 2 top lanes running so close together, and as we'll be closing in on 31 laps to go when we cross the line next time, the intensity continues to ramp up here at Daytona, but as it stands right now, I still don't believe that these guys can make it on fuel. We'll get an official update on that in just a moment, but they are sure racing like it's the last lap. Dylan Alt still leads Matthew Zwack and Falkingham out of turn 4.
Well, that's because it's still crunch time. You do have to think about the pit stop, but right now, you got to think about trouble. Simpson's in the outside wall. That was a late block from Daniel Eberhardt that the 24 brushes the outside wall. It was almost a big problem there for the 90 and the 24 in the outside lane. They keep it straight. But again, back to what I was saying, it's crunch time still. You do have a pit stop, but you have to worry about getting yourself in position first. Then you can think about it. Shoot through the center. Here comes D3. Eberhardt through the center around Newson and Gray. He'll push McClenny in the lap car. Zwack up to block those two. Those two's run in the middle. Eberhardt trying to squeeze down in front of Wyatt Gray. He will, but he'll stay center for now. Up front, it continues to be Alt, then Falkingham. Nagels has made the rail run all the way back to the front. He's third on the outside now. And the red, white, and teal number 6. On the inside, it continues to be Zwack. He's got the cars of McClenny and Eberhardt with him as they work back off turn 4. 2 wide most of the way, now making 3 wide almost all the way. McClenny, the lap car to the center. 8 rows of 3 wide racing at the front with 30 laps to go. We are getting down to crunch time. Dylan Alt's trying to block all 3, but Zwack may get the run here on the inside with the help of Eberhardt. McClenny is his push in the center. Wyatt Gray, he got awfully lucky there. The cars in the top lane were willing to move down and help him out. McClenny tries to jump around Alt. It does not work. Alt throws the block back to the middle. Comes Dylan Alt. That allows Zwack through on the bottom with Eberhardt. Zwack leads by half a car length. Alt again to the outside. This time he'll block McClenny, but it'll allow Gray through in the middle. 3 wide for the lead again as they work the banking of turns 3 and 4. Unbelievable stuff up front. It's 3 wide for the lead. Zwack, Alt, and Wyatt Gray.
For Alt up top at Daytona, he's in the preferred lane from what we've seen so far today, but that's not where the momentum rides right now. Matthew Zwack's got a big push from Daniel Eberhardt. Here comes D3. The 90 car jumps to the middle. Daniel Eberhardt's going to look for the lead for the first time here tonight. Josh Ball is going to follow him to the middle of the racetrack. The 42 loses his push. Little bit of damage to the front nose of the 05 of Cade McClenny. You wonder if that's hurting the radiator of that race car, if he can't cool down as much, if that's part of the reason he is not pushing the 42 as it runs. Now we're going to see Eberhardt move to the high side. The 33, a Ball gets clear in the middle. Zwack has been absolutely phenomenal, though, so far tonight on the bottom. Big block for Daniel Eberhardt as he covered Dylan Alt back down to the middle.
Zwack and Eberhardt lead the bottom and the middle lanes in the 18 and the 90 as he and Alt jump back down. That's Eberhardt and Alt that jump back down to the middle of the bumper of McClenny as the top lane starts to fade. That's where you'll find McClenny, Falkingham, Nagels, Brown, and Jaden Newson. But with still 28 laps to go, there's still plenty of time for them to get that run going up against a safer barrier later on in the race. Again, still, we anticipate a pit stop at this point for some of the leaders, or for all the leaders rather. They were very, very close on fuel. And with about only 8 laps to save, I don't think you can save that much in this next-gen race car. So as they go too wide at the front, they calm down for a second. We will await that pit stop. I would anticipate for the leaders, though, that it would be coming relatively soon in the next 10 to 15 laps, which is going to put it in the final 15 laps under green. Talk about money stops. It's the money stop of all money stops in this race today in the PGR 500. Eberhard allows Alt to cool here into turn 3. That's going to let that push double. Eberhard gets turned. He turns back to the right as they started to pit. Can he save it? No! He comes back up. Falkingham's in it. Zittle's in it. Brown's in it. And the caution's back out again.
Oh man, and it looked like Eberhard had it saved. I was just getting ready to say that may be one of the best saves we have ever seen here, but not able to quite catch it on the second time. It goes back up into the lead pack, collects Kyle Zittel, a couple of others. It's not the big one at Daytona, but it is now going to make our strategy shake up even more crazy. Looked like Kevin Champagne may have gotten spun in the back end of this one, but now Dawson, everybody is going to be able to make it on fuel. And that means it is crunch time. It is getting ready to get wild, but for Daniel Eberhard, tough break. He was leading the pack. Looked like he had everything pretty well controlled. And then all of a sudden, he found himself spinning towards the inside wall. But we talked about it, looked like he saved it. Next thing we know, he was back up inside the outside wall.
Yeah, it looked to me like it was a push gone wrong, and I'm like you. I thought he had it saved when they came off turn 4 right here. Here's the push from Dylan. It's this one right there that's going to hook him sideways, and right here, I thought he had it saved, and he just continues to overcorrect the car and comes back up and gets a big hit there from Zittel. Aaron Brown, I think, has considerable damage. That's a big hit to the right front for Eberhard as well. Big damage on several contending cars.
Absolutely, and for Daniel Eberhard, I think the cockpit view would maybe do the most justice here on exactly what happened to that race car. It did look like he was trying to save it, but you know, you talk about these cars obviously have to set themselves, and right as it looked like he got it straightened out, he just made one more wheel correction. Now, I will say, this, of course, wasn't the 90s fault to start. You mentioned, obviously, that bad push coming off of turn 4. That's what initially got Eberhard sideways. But, man, so close to making a big catch. One thing we can take from this, though, Dawson, the pushes are definitely picking up. Daniel Eberhard has won some of the podium events before. He knows how to get pushed at these sort of plate tracks. So for him to get turned sideways tells you how aggressive the guys behind are getting.
Yeah, it absolutely tells you that we are in the final stages of this race, and it just tells you that the guys up front, this is the moment they've been waiting for and plotting for 175 laps, is to get in position for this period of the race. And the pushes are starting to get more aggressive now. You're starting to see deeper pushes in line, 5 or 6 cars deep. You're also starting to see guys focus less on getting squared up and taking that extra moment to consider whether or not to make a certain push. You saw right there, Alt is just trying to get his lane to move. It's nothing he necessarily does wrong, but in that extra little bit of non-hesitation, shall we call it, he hooks the 90 of Eberhard left. Eberhard almost makes the save and, of course, collects a few others with him. A big call here, a big decision on this set. Austin, we just saw the Wyatt Gray, John Ward, Stephen Miles group come to pit road. They stayed out, but another man has stayed out. Cody Nagels is rolling the dice. He stayed out on this pit stop cycle. He's the only one that is going to try to risk it for the track position. The 6 goes to the point with 25 to go.
And you got to think he's under the, assumption here that we're probably going to see a couple more cautions before things are all said and done. So I would assume that the Red Line Racing Network machine feels like he can make it to the end if we do see another caution or 2. Even if we don't, it's going to be close. But remember, if you're near the front, you are always going to burn more fuel than everybody else. For Nagels, though, remember, qualified outside of the top 10 to start this race, based off his finishing position in the duels. So he has made up 11 spots from where he started this race at. Wyatt Gray, John Ward, both going to start up inside the top 3. For Stephen Miles, Rocky Boyd, Matthew Zwack, and everybody else on back, it is full aggression. The gloves are coming off here for what will be less than 25 laps to go here from the World Center of Racing. Well, we do want to go ahead and bring in the man who currently leads the way here at Daytona. It'll be a less than 25 lap to go restart. Cody Nagels trying to hold on. Dawson Wise stands by with him.
Cody, it's the boys in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Well, look, a big decision there for you. You gamble, you roll the dice, and stay out under this caution with 25 to go. What went into the decision? Do you have enough fuel to make the end of this race?
I do, but it's going to be very, very close. If you're going to win big, sometimes you got to gamble. I'm going to gamble some track position because I don't think we're done wrecking. I'm going to do the gamble. I don't really know if it's the right move right now, but I'm going to go with it because my instinct tells me there's going to be several more wrecks, and if I can be out front and avoid it, I could be in position to win the race. So we'll see if it pays off.
Cody, real quick, before we go back to green, we do want to ask you, what is your game plan here as we get ready to go back green? You've won a number of these big money races before. How do you get the job done today in the PGR 500?
You swing it, baby, and you're not taking no for an answer.
Short and sweet, to the point for Cody Nagels. Cody, thanks for the time. We'll let you get back to work as you lead back to the restart. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yes, sir. God bless.
Well, Dawson, Cody Nagels, as always, sounding pretty animated, and couldn't imagine what the reaction would be if he is the first one to cross the checkered flag here in about 24 to 25 laps time. Lights are off on the pace car, so we are going to be going back to green this time around. Again, Nagels leads the way, Wyatt Gray second, John Ward third, Stephen Miles and Matthew Zwack all going to line up inside the top 5. I go back towards Asher Little, Dylan Alt, even Barrett Paulimas, who we talked about earlier. We saw him a few times in that second group through the green flag runs, but now with the caution, he finds himself right back inside of the top 10. Everybody good to make it on fuel, and the race is officially on to crown a 2026 PGR 500 champion. The iRacing.com pace car will make the left turn as the field works back into the Simrat Market restart zone for what could be the final restart of the night. Time to find out how aggressive these guys are willing to get. Green flag back in the air at Daytona, 24 laps to go.
The good run on the restart for Cody Nagels, but his help, John Ward, did not quite get as good a jump as he did. That's going to allow Wyatt Gray to get to the right rear and side draft the red line Chevrolet of Nagels. Gray will go to the point briefly here into 1, but the help is there first for the 6 on the bottom side of the racetrack. Ward to his push first as the field works up the banking and gets up to full song. Up to the gears they come off turn number 2. Out back the moves begin quickly here off turn 2. Dietrich trying to throw it out of line, but nobody went with him. He had no momentum, and he's going to get shuffled pretty quickly. 7 cars deep in the top lane just pushed all the way up through the leader, Wyatt Gray. That was back to Bomar, 7th in line, and it vaults the outside line forward. First 2 are clear. Back to Miles. That's a pair of teammates up front, Gray and Miles. But note, they are only teammates until that white flag comes out. You heard the every man for himself mentality. You know Stephen Miles will not be willing to ride and just, push his teammate Wyatt Gray to the win. Not today, not in this race. For now, they're teammates and allies. When the white flag comes out, that will change. Third line starts to work. Alt and Bomar are the first 2 to jump out of line. Paulimas with the run through the center as he gets pushed by Spencer Burns. Welcome to the party, Barrett Paulimas. First time we've seen that black and red 79 in the front of the pack today. 4th in line in that middle lane right in front of Burns. The Lightning McQueen 06. Garrett Caswell, our dual 1 winner, burst into the top 10 as well in the 87. He jumps out in front of the third lane. He wants to lead Alt back to 3.
Well, Caswell made all the right moves towards the end of his duel to get himself the win there. Now he finds himself leading this third lane. You also saw back in the lead pack was the 5-car Matthew Baker, still multiple laps down, but he's going to try to get up here and get in the mix. Big move to the outside as the 18 of Zwack was able to jump to the outside of Wyatt Gray. He pulls clear. Stephen Miles now leads the middle, but it's going to be the top lane that charges clear into turn 1. And with just 22 laps to go, Cody Nagels on the bottom. Again, not really in a position to save fuel, obviously burning more, but the bigger concern is that the inside just not able to get it together. Dawson, I think a lot of these guys probably noting that the high side seems to be the place to go, especially for the winning move. Garrett Caswell back down to the middle.
But I'll tell you what, as Nagels jumps up in front of Little and behind Burns here, he'll be able to save some gas. About 7th in line in that middle lane. Asher Little, you got to get on the brakes a little bit after the 0-1. That was almost a moment right around Nagels where we were watching. Falkingham shoots the gap, jumps to the bottom in the 39 with Champagne, but only 2 cars down there. Now they'll be joined by Neer and Ward. Ward going to try to trail back up to the middle, but that hole gets filled quickly. And moving up to the front, Matthew Baker's reemerged in the front pack. Now, reminder, he is not on the lead lap, but he is up here to try to help his teammate. Nagels trouble lap back. Newson gets turned to the 78. They may start to spin. On turn 1, they will. Newson starts to spin, and the caution flags out again. They're still crashing. Asher Little's in the wall. More cars go around up in front of them. Kevin Champagne and others involved in a late caution with 21 to go.
And this was 2 spins that happened almost at the same time. One of them involved Asher Little and Austin Cullen. Then the second incident that you saw back around the 78 of Newsom, as he got turned, he went down the racetrack. Asher Little's got major damage to the front end of his race car. This may be a night ender for him. Looked like maybe the 74 of Brian Hennings also potentially getting collected. And this now puts us back under caution. This is exactly what the 6 of Cody Nagels wanted to see, at least in terms of the fuel situation, although he does find himself buried back in the 8th position at the moment. We'll go back and get a replay of this here in just a minute, but the man who does lead as we are now back under caution is the 42 machine of Dylan Alt. Stephen Miles currently 2nd. And then how about the 79 of Barrett Paulimas, currently sitting in that 3rd spot. for what will be another later race restart. Let's go back and get a replay of what happens here. As they were coming into turn 1 and 2, you're going to notice 2 incidents right at the same time. The 78 outbacks, the first car to get sideways, and then Asher Little up with some contact there. It looked like between him and Austin Call. The 18 maybe fading down just a little bit. The 01 maybe just creeping up. And as they make contact, the spin is on. It's a huge hit into the safer barrier for Asher Little. Dawson, I think that's going to end his night. And for the second spin, the 78, looks like most guys got around, but that is certainly going to be a big loss of track position for Newsom.
Yeah, unfortunate for Jaden Newsom there. I feel like he had run such a good race to this point, the 78, and he's going to get turned out of line. That was the first one I saw, and then the second one I saw, of course, was this incident just in front of where Newsom was with Asher Little and company, actually right behind Cody Nagels. So we talked about Nagels getting lucky. It was almost the opposite direction for that MBG Motorsports machine. But the second incident up in front of them was the Asher Little one. Newsom was just the first car I saw get turned as he got together, I think, with Blake Neer and Kevin Champagne towards the tail end. So you're going to see 2 incidents kind of at once here. Asher Little in the center, that's the green car. Champagne on the bottom is the McDonald's Mustang. Blake Neer is that gold 14. Newsom, the red, white, and black 78. Look, they are right behind where we were just talking with Baker and Nagels getting hooked back up together. And watch as 2 incidents are basically going to start at the same exact time. Newsom gets turned from out back from Neer, and then up in front, Asher Little comes together with actually the car on the outside of him, and that sparks the second incident up in front of those guys. So a number of cars are involved. Boy, look at the job. Well, he might have gotten a piece of it. Trey Whitehead, actually, oh man, Daniel Eberhard had just gotten that car fixed, and he is involved in the 90. Kenny Reel is involved. A pair of cars that have been involved in incidents involved in another one. Kyle Zittel gets a piece out back as well.
And both of those incidents there that kind of occurred simultaneously to bring out the caution are both the result of this late race aggression. Guys not really taking no for an answer anymore. If you're jumping to the middle, you have got to commit. Sometimes you're clear, sometimes you're not. But a tough break there for the 78, who in that case looked like a victim of circumstance. Up front, the 42 of Alt getting geared up here for what is going to be another restart inside 20 laps to go. Stephen Miles, we talked about him. He'll line up on the front row as well. Spencer Burns, Dawson, you talk about a roller coaster of a night. He has fallen a lap down, I think, at least 2 different times throughout this race. But here he finds himself back inside the top 5 with what will be less than 20 laps to go. Some of your biggest movers, though, are all inside the top 10 right now. I look at the guys that are currently sitting 3rd, 4th, even back as you get towards 11th, which is just outside the top 10. But that's Daniel Falkingham, who's trying to make his way back to the front now as well. Another thing you're starting to notice, Dawson, a lot more cars have at least some sort of damage. Most of them maybe from a little bit too much bump drafting, but we're starting to get to that point in the race where the wear and tear is really starting to show on these race cars. And I think if you're able to keep it clean up to this point, you've got a major advantage for the rest of the way.
Well, I'll tell you, you're exactly right, Austin. And the wear and tear, I think, just shows again, the aggression level that we've seen at the front, really for all 182 laps of this race to this point. It has been pretty much nonstop. And there have been periods where the field has run double file. We've talked about that they were just riding. But you can still have bump drafts that cause damage in that period. You can still have blocks that cause damage in that period, or damage from the outside wall, or damage from getting into another car on pit road. There's a lot of different things that go into wear and tear on these race cars. I remember seeing it last year, even on the winner, Falkingham. He had some donuts and dents and crinkles in his race-winning car, and the race-winning car tonight likely will as well. That's the beauty of super speedway racing. The car that wins oftentimes will not be the cleanest car on track. It means you're willing to get into the nitty-gritty areas and do what you have to do to go to victory lane, and there's several cars up front right now that are showing the wear and tear of this race. As we get ready to throw it back to you, Austin, I believe we're going to be waiting with another driver as we look to grab him up into the broadcast booth. We're going to see if we can stand by with Spencer Burns.
Yeah, Spencer, who's had an absolutely crazy night so far. We talked about the roller coaster that he's been on, being to the front, falling to the back. He's been a lap down at least 1 or 2 times so far throughout this race, and as we'll try to pull him up, curious what his mindset is going to be as we head into what, well, likely won't be the final restart, at least with what we saw during that last incident. But we've got him in here now. Spencer, this is Austin up in the booth. You got a copy?
I do. What's up, Austin?
Well, not much. We've seen you in these big events before, but man, I gotta think this is one of the closest shots you've had. But man, it's been a roller coaster of a day for you. You've been a lap down a couple of times. Tell us about your journey getting back to the front here with 18 laps to go.
Yeah, I was lapped down twice. That last run for about 80, 90 laps, I was lapped down, just kind of waiting on cautions. And Had to start in the back that last restart. I thought it was going to take a while to get back up to the front, but honestly, we took the outside, got it 3 wide, made our right moves in the bottom 2 lanes, the 2 main lanes, and now we're in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you guys are getting ready to get back to green flag racing, so I don't want to hold you for too long, but a lot of aggression. Now, is there anybody that you try to work with here coming to the end, or is it every man for themselves?
I don't have anybody specific I'm working with. I'm in Discord with Barrett, so I mean, if he's able to get in front of me, I've been pushing him well all race. But you know, I like pushing more than being pushed, so I'm just going to try to line myself up second or third in line right here.
We'll see how it's able to pan out. Spencer, we appreciate you talking to us. Good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it.
All right, here we go. Field now going to work back into the Simrat Market restart zone. It's going to be 17 laps to go here from Daytona, and it's a good jump out of the gate for both cars on the front row. Dylan Alt leads us back to green, but it is going to be the outside that lines up a little bit quicker. The 79 jumps to the top. Wyatt Gray all the way back to Cody Nagels, all lined up. But for the 42 of Alt, he's got no help. He needs the 87 to get there. Here comes the push from Caswell into turn 2.
It was almost on cue there on the start, Austin. You just heard Spencer Burns say that Barrett Polemus was the car that he was working with in the 79, and as soon as that gap opened up, Polemus jumped up onto the bumper of the 06. Almost 30 seconds after we heard Burns talk about it, they planned out the move to perfection. Here into turn 3, they'll go nose to tail right behind the leader, Stephen Miles. Inside is Alt, followed by the dual 1 winner, Caswell. That's actually both dual winners on the bottom, first and second in line respectively. The second place finisher a year ago, Matthew Zwack, is still up here as well in the 18. One car dives to pit road. Blake Neer was given the cause and caution penalty for that last incident. He'll come and serve the drive-through penalty now with 16 laps to go. Needs a caution to get back in it. Miles back to the outside. He'll have Alt with him. Caswell, Polemus still the pushers. Then Zwack, Burns, Bomar, Gray, Falkingham, and Nagels are the next 4 cars behind them. They make up the remainder of the top 10. Alt gets the run on the bottom on the double yellow line, but the outside's got the better push. Miles pushed by Polemus all the way back to the front. They'll have Burns come through and give a shot. The back of the 79, 3 cars deep into 3. Stephen Miles returns to the race lead. Next time by, it's down to business, 15 to go. Polemus out of line. Can Burns go with him? He'll try to dive low. No, he's going to stay with Miles here off turn 4. You heard about those two working together? Not so much here off 4. 15 laps to go from Daytona in the Great American Sim Race.
Starting to close in on the end of 500 miles. The outside, though, continues to be dominant. Stephen Miles leads the way. He's got the 06 of Spencer Burns, Wyatt Gray, Cody Nagels, and Austin Call all single file behind him. 2 by 2 as you go throughout the rest of the pack, but this inside lane doesn't look like they've realized how desperate times are becoming yet. James Bomar, Matthew Zwack ready to get something going. They're going to jump 3rd lane down the super stretch, and this is where you got to really hold on if you're James Bomar. Matthew Zwack gearing up for a big push. Those two going to get tandem together. They'll bring the 24 of Jack Simpson along with them. 3 wide as you get towards about row 8, 9, and 10 back in the field. Daniel Falkingham trying to go to the front as well now, but up front it is still Stephen Miles who leads the way at Daytona.
Oh, Paul Gallimore, Austin Call get turned. The big one strikes in the tri-oval. Falkingham is involved. Half the field plies apart in the tri-oval. Josh Ball is in it. Nate Jaden Newson is in it. The pole sitter, James Bomar, is in it. Multiple cars slide to a stop. Ellis, Diedrich, and others come to a stop. The big one with 14 laps to go.
A lot of cars with damage here. This may be easier to count the guys who made it through. Didn't see a ton of massive hits, so I don't think this is going to be a race ender for a lot of drivers. But absolutely the big one. We were waiting to see it. It was just a matter of when and where. And it breaks out in the tri-oval here at Daytona, closing in on 10 laps to go. We're going to get a restart likely inside 10 laps to go now. And this was an interesting setup, Dawson. We talked about the outside being so dominant. Well, this incident is actually going to start with the checkup on the outside, and we'll go back and look at that in just a moment. But this is going to shuffle up the field quite a bit. A lot of the guys who were just running up front going to lose track position, maybe have to go in for some repairs. One thing that is certain, the 2 guys that are going to line up front here for this next restart, Stephen Miles and Barrett Polemus.
As we start to go back and get a first look at this one, this was big, and we were waiting on this kind of incident to happen in today's race. We hadn't quite had it yet. This was just after Daniel Falkingham had made the rail run. He'd made the move to the outside, and it's going to be Austin Call. That was the first car I saw get hooked out of line. There it is. It's an offset push. Diedrich hooks Call, and as Gallimore and Call come back up, there is nowhere to go. The track gets blocked. Last year's winner, Falkingham. Diedrich is in it, Jancic, Kevin Champagne, Jaden Newson, Josh Ball, Brock Whitehead, John Ellis, Jack Simpson. Another car pinned to the outside wall. I think that's Davenport. He's got the most severe damage out of this in that Team PGR entry. His left front is completely broken off of that 55 machine. A number of big names involved that were running at the front of the field, most notably last year's winner, Falkingham. He's got damage in the 39.
And what was interesting about this one, Dawson, was that they were pushing about 4 to 5 cars deep. We said that with the way this car drives now, you basically have to do that to make any progress. The problem is if there is any sort of a checkup, it is going to be a mess for that line, and that's exactly what happened. You saw Wyatt Gray in the 18. He actually had to lift as they were getting ready to work into the tri-oval. That stack up got back towards Carl Dieterich. They were already lined up offset, and it doesn't take much to get these guys turned around. And the big one breaks out here at Daytona. Here's the onboard view that you're riding along with right now. And this is going to be Brock Whitehead on the inside. He sees the wreck break out, hard on the brakes, goes to the inside, little bit of contact to the right side of that race car. But all things considered, Dawson, I would say the 31, I know he spins through the grass, but he certainly gets away without getting a ton of damage here.
Well, he does a little bit of landscaping down there on the Daytona infield. I can't imagine the folks that painted that grass are going to be very happy with the Brock Whitehead machine as he comes across the grass. But you're right. All things considered, I think a number of cars actually are going to get away pretty lucky here. Jaden Newson, I think, just went for a spin. He may have gotten hit a couple of times. Austin Call actually gets a little bit lucky. We'll have to check that first hit for he and Falkingham. But other than that, really everybody else comes to a stop relatively unscathed. Matthew Baker's got some damage out of this in the 5 as he tries to get his car going as well there on the inside of the racetrack. So we'll check damage on the leaders that were involved in that one, but all things considered, it could have been a lot worse. It was big, don't get me wrong. A lot of cars involved in this one, but again, the damage does not appear to be severe on many cars again besides Davenport. Well, actually now we're hearing Austin a big blow to the defending winner in his hopes to go back-to-back. Daniel Falkingham, a lot of damage aboard the 39. His hopes are likely dashed here with 13 laps to go.
They likely are, but we've seen Daniel come back with damage before, and you figure we're going to go back green with probably somewhere around, again, 10 laps to go, maybe 11 here, depending on if the lights on the pace car do flick off this time. Now, one thing to keep in mind, under caution, you can get about 2 minutes of damage repaired here at a track like Daytona. Now, for Daniel Falkingham's case, it depends on whether it's suspension or some sort of other damage. The good news is he was at least able to make it back onto the racetrack, or at least that should be the idea here. But obviously going to need some more help in getting that car repaired. You mentioned Mike Davenport with the broken suspension. All in all, Dawson, over 15 cars that were involved in the big one here at Daytona. So as we line back up to get back to green flag racing here, it is going to be the 79 and the 24. Stephen Miles on the high side, Barrett Palamas on the inside. Spencer Burns, Dylan Alt in row 2, Wyatt Gray and Garrett Caswell in row 3. Dawson, how about Trey Whitehead? We talked about his pit road struggles, but what do cautions do? They give guys an opportunity to get right back in the mix, and the 23 is going to have another shot at this thing with 11 laps to go.
Well, it just proves that, again, these races are very long. A lot can happen. Pit cycles will take guys in and out of contention, and if you just stay with it, if you just stay patient, don't panic, don't try to do too much trying to get back into the race and let the race come back to you, oftentimes it'll do just that. And for Trey Whitehead, he's just waited it out. He's waited out a few cautions. He's bided his time. He's made the right moves to make a couple of pit stops since then. And just, again, hang around until they start to race really hard at the end. And now he's found himself in contention. That's a big storyline. Jaden Newsom, by the way, was just involved in that crash. He will restart on the outside of row number 5 in the 78 machine. So, again, talking about some guys getting away pretty well unscathed. Newsom is one of those cars in the 78. But for, Whitehead in the 23, Jack Simpson's had a long day. I look at Justin Johnson. He's going to line up 14th. A number of cars are right back in contention by, again, just waiting the race out and giving themselves an opportunity to compete.
All right, here we go. Starting to wind down on the end of this one. It's going to be just a little bit over 25 miles left here at Daytona. Palamas and Miles lead us back into the Simrap Park and restart zone. Green flag is back in the air. 11 laps to go at Daytona. And similar to the last restart, both cars on the front row get a good jump, and it's going to be all about where the help lines up first. The outside's going to get a few more cars organized. Cody Nagels made the jump to the high side. They're going to go 4 deep pushing on the outside. The 23 of Trey Whitehead has arrived on the scene. Trouble out back. Rocky Boyd hard into the outside wall. This is going to collect multiple more as the caution comes right back out with 11 laps to go here at Daytona.
This happened back around the Cade McClenny car. McClenny was another one that had just gotten back in contention in this race in the yellow and blue 05 as he and Jack Simpson come together up in the banking of turn number 1. So McClenny, as soon as he gets back into it, he gets involved in a crash. Unfortunately for him, it's going to put him back behind the 8-ball in that machine as we start to look at what happened. This was just up the banking in turn 1. The car's not even through the gears quite yet by the time they got to that point. It happens again just out back of the top 10. It was Simpson and one car that came together. The top lane stacks up, and it might have actually started further back than the Simpson car. It might have started with McClenny and Justin Johnson coming together.
Yeah, it looks like that was indeed the case. And of course, Justin Johnson with Dadbot Studios, one of the associate sponsors here for the PGR 500, had that provisional into the duels. Made the most of it, getting involved in this race here tonight, but obviously with the damage he sustained from this last incident, that could potentially end his hopes as the field will now get lined back up. Dawson, slowly but surely, we're getting closer to the possibility of an overtime finish here at Daytona. We've seen it time and time again, and certainly is a possibility with the way things have gone so far this week. We'll start to transition now and get ready to go back and take a replay of exactly what happened. Again, this started right around where Justin Johnson and then the blue and yellow 05 at K. McClenny were running. As they go into turn 1, it looks like McClenny is going to give just a little bit of an offset push to the Justin Johnson machine. That starts to turn him down the hill, and as he gets into Rocky Boyd, the 10 of Johnson goes right back up the racetrack. It's a massive hit for him. And then kind of on the front end of it, that's where the 24 of Simpson and a few others get involved. It's not as big as what we had for the last incident, Dawson, but certainly a couple of big hits that could end a few more nights.
Likely going to end the night for Justin Johnson there in that 10 machine. He's got the X on the side of that race car, the Dadbot Studios machine. Unfortunately, his run seemingly has come to an end in that machine. We'll have to check on guys like Cade McClenny. This one a little bit more consequential than the last one. You remember a lot of guys out of the last crash drove away, were not fatally crashed, or rather fatally involved in those crashes. On board with Kevin Champagne, he actually gets a considerable piece of this as well in the 94. Just nowhere for him to go. You commit to a lane up the banking of turn 1. There's really nowhere you can bail on a restart like that in the middle of the corner. A tough break there for Champagne. You talk about an ending nights. Unfortunately, late in these super speedway races, this tends to be what happens. Something has to give. Unfortunately for McClenny, Johnson, and Champagne right there, it did. A few more cars out of contention with 9 laps to go. We're approaching that territory now, Austin. You mentioned it, where we will get into an overtime attempt.
And getting reports that, yes, Justin Johnson will officially retire the car and take it back to the garage for tonight, as he will be done. The restart here likely going to come with probably 7 laps to go. If the lights on the pace car do go off this time, it'll be Stephen Miles leading the way, Barrett Polymus in 2nd, Spencer Burns 3rd, Dylan Alt, 4th, and Wyatt Gray rounding out the top 5. Well, of course, we've spent the whole week talking about all of our different sponsors, but as it stands right now, I want to talk one more time about the big sponsors that made the PGR 500 happen. First of all, our flagship sponsor, That Towing Company. Of course, can't forget about Chris Carter Racing with the Flying Aces TV, the title sponsor of this event, and then our 2 associates, NBG Motorsports and Dadbot Studios. Well, Dawson, I know we can't pick favorites up here in the booth, but for a lot of the fans watching at home, it's getting down to crunch time. Which guys do you think have the best shot here, depending on where they run here in the field?
Oh, it's so tough to say. Again, there are a lot of different storylines at play here at the front of the field, where last year I feel like, you know, we kind of knew who you were dealing with. You had Daniel Falkingham, of course, at the front. Matthew Zwack was towards the front. Actually had Eddie Kerner towards the front last year as well in car 98. Cody Nagels was up towards the front. You actually were inside the top 10 on one of these last restarts, so you kind of know what these guys are facing here with 9 laps to go as well. So, you know, where we kind of winded down last year and had the same players in the front, today it's felt like the front has shuffled up so much throughout this race that it's hard to tell you if anybody inside this top 10 will come away with the victory. I think Stephen Miles is the easy pick in the 24 right now. He is the leader. The Exalta Chevy there on the bottom of the racetrack. He's had the best speed weeks, I'd say, of almost anybody. Looking to cash in here with what would be the biggest win of his career. It's hard to bet against Dylan Alt. He's looking for the weekend sweep. He won his heat race. He won his dual race. Now looking to win the 500. Garrett Caswell, the underdog selection out of this group, he runs 6th, looking to win his dual race and then the PGR 500. You mentioned Whitehead last caution. Barrett Polymus, where did he come from? Out of the LCQ yesterday, what a story that would be in car 79. So many different fun storylines here at the front, all weaving together. And of course, Nagels, Zittel is back there. He ran in the pole shootout. So many different cars that have had so many different days are inside the top 10. And heck, the way the racing's been tonight, none of them may go to victory lane when this thing is said and done.
And I think the biggest surprise to me is the 90 of Daniel Eberhardt. We thought he was done when he hit the wall a few cautions ago. That car definitely worse for wear, but he's still out on the racetrack and running inside the top 15. So Daniel Eberhardt still not out of the mix as well. Cole Larson, we saw him at the front of the field earlier, still inside the top 15 for him as well. Kenny Reel has made it back inside of the top 20. Jack Simpson involved in that last incident. We'll see if he can get paired maybe with a guy like Matthew Zwack, Craig Janczak, some of the names that like to be aggressive and they know how to go to the front. But the only problem is you're starting to run out of time. These next-gen cars, they take about 3/4 of a lap to get up to speed, and then it's all about who can work together to get the momentum going on that third lane. One other thing I want to mention here before we do get back to green flag racing, a lot of the guys that you see in this field here tonight, you see on Thursdays over on the PGR side of things, racing in the Intimidator Super Speedway Series. If you're ever interested in getting involved on that, you can always check out the PGR Discord or check out PGResports.com. And we want to give another big thank you, of course, to iRacing for streaming this event across a lot of their platforms. Certainly means a lot to us here at PGR Esports. All right, well, Dawson, the time is almost here. It's going to be 7 laps to go before we will officially crown the 2026 PGR 500 champion. Stephen Miles has been on a heater. Barrett Paulhima is the underdog story. They're both going to roll back into the Simrat Market restart zone. Green flag in the air, 7 laps to go at the World Center of Racing.
Miles got a nice shot on the race start from Spencer Burns on the inside lane of the racetrack. That will be the line that moves the best and the best connected line here up the banking of turn 1. But Paulhima hangs tough. He'll go to the lead for the first time in this race. One of the biggest underdogs in the field goes to the point with 7 laps to go. Dylan Aldis his push. Garrett Caswell, Kyle Zittel in line with them. Nagel's trying to force the issue out back. And look in the mirror, he's got a teammate now, Daniel Eberhardt, in his rearview mirror. Keep an eye on car number 6 on the outside lane. He's going to try the rail run around Rocky Boyd. Eberhardt will fill the middle, though. Nobody going with Nagels yet. Eberhardt tried into turn 3, but it's instead Cole Larson that jumps up there. Will they get any other takers up off the banking of turn 4? No, not yet. Here comes the rail run. Reel, Whitehead, Zwack, Brown, John Ward all jump out of line. 3 wide, 6 laps to go as Paul Demas leads them all.
And Ward was looking in his mirror. He was waiting to see when this third lane would really develop the run. Nothing doing yet, but he already committed. Cody Nagels now trying to arrive on scene with the push. Kyle Zittel, by the way, up to 4th in the middle. But it's the 79 of Paulhimas who leads them all here at Daytona. And now you've got a decision to make. That middle line's going to start to fade to the high side, but they're not going to stick around and just take it like that. Zittel was able to grab a right rear. He now leads the charge on the third. Caswell goes top to bottom to the bottom. Paulhimas is going to cover the block into turn 3.
Holy cow, we were 4 wide as Ward and Nagels squeezed in the middle. Miles one in the middle too. Cody Nagels is a man on a mission. He's inside the top 5 with coming back. 5 out the flag stand. 5 laps to go is simplification here. 2x2. Ward to the outside is going to get pens. Nagels is around. Cody Nagels gets turns. He saves it somehow. The NBG entry saves it, but the caution is out just ahead of the field as Miles slides down to turn 1.
Stephen Miles is going to do some off-roading through the grass into turn 1, but that is 2 unbelievable saves. Cody Nagels should have been involved in what would have been our second big accident of the night. Somehow he holds on. Props to the rest of the field. Everybody had to scatter to miss him. But for the number 6 Chevy, he does have damage. So this is definitely going to still have implications for the rest of the race for Nagels. Mainly to the back end of that race car. He also lost a lot of track position. And we are getting really close now to the possibility of our one and only attempt at overtime here at Daytona. We'll obviously go back and get a replay at the moment, but I'll tell you what, Dylan Alt, John Ward going to lead us back to green for a late race restart. Here's what it looked like, Dawson, for Nagels. He was pushing 3rd in line. They start to stack up. Ward goes high, but it looks like Boyd just a little offset coming through the tri-oval. That gets the 6 turn sideways, and then unbelievable job by Nagels to hold on to that race car and poise by the rest of the field to not run him over.
Yeah, I'm left speechless very few times in this business doing this broadcasting thing. This is one of the moments where I just do not have the words for what Cody Nagels was able to pull off. Now, he was assisted just a little bit by a couple of cars that got into him. I'm curious the damage actually, looking at it there, as you look at his left front corner, I'm not positive there's actually any real damage on board the 6 car. He and Paulhimas got together, but they may have gotten away from this somehow. You're on board with Rocky Boyd. This is where that offset push is going to be. Watch right here in the tri-oval. I'm not sure if Boyd is looking for a gap, if Nagels is trying to look to the outside perhaps, but it's right here. that push on the left rear of Cody Nagels gets him sideways, and watch him whip that car around trying to make the save. I have no idea how he kept it straight. None. I thought for sure he was going to turn back to the right in front of the field. We were going to have a big-time incident. Somehow he and Stephen Miles, who slid a little bit down into turn one, kept it going. Everybody keeps it going, but race control errs on the side of caution, obviously with Nagels halfway around. There's obviously going to be a yellow flag there, but I'm really curious. Paul Emis and Burns, the other two cars involved, I'm not positive that there's a ton of damage on any of those race cars.
Certainly the hope here for those guys that were at the front that they don't have to go in and try to get some repairs. And it's such a sensitive spot too, Dawson. We hear guys talk about how the cars get a little floaty as you go through the tri-oval. So if you're going to push, you've got to be dead square. Wanted to make a note, there was also a really close call for Stephen Miles after the caution came out. He caught air as they went down into turn one. He had to take a detour through the grass, but he was also able to save that race car, so he will still be in contention. While I'm looking at it here, 3 laps to go, and the lights are still on the pace car, so that means we will be headed to overtime. Dawson, we talked about this a lot throughout the week, but it's going to be an even bigger topic of conversation this afternoon, because with only one green-white checkered attempt, all the guys that need to get to the front are only going to have one shot at it. The difference, we will not see a caution. That's the way PGR rules work. 1 green-white checkered, 2-lap shootout, and both laps will be ran under green. Now, if there is any wrecks, whoever is found at fault will be given an EOL. So you can't be wrecking guys up here near the front and then finishing in a good position. But even with that in mind, Dawson, I still think you got to be pretty stressed out if you're up here in the top 10 with the way the heats went this week.
Absolutely, you're very much stressed. I mean, you'd be stressed if this race was green even without the overtime attempt, obviously. Your heart rate is through the roof right here, well into the 130, 140 range for a lot of these guys at the front, I would imagine. And as you get ready to go back green, these are your final moments to think through your strategies, think through the moves that you want to make. You've had 198 laps to figure out what is going to work. This is the moment you've been preparing for. The right block to throw, the right move to make. The first 198 laps were the feeling out process for this moment right here for the guys up at the front of the field. Knowing there's only one attempt now, though, that's going to change the mindset from what we're used to, in these kinds of fields. Again, last year used multiple overtime attempts to get to the finish of that PGR 500. This year with only one now, this is it. This is your only chance, and it kind of changes the way that you race this. Maybe you make an extra move you wouldn't have made if you knew there was going to be a second attempt. Maybe you make an extra block you weren't going to make before, knowing that if a crash happens behind you, the race will finish no matter what. I'm willing to bet it changes the mindset for some of these guys. By the way, as we get ready to go back green and re-rack the field, Nagels, after that save, is actually going to restart in the 6th position here, right alongside Daniel Eberhardt, who we just mentioned a moment ago. So Nagels still very much in contention. Polymus, we saw him get involved. He's 3rd. Burns is the only one I think that dropped any positions in the 0-6 as he runs back outside the top 20. He's on pit road right now.
It is going to get wild, and I think about, obviously, not only for Cody Nagels, but for, I would say, about the top 4 lined up on the outside line. That has been where the momentum has, been pretty much all night, especially once we did transition into the night here in the sim. Now, if you think back to previous years, some of the big 500-mile events, that was when the next gen was set up to where the first 2 to 3 guys in line, they would try to tandem away and then make it a battle amongst themselves coming down to the start-finish line. But the difference now with these cars, obviously, Dawson, you need a lot more pushers to get a line to go forward. Very curious to see how these guys will organize and who will make the first move coming down to the checkered flag if they do single file out.
I mean, the first move, I think you have to look at Cody Nagels. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be car number 6. On that last run, you saw him the first one to take the run to the outside on the safer barrier to get to where he is right now. He's a man on a mission today. He wants to win this race so badly. I think he'll be the first move when that 3rd line tries to get going, of these lead cars anyway. I think out back of them, you look at a Kevin Champagne, a Wyatt Gray, Kenny Reel's also in that conversation. Further back, Hennings, Gallimore, John Ellis, of guys that are, back towards the back half of the top 20. They have to go pretty much immediately. Of the lead cars, man, it's hard to look away from the 6. He wants this one so very badly. I'd anticipate he, Reel, and Wyatt Gray will be the first 3 to move on this overtime attempt.
Absolutely. Well, the field getting one more check of the tires. It will be the one and only attempt at a green-white checkered. The final restart of the night here at Daytona, going to be just 2 laps away. And we will do one more lap under caution here, actually, before we do get back to green flag racing. So Dawson, the anticipation is going to wait a little longer as the field lines back up 2 by 2. But for a guy like Paul Hemus here, in a pretty decent position, I think the key for really anybody on this inside line, you have to get a good restart. We see so many guys bail to the top, and if you can't get a good jump, if you're John Ward here, you may not have a shot to get back there over the course of these next 2 laps and 5 miles.
It is imperative that you get a good restart. We've seen the bottom work in this race, but the top 3 to 4 cars in that bottom lane absolutely have to be on their game on this restart, or that line gets buried quickly. Considering the pushers up top, I think that is even more important now that they get a good restart. Rocky Boyd, one of the most aggressive pushers so far today. You know that he will be giving Dylan all he can handle. And then we talked about Nagels, third in line. I argue he's one of the most aggressive pushers in this entire field. He'll line up third. Kenny Reel behind them. Wyatt Gray behind them. That's a strong grouping of 5 cars in the outside lane. You have got to get a good start. Ward does have to get a good start. He'll have to even up with Dylan Alt. Paul Emus and Swack, it is more crucial that those 2 cars get going if the inside wants any hope of going to victory lane in this race.
And don't forget, it takes probably about a lap, maybe 3/4 of a lap, if you will, for these cars to get up to full pace. And so that means that you only have really about a lap and a quarter to really try to generate the runs and make those moves. You know there's going to be some of these guys, though, that will jump out 3 wide. You don't want to do it too early, though. If you make that move before you've got enough help behind you, it is a one-way ticket to the back of the draft. A 2-lap shootout. It is going to go by quick. And also the other thing you got to keep in mind is blocking. We saw some of it throughout the night so far. We're going to see a lot more of it here over the last 2 laps. The general rule of thumb for super speedway racing, you get 1 shot at it, but you don't get 2. Anything goes, though, and we have seen it before in these big 500-mile events. One thing, though, that we do know, in just 2 laps from now, one of these drivers is going to crown themselves a 2026 PGR 500 winner. The iRacing.com pace car pulls off for the final time. Fieldworks back into the Simrat Market restart zone. Green flag back in the air. 2 laps to go at Daytona.
And the jump is on the outside. The inside doesn't go behind John Ward. Dylan Auld off to the races, and that's huge for that outside lane with Boyd. Nagels and Reel in line. The bottom push is better, but not for long. Nagels on the back of Rocky Boyd. It's 5 deep. Ward does get up. John Ward clear to the 2nd spot behind Dylan Auld. The Dega Pros captain looking for the biggest win of his sim racing career as he goes in behind Ault. Down the back straightaway, it's Barrett, Paul Emus on the bottom with Zwack, but that top lane is pushing so hard. There's the rail run. Reel tried to make it. Wyatt Gray does. And Nagels will lead them back to 3 as they look back for the white flag.
For Dylan Alt right now, in control, but the bottom starts to roll back strong. Paul Emus has got the run on the inside. Matthew Zwack doing all the pushing behind. Aaron Brown now in the mix as well. As they rocket off at turn 4, still 3 abreast, but everybody clean so far. We are coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go, presented by Bender's Bar and Grill.
Paul Emus, the underdog, leads the field back to the white flag. Zwack moves to the middle. He wants 1 spot better than last year. He'll go to the lead. Alt gets the rail run. He'll get the push from Rocky Boyd. Paul Emus back to Zittel on the bottom. Kyle Zittel and Brian Hennings. It's 3 wide, potentially for the win in the PGR 500. Alt, now you got to make that car 3 lanes wide. Paul Emus hoping for the push of his life. Nagels comes clear, 3 cars back. When is the move? There it is for the NBG. Entry trouble. Boyd goes around. It's all Dylan Alt, but he's too far out front in 3.
The field is going to march Dylan Alt down. 1 more big run. Cody Nagels trying to make the dream come true. Alt blocks high. Nagels goes a lane higher. They're all going to wreck up front. Alt holds on, but Wyatt Gray shoots the gap. He's going to join the ranks as a PGR champion. Wyatt Gray wins it at Daytona.
Wow, one of the young upstarts of the money racing scene, Wyatt Gray. As the field clears out around him, Gray captures the victory in an all-time classic finish. You could argue that Wyatt Gray deserved to win the SummerSlam 499 last year in August. This year he makes good on the finish in the PGR 500 as he captures the victory. Of course, there will be a post-race review. He was around the center of that crash, so we'll take an eye on it. For now, he's the unofficial winner, and a heck of a drive from that young man.
And as always, chaos breaks out on the last half lap here at Daytona. Would you expect anything less? But yes, obviously all results unofficially for the moment. The first incident didn't look like it had anything to do with Wyatt Gray. It was a tandem push between Nagels and Gray that ultimately led to the spin of Rocky Boyd. But I'll tell you what, this is a little bit of a tough move here for Nagels, but he didn't have much of a choice. Alt tried to cover the 18, but it was that push from the 18 of Matthew Zwack, maybe unintentional, but that is what gave Wyatt Gray what he needed to win. And Dawson, no better feeling than knowing that you are out in front and seeing that there's no run behind you coming into the tri-oval here at Daytona. Wyatt Gray is a 2026 PGR 500 champion.
Yeah, man, you look in the mirror and you see the field getting 3 wide and coming together behind you, and that kind of butterfly effect in your stomach as you realize you're going to come across the line first. And for Wyatt Gray, what a huge win this is for him. Again, a guy that's been doing this for a little while now, has started multiple of these crown jewel events, but no win feels better than this one. With the driver of the 18, by far a statement win for him as he joins Daniel Falkingham among the elites in PGR history.
And looking back at it, we actually had a photo finish for second place between Nagels, Zwack, and the 42 of Alt. But man, how good of a feeling for Wyatt Gray. Talked about, obviously, that he hasn't won one of these giant crown jewel events before, Dawson, and this is arguably one of the hardest to win of them all. And I know that is going to be an excited driver when we talk to him post-race. Well, before we get into that, obviously, Dawson, I do want to take the opportunity to go over the results. Again, this is going to be unofficially for the moment, and then, of course, we'll go back and look at some of the chaos that broke out there on the last lap. One thing that is being scored, and again, unofficial for now, but that is Wyatt Gray being scored as your race winner. And a couple more things to obviously note before we do pull up your finishing results here. For Dylan Alt and a couple others, he did throw that block, Dawson, but it looked pretty clean overall. Certainly could have been a lot worse than what it was. The field did wreck out back, but even so, a lot of the guys that were in the top 5 were still able to make it back to the line in a similar position. So it is Dylan Alt who will take home second here tonight. The last man to finish on the podium in the 2026 PGR 500 is Matthew Zwack. He will be taking home a good chunk of change and a trophy as well. Cody Nagels, close coming out of turn 4, but not going to be able to come up on the podium here tonight. He takes home 4th with Spencer Burns rounding out the top 5. It's going to be Caden Dieterich back in 6th with Kenny Reel 7th. Trey Whitehead 8th, Jack Simpson in 9th, and Kyle Zittel rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, back in the 11th finishing position as we work our way back through the field. Stephen Miles, a good speed weeks for him. Couldn't quite get back into position late. He'll go 11th. Jaden Newson will go 12th. Barrett Paulimas, it just doesn't work out for him, unfortunately, tonight in 13th, but a great run for him. You can't hang your head on that if you're car number 79. Aaron Brown goes 14th. What a week it was for him. Brock Whitehead finishes 15th. John Ward gets cycled out of the end, gets involved in the crash in the tri-oval, and comes home 16th. Garrett Caswell won his dual race, was not able to get back in position to win this one. He'll finish in 17th. Brian Hennings finishes 18th. Craig Jancic back in 19th. And Dylan Jones finishes in 20th.
As we start to slowly transition towards the back half of the finishing order here tonight, Daniel Falkingham, last year's PGR 500 champion, comes home 21st here this afternoon. Paul Gallimore takes 22nd. James Bomar, after trouble throughout the night, looked like he was going to have a shot at the end, but ultimately comes up 23rd. Cole Larson finishes in 24th, and it's Tucker McClendon rounding out the top 25. Cade McClendon will finish 26th here in the PGR 500. Blake Neer in 27th. It's Josh Ball in the 33, taking his Ford Mustang home in 28th. Back in 29th, it's going to be Kevin Champagne with Daniel Eberhardt rounding out the top 30.
Back in 31st, it's Rocky Boyd. Got turned there on that final race start. We talked about that exchange. John Ellis comes home 32nd with Austin Call in 33rd. Hunter Hastings finishes 34th with Adam Garza back in the 35th spot. Matthew Baker, it wasn't written in the stars for him today, unfortunately, with the connection issues. He was never able to recover in 36th. Matt Taylor in the 37th position. Alexander Kroenke, a great story this week. Unfortunately, he had some snowballing incidents there towards the end of this race. He'll finish 38th. It's Justin Johnson that finishes back in 39th, and Mike Davenport finishes in 40th. We'll go and round out the field for you quickly. Asher Little, 41st. Andrew Paleschi in 42nd. Chris Blanchard in 43rd. Ryan Chapman, 44th. Timothy Harper, 45th. All cars involved in incidents earlier in tonight's race.
Well, before we interview your winner, I do want to get a chance here to go back and look at the chaos here that broke out coming down to the checkered flag. We saw obviously that first incident there that started on the backstretch, Dawson, but as they started to get off of turn 4, they were 3 wide battling out for second. Wyatt Gray was clear after they got through the initial contact, and look how close the finish was between Dylan Alt, Matthew Zwack, and Cody Nagels to decide who was going to finish on the podium and then who finished just outside in 4th for Dylan Alt. He did get that second spot. Matthew Zwack, of course, took home 3rd. and Cody Nagel's just a couple inches shy of being able to finish on the podium. Well, before we go any further, we do want to take in a chance to see this replay one more time. Dawson, what'd you see here coming to the end?
Well, it's a scramble for the win, Austin. It's what we know in super speedway racing, not even just on the sim racing side of things, but also in the real life racing community as well. This is what tends to happen at the end of these big pack races on these super speedways. And coming down to the end of it, Wyatt Gray played it pretty well perfectly. He made the run to the middle with Cody Nagels down the backstretch, and when Nagels took the run to the wall, Gray stayed home in the middle, was patient, and it ends up working out for him. I will say the block from Dylan Alt, I'm questioning that a little bit in car 42. We're waiting to see. There's a potential here for some race control discipline. We're waiting to hear back from the race control tower on that. It does appear that Wyatt Gray's win is official, and I'll tell you, when you make the right move at the end, sometimes it works out. It did for Gray. From there on back, man, the finish for second. Goodness, I mean, about a nose separating 3 different cars right there. Heartbreak again for Zwack, by the way. 3rd this year, 2nd last year for Matthew Zwack in the 18.
An official word is coming in. Dylan Alt has received an EOL penalty. That is going to shift the 6 of Cody Nagels up into the podium. All other results inside the top 3 are official. Well, it's time to talk to the race winner of the 2026 PGR 500. We're going to bring in the man of the hour, Wyatt Gray. Wyatt, this is Austin up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, you have won one of the biggest events of them all. You are a PGR 500 champion. First question I got to ask, what are the emotions and what was going through your mind coming into the trial?
In the trial, I knew I had it at that point because all the momentum stalled. Zwack was behind me. But, I mean, going into turn 3 there, I had no clue what was about to happen. Dylan was blocking like crazy, obviously, as he had to do. Cody went up for the 3rd and tried to make that happen, but I just rolled the middle, got Zwack behind me, and I think Alt turned himself, and it just cleared out for me.
Yeah, it certainly did. Well, we saw you play the conservative game early. You started to get aggressive as we got towards the back half of the race. What did you feel like was the keys to victory here tonight? What was the hardest part about keeping yourself up front?
Obviously the key was to keep the car together in one piece until the end, because that's basically always my strategy in these races. Ride in the back until it's time for pit stops, get up there, get a good pit stop with the team, and get up to the front. And obviously it was a little tough up there because we only had me and Miles, our core teammates, obviously, but we had Rocky, Brian Hennings, and John Ward helping us today. So they're a good help in just trying to keep the track position.
Well, along with, of course, the big bragging rights that come with winning the PGR 500, you are also going to be taking home $3,000 and a giant PGR 500 champion trophy. I got to feel like this gives you a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence. What does this do for your sim racing career?
It's massive. I mean, deep down, I knew I was one of the best super speedway racers on this game, but to get the win to prove it, it means a lot. And obviously we've got Road to Pro starting Tuesday night, so hopefully there's big momentum headed into that.
Absolutely. Well, Wyatt, I know you're eager to celebrate. I'm sure a lot of family members watching in here excited for you. But before we let you head out, the stage is yours. You get the win here tonight. Is there anyone you want to thank or shout out?
Shout out Factory Setups, Origami Studios, 42 Racing UK, all of my teammates. Obviously Miles made it. Malik and the guys, I couldn't have done it without them. Shout out the family, and shout out all the people that have helped me learn and get to this point.
And Wyatt, thank you for talking to us again. Congrats so much on the PGR 500. You are the 2026 champion for this event. We'll let you head out. And now that's going to start to turn our attention to the second place finisher. Obviously, we mentioned the EOL for Dylan Alt. So Matthew Zwack, who I believe finished second in last year's PGR 500, will take home second here tonight. We'll see if we can bring him up here in the booth. Dawson Wise stands by with him.
Yeah, Matthew Zwack, it's the boys in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
I got you.
A crazy finish, first of all. Let's start there. Obviously, some big blocks on the last lap. You get to come forward. It just didn't clear your way. Anything else that you could have done there off of turn 4 to go one spot better in this year's PGR 500?
No, I think I did as good as I could have until 4. I thought the move I made on the front stretch to go up the middle is the correct move. I would have made that move 100 times out of 100, and it just didn't roll. I don't know what I was supposed to do. But off 4, I kind of blacked out once everything just started happening, and then like I didn't even process in my brain that Dylan was under me or Cody was above me. I was kind of just driving in a straight line trying to get Wyatt's draft. So I mean, I probably could have clipped Dylan if I was side drafting or gave him a door tap, but it worked out in the end. So I think I did about as much as I could have for the circumstances.
Well, look, a couple of these races under your belt now with PGR. Obviously, we talked about the experience you had last year. You also started in the SummerSlam 499, and you've gotten good finishes in all of them. Just take me through your experience overall, not only this year, but just being able to race these crown jewels. Kind of take me through what that's meant for you in terms of the experience on these super speedways, but also having the success that you have. Just take me through how you're feeling about all of that.
Yeah, I mean that's back-to-back P2s in the PGR 500 and SummerSlam. That was unfortunate. I just got killed off the inside wall. It is what it is. But I'm uber competitive and I love play racing. So when this stuff comes around, I love it. The thrill you get at the end, you do not get anywhere else. And it was the same thing as last year. I was in that wreck with like 25 to go, and I had 2.5 minutes of damage. I got it all fixed. I was like 20th with 8 to go. Same thing last year. I was like 15th with 5 to go. And I mean, you just don't give up. I guess that's a good term for it. But yeah, it's just to be able to race with that. I mean, this is super high level stuff. You have to think it's 200 laps, but you got to think for all 200 of it. And yeah, I'm blessed to have the luck to get second twice, but it's been really cool to get the chance to race in the stuff like this and the big money events. I really enjoy it. It's also a little nicer when you get some good money out of it.
Going home with $1,500 tonight, so definitely some really good money for you in the second position. Last thing, before I do give you an opportunity to give some shout-outs, can we expect to see you back on the PGR eSports side of things as we go here into 2026?
Yeah, you'll see me. I'm definitely more of a big event kind of guy. You'll see me around the big purses. I don't know about week to week, but I'm not going anywhere on the play tracks. I love it too much to not run it. But yeah, I mean, you guys did a great job once again this year. I really enjoyed it.
Well, second place for you again here in 2026, a nice payday for you, as well as, of course, the podium trophy going home with you for this event. Before we let you go and recover from 500 miles here this afternoon, we do want to give you an opportunity. Is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Yeah, JD Layer, JDR Graphics, he's on the race car. He's spotting for me. Did a great job. I mean, that whole group, Norse Force and UPI and everybody, good group of guys. Love them. We have fun together. That's the most important part. And hopefully we don't slow down, whether it's eNASCAR or just, hanging out. I've had a blast and excited to keep racing.
I'm excited that you came out again this year. Obviously, another good finish for you in the PGR 500. Matthew, congratulations on the second place effort today. Go enjoy it. Go celebrate. We will see you in the next one.
Thank you. Take care.
Great finish for second place driver Matthew Zwack as he comes up just one spot short of claiming the championship. Well, we do want to talk to your final podium finisher, and that is none other than the 6 car, Cody Nagels. He gets the job done here tonight. He stands by with Dawson Wise.
Cody, it's the boys in the broadcast booth. You get a copy?
Yes.
Well, I know how bad you wanted this one. You've talked about it for weeks, on our weekly content and throughout these, these speed weeks that we've had. And it looked as if you made the right moves. You went with Wyatt Gray through the center, tried to make the rail run on the safer barrier at the end. What went into that decision? And, if you had another opportunity, what would you have done differently to try to vault yourself to victory lane?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure I could have done anything differently. I am very glad that I had Wyatt behind me. He's one of the guys that I don't run with, but he knows how to push and he pushes well. We have chemistry just from running nightly together, on different teams. But I knew that third was going to roll. It was just a matter of making sure that a wreck didn't happen below us, because it always seems like the wreck happens before you have a chance to really roll it. Then we had a chance, and I was like, are you with me? Well, we both made the move, and, the wreck happened in front of us, and Dylan Alt was just by himself. And I got to, as soon as it happened, I was thinking, man, he might get EOL'd for this. But if I stay behind him, I think that the guy on the bottom was going to win the race. But I was really hoping he was going to stay bottom, because if he did, that was going to force Wyatt to push me at least out of 4, and I think I would have had a good look at it. But, I cannot blame Dylan, because you never can assume that the wreck is going to be on you. If there's one little bit of, evidence that supports calling it a racing deal, then, it could have went the other way, and he could have been racing for the win there. So I understand why he made the block. But it's for me, it's back-to-back years. Having a good look at it on the last lap, I know I'm putting myself in position. It's not even that I want another major win. I want the PGR 500 win. It's going to be around a really long time, I have a feeling. I'm going to keep coming back. I'm going to put myself in position. Hopefully I can be talking to you as the winner one of these years, but to be honest with you, Dawson, I did exactly what I wanted to do, and it just didn't go my way. It's super speedway racing. We all do this for the thrill of it. What can I say? I did what I wanted to do, and it just didn't work out my way this time. That's okay. I'm proud of Wyatt. Proud to see he got the win. He's a very deserving champion. This is just a really good day for the community.
Agreed on that last point. Cody, look, I talked about in the last few weeks, it felt like you kind of returned to form from, the winner of the big money races that we saw back about a year ago. Of course, a former champion of the ERA Omega Cup Spring Bowl and one of the winningest drivers in PGR Esports Weekly Series history. You've won everywhere you've gone, both on the money side and on the league side as well. Do you feel the same way after this run? Does this run give you any confidence going forward that you've returned back to the old form?
I hope so. I just, I do it for the love of it. But clearing your mind, I've talked to you before about it, but when you clear your mind on a personal level, it really helps on, your performance on the track. I have a great team around me. I have a great support system around me. My whole family was watching. My friends were watching. My best friend Luke's watching. Like, what else can I say? I'm playing. I'm doing something. This whole simulation is just something that I've spent years doing. And the fact that we get to make money doing something that we love, having you guys, our friends in the booth, calling this on such a huge platform, on iRacing's official page, on PGR, what more can we ask for? I'm very, very grateful to have you guys calling this. Christian, for everything you do, everyone behind the scenes. This is really, truly a special moment for PGR.
Well, absolutely it is. And look, Cody, a third place for you here this year. We will let you go and start to recover for 500 miles here in just a moment, but I do want to give you one more opportunity. Is there anybody else that you'd like to thank or shout out after another great run in the PGR 500?
Thank you, Dawson. Much love to you for all the years of your friendship. Give me just a second here. I want to make sure that I get everyone right. First and foremost, I want to thank the good Lord above. I want to thank you guys again for what you do. Michael Triscaro and Matthew Baker for everything you guys do for PGR. All of the title sponsors that have jumped on board to help with PGR, thank you guys for everything you do. I know there's going to be several that I missed, but I have to start. Redline Racing Network jumped on the hood this week for me. Matt Metler, thank you for sponsoring. Chris Carter with CCR and Flying Aces, thank you for hopping on my car. I have to thank everybody that has supported me through the years, both league racing and money racing. Dale Cup, Nightmare, NBG. I got to thank all my friends watching from Area 51. It's the league that I've been running right now. I got to give a big shout out to Jimmy Crow for supporting me through the years with everything he's done for me. He's been one of my biggest supporters, and I know his wife's also watching. My best friend Luke, my entire family, they've been going through a lot. I love you guys. Thank you for supporting. And just a big shout out to iRacing for supporting PGR and what we do, and just the continued growth and just how special of a day this is. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, drivers, for being a part of it.
Thank you, Cody, for the words there, and obviously for your time coming home with a third place finish today. Go enjoy it. Go celebrate. Congratulations on the run, and we will see you next time.
Thank you.
And now I want to turn our attention to the first man to finish outside of the podium. Still a great top 5, though, nonetheless, and that is for Spencer Burns. See if we can pull him up here and see how he's feeling after a pretty chaotic finish there overall. We talked about, obviously, a lot of guys getting involved in that wreck, and we've got him up here now. Spencer, this is Austin up in the booth. You got a copy?
I do. Hello again.
Well, we got to talk to you earlier. We asked what it was going to take to get the job done. You don't quite get the victory, but you still grab a top 5. What more do you think you could have done there in the last lap?
Yeah, so when I was talking to you last time, I was like, oh yeah, I can't wait to be the pusher, maybe set myself up to make a good run at the end. Well, all kind of got thrown out the window when I got a penalty from that last caution, so I was restarting 33rd, 35th or something like that. Going into turn 3 on the white flag, I was around 28th, 29th, just sitting in the middle, waiting for the wreck to finally happen. I was like, dang, I guess there's no wreck that's going to happen. That's weird. Off turn 4, every single car just goes all over the place, and I just kind of hold my line, just kind of sit there right on the yellow line, go right through like Moses, top 5 right there. So kind of unexpected, not the way I pictured it, but I think we got the finish we low-key deserved.
Yeah, well, you talk about the finish you deserved. Obviously, it was a very tough night throughout the race. You got a couple lap down incidents that did trap you a lap down, but you still made it back onto the lead lap. What was the toughest part of this race here this afternoon, and what can you take going forward?
Well, at least it was definitely entertaining having to go back and forth. But definitely, I would say the hardest part was probably just being able to manage at the front. If you made too bad of a move and got shuffled out, even for a few seconds, there was a chance you went all the way to the back and you had to get all 30 or 40 of those spots back. So just being able to maintain yourself at the front through the pit cycles, stay in the top 10, I think that just generally kind of kept your race a lot cleaner and gave you a shot at the end. And it worked all the way up until then, but then we had to pivot, and luckily the seas parted.
Absolutely. Well, Spencer, I know you come up one spot short of a trophy, but still going to take home a pretty good chunk of cash. So before we let you head out, is there anyone you want to thank or shout out?
Yeah, shout out Frank DeAngelis. He's on my car, PTS diecast. I know my parents are watching, was good. And if anybody else is watching that knows me, hello.
And Spencer, thank you for talking to us once again. Congrats on the 4th place finish, and hopefully we'll see you again next year.
Thank you. We got a P4 in the podium 500. We got a P4 here, so now we finally have to get on the actual podium next year.
There you go. Spencer Burns, your 4th place finisher here in the 2026 PGR 500. And that will bring us to the last man inside of your top 5, and that is the 24 machine of Caden Dieterich. Caden, this is Austin up in the booth. You got a copy?
Loud and clear, man.
Well, you finished 5th here tonight, and again, it seems like the emotions are pretty excited, even though it wasn't a win. I want to ask you, tell us a little bit about your race, number 1, and then number 2, what was going through your mind there when the chaos broke out coming off turn 4?
Yeah, so I had been the whole race, me and my team's plan was to just play the fuel game. Save fuel. Every green flag pit stop we had more laps of fuel. We just save fuel. And then on that one caution, I guess it would be that caution on lap 173. I could have made it on fuel, but that caution obviously came out, so it brought me down pit road. And then from there on out, you knew it was going to be 30 laps to go, with 3,000 on the line. You knew how that was going to get. And then I just got caught up in a wreck and had about 15 minutes of damage. The restart after that, I couldn't keep the pack, and then I fixed it more and also couldn't keep the pack. And then that final restart, I had 12 minutes of damage. I'm not sure if you guys have pulled it up on the broadcast, but my final lap from my in-car camera, I took the entering 3 and 4. I was in about 20th, and just said, you know what? It can't get much worse from here. Whatever happens, happens. So we're just gonna send it. Well, I sent it and finished 6th, but after the post-race penalty 5th. I just honestly am at a loss for words. How I had 12 minutes of damage and just managed to absolutely scam a top 5.
Well, sometimes the best finishes come in the ones that you have to grind out. Other thing I want to ask about here tonight, obviously much different car than what we've seen in some of these big 500-mile events last year's. With the way that it drove, was there anything you noticed, and was there anything that you can maybe pick up that's going to be big in the future of these events?
Yeah, the old car was there was so much side draft in the old car. This car doesn't have that as much. It's still a higher lane dominant car just because of the momentum. But I will say, the checkups throughout the field are unbelievable with this package. Like, the checkups when everybody's pushing are ridiculously big. So it's overall a fun package. The setup that was put out there was good. The conditions were great. The drivers were great. I had a great time. I mean, man, I love this stuff. Like, this is just so much fun to do.
Well, Caden, before we let you head out to obviously celebrate a good top 5 finish, you're going to get a lot of money, but is there anyone you want to thank or shout out?
Yeah, first and foremost, PGR Esports, Michael, Baker, you guys, everybody that does everything to get an event this big, because this is such a huge event. It's a huge thing for PGR to have this on the official iRacing channels. That is huge. So shout out to everybody behind all that. That is absolutely amazing. Shout out to Adam and all those Adam, Bomar, those guys. Huge shout out to Adam for pushing me through that whole thing there while being a lap down, just trying to help me get the best finish possible. I really appreciate that. Shout out to like everyone on the car, EPI, my Twitch is my name, Caden Dietrich, you see it right there. I will be live probably around tomorrow for Road to Pro as well, which is another huge thing. The Coca-Cola qualifying series that begins shortly, so hopefully that goes all well. But today, honestly, we all just get to celebrate and now get to go watch a football game. So shout out to everyone that put this event on. I know how much everyone works, how hard they work for all this, so just appreciative that we get to be able to do this and be able to have fun and fight for money like this.
Absolutely. And Caden, we appreciate you talking to us again. Congrats on the top 5 finish, and hopefully we'll see you once again next year.
You will. Can guarantee that.
All right, well, that'll round out the top 5 finishers of the night. We do have one more interview that we want to get to before we switch things over and start to talk about what we saw tonight and what we could see moving forward. We want to bring in PGR co-owner Matthew Baker up into the booth. Matthew, this is Austin. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, man, listen, I know the race didn't go the way you wanted it to, but still all smiles. I got to think that it has to do with how much of a success this event was. Tell us what's going through your mind.
Yeah, I'm proud of everyone. Proud of everyone that, in BG Motorsports with Cody, giving us a P3. Proud of Triscaro for putting on a great event with me. And this week has been so much fun. I'm gutted. I was in the top 10 when I disconnected, but it was a blast this whole week. You saw. We kept the streak of green-white checkers alive throughout the whole event. But, yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, a lot of hard work going on, not just this week, but over the past few years to get to PGR where it is now. And it's not just one big event. Obviously, a lot of things going on behind the scenes. We've got weekly series. For the folks watching at home, what is one thing you want them to know about PGR going forward?
Yeah, we're here, and we're here to stay. You're looking at the premier broadcasting group with you and Dawson and Justin, if he'll have us, Christian producing. You're looking at any big money event that's going to be put on. It's going to be put on by us. We are happy to have iRacing on board to broadcast this event. We hope to have future events with them, but we couldn't do it without our partners and our presenting sponsor, That Towing Company. I'm sure you've went over it because you are one of the best broadcasters. How many sponsors we have out here that have made this happen and the community that has made it happen. But we are just getting started. This is our second annual, the third annual. We're looking at 5K to win guaranteed. And we're trying to pitch bigger sponsors to get bigger purses, make it more prestigious. And, Wyatt Gray, great job by him. $3,000 richer, paid out over $11,000 this week. Over the course of 6 days, so it's really awesome.
Absolutely. Well, Matthew, we appreciate you talking to us. Got a few things to go over, but we'll let you head out for now, and hopefully we will see you sometime next week.
Thanks, man. I'm just gonna shout out to my family watching back at home, friends watching. No, it wasn't the result we wanted, but glad you were watching throughout the week. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely, and thank you. That's Matthew Baker, who we saw running tonight's event, and of course, PGR co-owner for all the hard work he does. Well, Dawson, 500 miles complete, chaos, calamity, but for Wyatt Gray, the biggest win he has had in his sim racing career. You could see the excitement for the driver of the number 18.
Yeah, you could actually hear it in his voice when he came into the interview, and I think that is so interesting. You can oftentimes hear the emotion or the expression on a driver's face, and there's been multiple times this week where you could definitely still hear the emotion in Wyatt's voice. And, you could hear the smile kind of creep across his face as it processed, I think, in his brain that he was $3,000 richer. But not only that, he's written himself into the history that's woven with PGR Esports now. He's one of 3 men to ever win a crown jewel. He's one of 2 to have won the PGR 500, an incredibly elite list. It's him and it's Daniel Falkingham, and that's it. And I think in the midst of us interviewing him, I think it finally kind of ran through his head what had happened. And, to see that emotion, to see, that reaction and to hear it in his voice, I think just speaks volumes to how much this race means, how much today meant not only, for PGR Esports as a promotion, for the drivers that raced. For him to win this race meaning so much, with today being the first ever simulcast for the iRacing official YouTube page, Wyatt Gray gets to say he won that race. And only one person ever gets to say they won the first one, and it's Wyatt Gray. What a heck of a win for him. Again, we talk about the upstart drivers in the community. Wyatt is one of them. Those guys are starting to compete elbow to elbow with some of the best, and Wyatt Gray made that first statement today. An incredible moment for him and for the community as a whole.
Hard to believe that it's only been 2 years since the start of the PGR 500s, and this year did not disappoint. Dawson, one more thing I want to talk about here. Obviously, you heard throughout some of the drivers' interviews, we talked to Matthew Baker, Michael Trasquero at the top of the show, how much this meant to the community. Of course, you mentioned seeing the simulcast on iRacing, but also to be able to guarantee a full purse for a non-official event of that magnitude. I got to think a lot of guys were excited, not only to race here tonight, but really throughout the week with all the events we had leading up to the PGR 500.
Yeah, I'll talk about the purse first, but then I do want to touch on the community point. You heard Mike talk about it earlier. You heard Baker and Cody both touch on it as well, and I thought they said great things. I'll talk about the purse first. To be able to guarantee, the amount of money that was guaranteed this week, $11,000 overall in the purse in the feature, but also the money to the heat winners, the money to the duel winners, the money to the pole shootout top 3 earlier in the weekend. To be able to tell those drivers not only that money might be on the line, there might be some money involved, but no, that it is. It's guaranteed. You can get that money if you finish in those positions is such a huge deal, and contributes to even Caden Diedrich's excitement. I mean, you heard him. He finished 5th today. He did not go to victory lane. He finished 5th, but you heard him talk about how excited he was just to make the run to the 5th position. And that's what that kind of guaranteed purse means for some of these drivers that ended up finishing inside the money positions, or inside the big money positions, I should say, late in this race, but even deep through the field. Guys making good money today for starting this race and finishing inside the top 20, 25, top 30. I do want to touch on, though, what Baker and Mike and Cody all alluded to. I thought Baker and Cody said it really well at the end of tonight's broadcast, but Mike as well at the top. Today, such a milestone for PGR Esports and really for this whole super speedway racing community that we're all a part of. 3 years ago when this thing started, none of us in our wildest dreams would have thought that we would have been in a moment like this. Streaming live on the iRacing YouTube page, having a massive audience that may have never seen this kind of product before come out and take in a race from Daytona. To have the race that we did today on such a special day, we knew the expectations of it going in, but the execution of it too, I think, is just such a statement and such a statement of how far the PGR Esports has come as a promotion. I'm humbled. I'm grateful to have been even a small part of it this week. Obviously, you've been a big part of it over the last 3 years. Christian for his work, Tyler for his work this week, Justin Prince, and obviously getting to call some races with Mike as well. I'm humbled in this moment to see how far this community has come to get to be a part of this. I know we all are. What a moment for this community. It's a statement. PGR is here to stay. You heard Matthew Baker say it himself. Huge things coming in the future. I cannot wait. I'm beyond excited right now to have the race we did today. What a perfect ending to a perfect week of racing here at Daytona.
Absolutely. And before we officially depart from the World Center of Racing, do want to make sure we thank all of our sponsors that helped make this event possible. We had a ton throughout the week, but we do want to make sure we give a shout out to all the sponsors that helped make the PGR 500 feature possible here today. And of course, that starts with That Towing Company. We want to thank Chris Blanchard for his sponsorship in this event. We hope to continue that going forward. Can't forget about our title sponsor, CCR, Flying Aces TV. Thank you, Chris Carter, for that sponsorship. And then our 2 associates, which include NBG Motorsports and Matthew Baker, and then Dadbod Studios, which included Justin Johnson, who we saw in the race this afternoon. Well, after 500 miles of racing, it was Wyatt Gray, one of the younger veterans, who got the opportunity to go to victory lane and crown himself as a PGR 500 champion. Can't wait to see what next year has in store. Do want to make sure we thank everybody that came out to watch. We appreciate each and every one of you. And I do want to thank my partner, Dawson Wise, of course, our pit reporter, Tyler Vickery, and our amazing producers throughout the week, which included DJ Lyon, Tyler Vickery, and both Matthew Baker and Michael Triscaro for running PGR Esports. I'm Austin Green. That's going to do it from Daytona. We hope you have a good night. And until next time, we'll see you later.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
I played a couple of simulators and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point. You feel like you're really driving, it feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
When you're looking for a setup and a community that stands behind it. Team Watson Racing Setups. Serious setups. For drivers who are done guessing.
Green flag is in the air. We are racing.
3x3.
Almost no trouble. Around goes Alex Hill. On into the outside wall goes Hill. They're wrecking big time out back. We're not going to throw a caution. To the finish. Who gets it at the line? Cody Nagels wins it in Talladega.
The asphalt is silent, but the air is electric. We stand at the edge of history, where the digital world collides with the roar of the engine. They say legends are born on the track, but tonight, immortality is written in code and gasoline! The wait is over. The engines are screaming. And the lights are about to fade. There is no room for fear in the draft. There is no mercy in the turn. Only the fast survive. Only the brave take the checkered Are you ready for the PGR eSports Daytona 500?